Alright, can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Is there any audio whatsoever? Once my stream catches up, there might be an echo for a second, but can you hear me? Because I cannot see myself on stream. Hello, testing, testing. Testing, testing. There we go. There might be an enormous lag, I don't know why. Can you hear me? You can hear me, you can hear me. Why can't I hear myself? Okay, there's a little bit of an echo. I get it now. Okay, I'm just going to mute myself. There we go. Okay, hello everyone. Hello, hello. Who's here? Who do we got? Okay, dual process. Corey or Connie, whoever's here. I'm glad you're here because you might like where this conversation's going to end up going. So, we're waiting for Unwithered Truth to join us. Originally, this stream was going to be me playing this this thing that you're seeing on screen right now, which is a Game Boy Color port of FNAF 1. And I was going to play it with Withered Circle and Theffy, but Withered Circle backed out and Theffy's not available for like 2 more hours. So, I'm going to do this until Unwithered Truth gets on here, and then we're going to have a nice discussion about Cassidy. So, let's see how this goes. I've tried this a little bit, by which I mean I beat the first 2 nights, but that does not mean I'm any good at it. This is Five Nights at Freddy's Game Boy made with CB Studio. The creators of this actually emailed me and gave me the download. In case Scott Cawthon is watching, of course I already own FNAF 1, so this is not piracy probably. But we're just going to do this a little bit until Unwither gets here. Also, people in the chat are talking about Narrow Raven, so yes, he is currently... Narrow Raven on his channel for this weekend is doing a fundraiser stream. So, while you're watching me, it would be great if you could have him open on a different device or in a different window, just to give him, watch time, AdSense stuff. And also, when my stream's over, I'm going to link you guys to Narrow Raven's ongoing stream, because I don't want to be stealing any views from their charity stream. But we're going to have a little fun here, and you guys are going to watch me be really, really bad at FNAF 1. This is the lowest I can make the volume. I don't know if you guys can hear, like, the FNAF 1 music in the background. For me, even at, like, 2% volume, it is so loud. So, I don't know if this is even audible to you guys, or I don't know if it's equally as loud for you as it is for me. But right now, you should be able to hear it. So, I'll give you guys a second to tell me if it's too loud or if you can barely hear it. But this is where, ideally, it would stay for me, because it is very grating on my earlobes, my frontal earlobes. No game audio at all. Give it like 5 seconds because I think there's some delay. Now you hear it. Okay, perfect. Who's here? Who's here? We have Henry Entertainment System, Red White Navy, Elfie Moth. There you go. You can hear it. Okay. So we are going to get going with new game. I can figure out the start button. Should be X. There we go. Help wanted. Family pizzeria looking for security guard to work the night shift, 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Monitor cameras, ensure safety of equipment, and... What's up, TD? If you want to hop in to call, you can. Animatronic characters. I might kick you off when Unwithered gets here, but if you want to jump in to watch me play, we can do that. Not responsible for injury dismemberment. $120 a week. To apply, call 1-888-FAZ-FREDBEAR. 12 a.m. first night. Okay, so there should be a phone call. That should be what that buzzing noise is. So we have cameras. We're going to try to find Pirate's Cove. There we go. Can I pick up the camera? Can I pick up the phone? I think it'll just do it on its own. And we have doors and door lights. Hello, hello.
I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact, so I know it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm here to tell you there's
You guys are saying it's pretty loud? Yeah, I can try to turn it down, because it's really, really loud for me, but it's hard for me to tell what it is for you guys. Wait, is this Game Boy FNAF? Yes, this is Game Boy FNAF. Okay, people are asking at the table, It looks like Toto to me. So I don't know if the guys who made this, like, added Toto just for me, or if there's, like, some deeper explanation as to what that's supposed to be, but it looks like Toto for me. Yeah, so this is just super, super compressed actual phone guy call audio in the game. Apparently, this is actually capable of being run on a real Game Boy Color. So that is pretty neat, but obviously I can't test that, so I'm just playing on emulator. That's definitely Toto. He has no legs. Yeah, it looks just like Toto. I love him. What's the title and thumbnail have to do with the stream? We're waiting for Unwithered Truth, and then we're going to talk about how there's no Cassidy. So we're just kind of doing this while we're waiting. Five Nights on Game Boy Color. So now I can beat FNAF Night 1, FNAF 1 Night 1 pretty easily. I'm pretty good at sitting here and doing basically nothing. It's the later nights that I have a problem with. I've beaten the game before, but that took a while. Wasn't Into the Pit supposed to be on the NES? No, it was supposed to be on the Super Nintendo. And then they upgraded it to have like more colors and stuff than would be possible. There's no Cassidy, there's only Andrew. If that's what you think is going to happen here, sadly, we might disappoint you with our conversation. But yeah, Cassidy not being the vengeful spirit might be a conclusion that we reach. We're not sure yet. That's what the discussion is going to be about. Okay, so Connie, maybe once I go through, basically it's going to be, I had some like shower thoughts and I want to walk through them with Unwithered. So maybe once I'm done sort of with that segment of describing to him what my theory is, I could have like you guys also hop in. The real Cassidy was the 14s we made along the way. I don't know what I'm doing. What do we got? They're still on the stage. We're just chilling. We're just chilling. I don't know if you can boop the nose. No one else is in the games. Only Andrew's in the games. Sure. Oh, that's Foxy singing. Is he moving? No. Maybe. No. I don't think Foxy singing has any correlation to his movement, right? That's just when Freddy laughs. Like, Freddy laughing has correlation to his movements. The real Cassidy was the 14s. Cassidy is gone now, so Toy Shink Crying Child can rise. I'm not sure how I will feel about that. We'll see where my conclusion takes me. What if Cassidy is the Kelsey to Crying Child's unnamed child with curly black hair? So Cassidy is like a projection of Crying Child? But, like, we don't even know... We don't know anything about Cassidy other than the name appears in the Silver Eyes. Alright, so, KBLM Studio, the creator of this game, is in chat. They say, press up while looking at the poster. Is it going to honk the nose? I can't tell if it's making a noise. Hello? Up. Every time I hit up, I lose control of my camera. Up. Maybe my binds aren't correct, because every time I hit the up arrow, it, like, I don't know, takes me out of the window or something. Is it, what's the button correlated to, like, a Game Boy Color? Because maybe I can do that. Laney the Witch, like the stream people, that is correct. I can't believe we only have 7 likes and 116 watchers. What are the rest of you guys doing? You have to like for this totally legit Toto that's on this desk. It should have oops. Yeah, that might, again, I don't know, maybe that's just my settings for what I have the keyboard buttons mapped to. Yeah, people are making fun of my power level. I'm down to 6.7 power, now it's 6.4. But, like, I know how to play this game. I don't need to be doing anything. I'm showing off to you guys the very cool graphics. This, you see these little checkerboards? This is called dithering. I know that because I'm Big Smart Man, who knows all the things about video games. I also think they use dithering for, like, comic book illustrations and stuff. Alright, so, KBLM Studio. Is this Toto? Like, what? Is this the phone being a weird shape? Is this Toto? Is he always in the game? Did you put him in the game for me? Because he is very cool. Oh, Bonnie's out. Bonnie's out. Still no Foxy. What does that mean? I don't know what they're responding to. What does dithering mean? It's when you have sort of a checkerboarding shape of light and dark colors to make it look like it's shaded. Like with paint or a pencil, you could meld colors together to make it look like it's going from one to another. But with pixel art, you can't do that, so you alternate the colors in a checkerboard pattern. Toto is in the games. No one else is in the game, only Toto is in the game. Camera 6 looks cool. Let's look at camera 6. Yes! Can't believe I fell for that. It is Toto. Are you controlling this with the arrows? Yes, so the arrows on my keyboard are how you look left and right. Z and X are how you open the doors and look at the lights, and Enter is how you turn on the cameras. I've noticed a couple times, so there's like, sometimes when you're looking at the camera, ooh, Freddy's looking at me. Where's Chica? I don't know where Chica is. Sometimes when you're like opening the cameras or there's sound effects all playing at once, the game lags, which is very, like appropriate for a Game Boy Color game. Even when you scroll the screen, there's the little, like, colors that appear off to the side. I'll try to do it really fast. So that, I know, happens on the NES because of something to do with the way that it calculates vertical scrolling. And if you play it on a CRT, you won't see those as much. So if you guys ever play, like, Super Mario Bros. 3 on an emulator, it's very likely that you'll see pixels appearing on the left or the right of the screen, depending on which way you're moving, that would not have appeared on a CRT because they'd be outside the bounds of what is actually shown. So again, very, very accurate to what would be on a Game Boy. KBL, since you're in chat, can you answer the question of whether or not this is playable on a real Game Boy? Like, is that something that you strove for and something that you tested? It is Toto. You added it for the stream. Yes, yes, yes. I love you. Thank you. Thank you very much. He is incredible. This is where he went at the end of the 36-hour video when he disappears with Eleanor. He comes to this game. I'm going to make that canon. I'm going to talk to Solid Silver. We're going to make that canon. This demo of this game on this live stream is now canon to something that Toto did on his adventures with Eleanor. This is now real. The boy who loved, are my comments showing up in chat? I can see them. Toto is in the games. Ah, oh, that got me. No. I wasn't expecting him to be there. I forgot what I was doing. I'm like, oh, it's 5 a.m. We almost won. Oh, God. Oh, God. I haven't been checking Foxy. Bro looks evil. No. This is genuinely... that got me. I played through night 1 just to make sure it worked a couple days ago. And the jump scares I did not find to be scary, but I think because I'm being distracted by you guys, that actually got me. Cassidy's number 14, Andrew's number 1280, mystery solved. Hello, Sam I Am. What if Cassidy's full name is Cassidy? Andrew. So there's a Mrs. Andrew in the week before. I'm sure that we'll talk about that when Unwithered gets here. I'm not dead. I have 30% power on 5 a.m. We're all good. Evil Foxy's coming, but we got this. Bro's getting scared of Night 1 Bonnie. Listen, I'm not the best at FNAF. Isn't it the thing that you don't need to check on Foxy? You just need to check the cameras? Yes. So in later nights, the only way you can win is by checking on Freddy. So you stop Freddy's movements by looking at Freddy. You stop Foxy's movements by looking at by looking at the cameras. The only reason to check Foxy is to see how far along he is in his sort of run escape cycle, which is what we're looking at right now. So we have to keep checking him because once he's no longer there because he's on this final step, we'll have to close the door. Except Bonnie won't leave. So I don't know what the point is. Did he leave? He did not leave. Oh my god. Bro. This is the worst Bonnie. Okay, he's gone. What about Foxy, though? Is Foxy going to come get me? No, we're still good. There we go. 6 a.m. Oh my gosh, that was the longest Bonnie. Reason for no audio? There should be a little bit of audio. I can turn it up a little bit. But it's just beeps and boops, so it's kind of annoying. So that's why I have the audio very low. Do you know anything about Candy's lore? No, I know nothing about Breakfast at Candy or whatever that game's called. I know nothing about Amanda the Adventurer or Poppy's Playtime or Bendy and the Ink Machine or any mascot horror that is not Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know what a Huggy Wuggy is. I don't know what a Pop Goes is. There is audio. Okay. Bonnie Jean is back from Brigadoon? No, Bonnie Jean is still safely in Brigadoon. Bonnie Jean and Bonnie the animatronic, completely different characters, okay? Just like Freddy, Toy Freddy is not Toto. Toto's sister Bonnie Jean and Bonnie the animatronic are different. He's talking about Candy Cadet. Were they talking about Candy Cadet? Because Candy Cadet's lore doesn't really exist. Five Nights at Candy's. Yeah, that's what I thought. Pop Goes is what a weasel does, I think. Yeah. GiBi, have you ever heard of Ban Ban? Yes, I know about Ban Ban. I watch, yeah, and he made a Ban Ban video, like, before it blew up. He made a video about how bad it was, and he was like, I can just see people like MatPat making a video about this now, and it's gonna blow up, and these guys who made the slop game are gonna get famous because of it, and they're gonna make a lot of money, and then that literally happened. But then apparently the next couple games were better quality, and I think yeah actually collaborated with them. So like it's all copacetic now. So Absol, I've never read House of Leaves. I'm interested in it, but I don't know anything about it beyond that it's like a weird puzzle book that has multiple narratives, and sometimes you have to read the book upside down. What are we talking about? We're talking about Five Nights at Freddy's for the Game Boy Color, and Unwhere the Truth just DM'd me. We'll see where he is. He will be here shortly, so what we'll probably do is finish this night and then go into the Cassidy discussion. Alright, will I read the FNAF 2 book? The movie book? So, yes, I will. I don't know if you guys can tell this, but I'm probably going to be reading all of the books. So, the first movie book, the second movie book when it comes out, Tales and the Silver Eyes, those will be videos at some point. Not knowing anything about House of Leaves is the best way to start House of Leaves. Yeah. Have you played Resident Evil or Clock Tower? Okay, I have a whole thing about Clock Tower that I'm probably going to make its own video on. Or, I'm going to make a video about a grouping of things, and Clock Tower will be one of those things. Resident Evil, I've played 2 and 7. The remake of 2 and then 7 when it originally came out. But I'm very interested in them. Lainey the Witch. By the way, just asking, I know you hated it and all that, but is there going to be a video on FNAF 2 movie affects the game timeline? So, that might just be things that I discuss with other theorists on streams, because as far as I'm concerned, there's no effect on the timeline from the movie. I do not think that Charlie dies in 1982 in the games. I think that's impossible based on the information that we have. I do not think that Mike Schmidt and Mike Afton are different people. I do not think that... spoilers for the movie, sorry guys, I forgot to say that. I don't think there's anything that we can glean from the movie that applies to the games, with the exception of the toys being Springlock suits. I think the movie shows us pretty clearly that the toys are Springlock suits. And one of the reasons I think that that is applicable to the games and not just the movie is that a couple weeks before the movie came out, Scott was watching one of Daco's live streams, and Scott left a comment, or a chat, that said, there's a mystery about the Endo O2s that no one ever solved. And then in the movie, we see that the toys are Springlock suits. So I think Scott was using the movie to tell us, hey guys, you've missed this for like 10 years. That got me. I hate this stupid game. So my only takeaway from the movie is that the toys are Springlock suits. GiBi, was the ultimate guidebook for nothing? We still don't know what Chica's secret party is, so as of now, yes, but it's very odd. You don't think Charlie is Jesus? Well, the movie says that she wants to kill parents, so I don't know how that would fit with the Ten Commandments. Kill all parents.
Clearly, you guys don't know anything about
yes!
Lord. Charlie is obviously evil Jesus.
Okay,
we know this. It's fact.
I just turned your volume up.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know how to make your volume independent from the game. So
okay.
guys, can you hear Unwithered? Is he better? Is he louder than the game? Is the game too loud? You know what I can do? Is I can go and mute the game, which will increase my chance
I just
of
listened
dying.
back.
Okay.
I think I could hear myself, but it was so funny because I didn't start talking until I went, "Evil Jesus." That's the first words. I
Evil
think Charlie
Jesus.
was clearly facing the wrong way.
Yeah. Oh god, I didn't mean to do that.
I'm
Okay, it's
explaining
fine.
for chat. I just
Mhm.
game definitely too loud.
Okay. There's a big delay. I don't know why. I must have done my settings wrong. So I have muted the
This
game,
is so cool.
and Unwithered is here. So let me know how his volume is compared to mine now. Yeah. So this is FNAF 1 on the Game Boy Color. The developer is in the chat right now. They put
That's really cool.
Toto on the office desk just for me.
Aw,
And
that's so cute.
I'm gonna make this canon. So I'm gonna tell Solid Silver that one of Toto's adventures with Eleanor was oh god, Bonnie's in the office with me. I can't close the door. I'm dead. Guys, I'm dead. You're gonna get to see a jump scare, which is good, I guess. Right? I can't do anything. What the heck? Wait. Okay, I'm gonna die. And you guys are gonna see a jump scare. Yes! Yes! That's so cool! Ah!
The Wi-Fi is dying.
Did they see it? Yeah, no. Okay. Wait, here we go. I want to see chat, because they're a little behind. Yes! I'm withered slightly louder. I'll fix that in a second. Okay, so now that you're here, we can go to the discussion we were going to have. So that was night 1, and that was a jump scare with the sound muted. So it's not too spooky for you guys. I do plan on playing this more, probably on and off in the next couple of streams I do, just like I'm still eventually going to get back to that iceberg I was doing. I'm going to play more of this game and hopefully beat it one day. But right now, me and Unwithered have some unfinished business to do. So we're going to switch over to this screen.
I'd be very curious. Who is the dev in chat?
Oh gosh, where'd they go? I don't want to say the initials wrong. Where'd they go? Scrolling up. I'm so sorry. It's just a bunch of letters. Here we go. KBLM Studios.
KBLM Studios.
There we go.
That's so cool. I'd be curious, and I'm just wondering, from just a pure intrigue point of view, is this a sort of like you looked at the screenshots from FNAF and then you do the pixel art, or is this like you're overlaying the old images and then doing like a pixel art trace thing on top of it? Because I noticed like certain things in the office, like the poster is clearly very much like an original, and all the drawings and stuff is very clearly like an original, art, pixel art style. But some of the stuff in the office is so close. I'm just curious if it's like, oh, is this like original stuff that you're just amazing at capturing? Is it trace stuff? And if anyone thinks I'm like criticizing for that, it's a whole challenge in itself to be able to get this to look as good as it does in this style and with these colors and everything. So like,
yeah, but I'll switch
I'm
back
just
for a second.
curious.
So yeah, we're looking at the game over screen now. But I was talking about the dithering earlier. But yeah, I would love to know how this was made. And again, if you answered earlier, I did not see it in chat, but is this capable of running on Game Boy hardware? I would love to know that. Or if you're planning on the final version being able to, that would be so cool.
I am the disembodied voice.
The disembodied voice of
Oh my
T-Dreads,
God.
who I have to turn down a little bit because he's louder than Unwithered Truth. Oh my god. And now I need to go back to...
Everything is traced over by hand. The original version used compression but didn't look as good. Interesting.
Wow.
So you have done the manual work of actually translating it into these images. Because like there is even stuff like on the main page, like on show stage 1, you obviously have to do a very different angle because it's such a small screen. It's like I don't think that's like a completely original screenshot that you've just traced over because you've had to move the animatronics around to see all three of them. Like the style is really, really cool.
Yeah, no, this is an incredible project. I'm very hyped for the full release, and I thank you for being able to give me an early copy. And again, I will be playing more of it at some point. But we're going back to our discussion. You two have to share a chair. I hope you don't mind.
As long as I get to be close with one of my great friends.
Wow.
Right, guys?
Make sure you guys like the stream for T-Dreads, because he's here now. We only have 92
guys,
likes and almost 200 viewers. What is this?
Everyone likes me. I'm famous. I'm famous.
It runs on Game Boy and Game Boy Color. That's awesome. Okay, so the reason we're all here today. Unwithered and I have been having discussions over the last week or so because we really don't like the DCI. And so we keep looking at Save Them and the newspapers and trying to figure stuff out. And we've had ongoing text and voice calls just discussing how the DCI could be the MCI or it's just not real. And unfortunately, our conclusion continued to be that the dates from the newspaper just don't line up with the DCI being the MCI. So we put a lot of thought and effort into it and then came to the conclusion that we were barking up the wrong tree. So this stream is sort of, I had thoughts about Cassidy that I wanted to talk to Unwithered with, but I figured we'd do it live and get more people's input.
Good, because I'm writing my Golden Freddy video right now, and I am at a point where I'm like, I've said everything I kind of want to say, but I feel like I don't have a good conclusion. It's kind of like, yeah, it could be like that. So I would like to get a bit of discourse and discussion going on.
So you're telling me you didn't settle on those who know?
Oh, no. I like those who know. Those who know is going to be in the theory, but those who know is also like, I gotta give like a proper. I want that like mic drop moment. You know, not like this kind of lines up here, and this could work here. So if we have a more rounded discussion, we might get somewhere that we can kind of say, yes, this is the piece of evidence that convinces me one way or the other.
So I'm going to start with some things I noticed. Some of my evidence points I already know, like Midnight Motorist, you're going to disagree with me on. But I also know some of my conclusions you might already agree with me on. So we're going to sort of just talk it out. So, we get the name Cassidy originally from the Silver Eyes trilogy. We have Mike Brooks is Golden Freddy. And then the other four kids are Susie, Cassidy, and I believe Gabriel and Fritz, right? It's Jeremy who's left out.
Can I say, I think the logbook came out before we knew Cassidy's name from the book.
Guy. I'll be your research guy. Let me check this.
Yeah, look at when the logbook came out and look where the fourth closet came out.
So either way, No, it's fine. It's not going to end up mattering. The Silver Eyes trilogy gives us Cassidy as one of the missing kids. As we will eventually get to, the logbook will also give us the name Cassidy.
Okay, the fourth closet came out after the logbook.
Okay,
cool.
So
we got Cassidy's name first in the
logbook. So we sort of had, I mean, Golden Duo didn't exist until Frights was coming out, which was after those. Yeah, it was obviously after the fourth closet.
I was wondering if this was the case. I couldn't remember. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Duo didn't exist until after Jake and Andrew were talked about in the Stitch Wraith, which was after the fourth closet. So I guess what I'm saying is by questioning a lot of the things that the community is now accepted for, like 7 or 8 years, I want to ask the overall question of, is there a fifth MCI kid whose name is Cassidy? Because a big part of my Cassidicii theory, which is not what I'm building up to here, I'm just sort of using the same logic that I used when I was making that. The FNAF 1 newspapers say 2 kids went missing at Freddy's. Later, this was tied to 3 other disappearances. My read on this has always been that the MCI happened over more than one day. Because it wouldn't say that 2 kids disappeared one day and it was tied to 3 other disappearances if all 5 disappearances were one day. And I think this is what Midnight Motorist is showing us. Scott showed us 3 mini-games in FNAF 6. One is Charlie's death. One is an example of how he lured someone from inside the restaurant, which would be how he got Susie while she was being sad about her dog and playing a game and he was in a Spring Bonnie costume. And the other is an example of how he lured people from outside the restaurant, where he goes to the home of a kid who has an abusive father who loves Freddy's, and he says, "Hey boy, come to Freddy's." And we know that this is an MCI kid because the game ends with the father saying, "He's gone to that place again, he will be sorry when he gets back." So when the kid never comes back and the police ask what happens, he says, "I thought he ran to Freddy's." And this allows his disappearance to be tied to the 2 who we know went missing at Freddy's. So Scott's showing us...
To add to that, the Golden Freddy kid is always separated from the other four in every depiction of the
Mhm.
MCI in games.
Like give gifts, like he's the fifth.
Yep, give
yeah.
gifts.
The FNAF 2
knows a lot
office
about this.
table.
Yeah, Unwither knows a lot about this.
Yeah, the FNAF 2 office table has all of the 4 MCI plushies and Golden Freddy's off on their own to the other side of the table. In Happiest Day, Golden Freddy's on one side of the table, the MCI are on the other side of the table with Charlie there. So you've got 5 people on one side of a table, Golden Freddy on the other side. It's actually post FNAF 4 that I think we get more depictions of the 5 MCI and Charlie rather than 4 MCI, Charlie, and Golden Freddy, if that makes sense.
Yes. So, part of Cassidy CI was the idea that Charlie was one of the 5 kids mentioned in the newspaper. So now that we know from Tickets to Fun that Charlie was killed at a Freddy's and not at Fredbear's, it makes sense for a newspaper to say 2 kids disappeared at Freddy's, tied to 3 other disappearances. So one would be Midnight Motorist Kid, one would be Charlie, and then one would be, I don't know, Jeremy or something. And this would mean that there is no 5th Golden Freddy kid. It's the 4 MCI and Charlie are what we now call the 5 missing kids. Which would basically just mean Golden Freddy is only the crying child. There's no Golden Duo because there's no additional kid here.
Yeah.
Do you see that as a possibility?
I do. My big issue, like, okay, so for example, we take the MCI being in 1985 as pretty much community consensus. Like, I know there are some MCI 83ers. There's definitely a lot fewer MCI 87ers. But MCI 85 is nearest to consensus that you can probably get in the community, other than something like Mike Foxy Bro. And the thing is that because we take 1985 so seriously, because it occurs in more than one continuity, we then also have to be like, okay, well, the Silver Eyes shows 5 children going missing on in and around the same time as each other's, if not the same day. Into the Pit shows the same thing. It actually shows a 6th person also going missing, but they seem to be singled out sometimes, depending. Return to the Pit shows 5 MCI. The movie shows 5 MCI. And the movie in particular shows the 5 MCI, one of whom is the Golden Freddy kid. And that's where I run into issues with it, because I'm like... The games are obviously very different, because in the same way that the Silver Eyes doesn't have the puppet because Charlie doesn't die, like, you could argue, oh, they don't have
There's
Crying
no Crying
because
Yeah.
he doesn't exist. So we have to have a Golden Freddy, but Crying Child's not real, so we do this. I think Scott wanted whoever the kid was that was Golden Freddy, Scott wanted to establish that he was different regardless, right? He has different powers. He's clearly not in the same kind of suit. He's separated from them up until FNAF 3. FNAF 3, he's the one that they have to, like, put to rest, and then all the rest of them can move on. And it's like, there's something about the Golden Freddy kid that's important. Then we get FNAF 4, which is like beating you over the head with the fact that the kid who has a straight connection to Golden Freddy is very important. But then it leaves this big lingering question of, like, well, who is that kid? Like, who is that guy?
Let's see.
He's not the one we thought.
One important thing might be, if Cassidy does exist, do we think they are one of the spirits / the spirit in Golden Freddy?
So, I will get to that. I'm sort of building to something like that. So, again, I know that in the movie it's the same day, in the other continuities it's the same day. Basically, I'm just going to repeat what you just said, which is that while those are the same day, they might be different. One continuity doesn't have a Charlie, one doesn't have a Crying Child. If some other people in chat were bringing up, well, how could Charlie be missing if she died in the alley? I answered this in Cassidy CI, which is that Freddy's explicitly says if you die on the premises, they will cover up your death, clean the carpets, and file a missing persons report in 90 days. So if literally anybody besides Henry found her body, Freddy's would cover it up and she would be a missing kid. So that's how she would be one of the 5. And obviously this would be a retcon.
No, we don't even know enough about Henry to say that he wouldn't cover it up.
He's the one his restaurant to fail. True.
Yeah,
true.
maybe he's like that. He's that messed up, and that's what he means by like this monster I helped create. Like he was like, "Uh-oh, my daughter's dead, but I mean, it's already happened, so I
Yeah.
don't want my restaurant to get closed too." People will hate that I say that, but I'm just saying we don't know enough about Henry to say that that wouldn't happen.
I do not like Henry. I do not think Henry is a good person. He might not be a murderer like William, but I don't think he's a good person.
Yeah.
Corey says the MCI is on different days in the novel trilogy. I only read them once like 3 years ago. If that is true, that's a little helpful for the theory.
I mean, Golden Freddy Kid is killed by somebody in Golden Freddy, so like that's like William wears the Golden Freddy suit to kill the blonde kid. So like
to kill Mike
it's different.
in the Silvereyes? Mike Brooks, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So yeah, I think that, you know, in the first 4 FNAF games, there's sort of no indication of Golden Duo, and that's sort of something that we all added on because of Stitchline, and we sort of wanted to put the Cassidy character in there. Because in the logbook, it seems like there's 2 people talking to each other. Oh, we got one of their names. It is Cassidy. So Cassidy is the name that's talking to the crying child. And oh, that means that crying child's kind of like Jake because they can see and the other one can't. Like, you know, however, the community came to this after years and years of trying to put pieces together.
Yeah.
I am going to make the biggest leap here. And I'm going to say, after asking a question, because I generally don't know the answer, what year did UCN release?
2018?
2018. What year did Help Wanted release?
2019.
Okay. I think, and I think that this is partially Steel Wool's fault, and partially COVID's fault, and partially Scott lying about retiring's fault. I think when Help Wanted came out, Scott had the entire story planned. I think he knew that the glitch trap was the Mimic. I think he knew that the Mimic was going to take over Vanessa's mind. I think he knew about Edwin, Fiona, and David. I think that all of these games have taken years to come out because of Steel Wool's incompetence and because of COVID. But I think when Help Wanted was being developed, Scott in his mind knew of the Murrays, which is also how he was able to then give these plotline outlines to Scholastic to write tales. So I think it is very possible that Scott finished his first saga. I always say that FNAF 1 to UCN is kind of like the Infinity Saga, right? This is Iron Man through Endgame, and then everything post then has sort of been the Multiverse Saga. So I think that Scott ended Saga 1 with one lingering mystery, which is, who is the Vengeful Spirit? To be the only continuing thread into the next saga. The next saga does not have William Afton. It has the Mimic, who's kind of mimicking William. It does not have all these other spirits that are continuing on. It's just this new story about the Mimic and the Murrays. And the one connecting thread is going to be who is the Vengeful Spirit. And I think that Andrew from Frights is a sort of parallel version of the Vengeful Spirit. And I think that the Vengeful Spirit, who is the other name that we get in the logbook, whose name is Dave, is literally just David Murray.
Well, because if Ultimate Custom Night came out in 2018 and FNAF VR came out in 2019, they would have to be in development at the same time.
Or very, very close to each other. To the point where
Unless Scott literally made the game in like 2 minutes.
Someone told me recently that Scott was in talks with Steel already by the time of 2018. Someone did say that to me recently. I don't know who said that or why. But...
Well, I'd hope so if the game came out the next year.
And of course,
okay, so...
Corey's in chat, which would of course mean that the name Cassidy in the logbook is Crying Child, and Cassidy Afton is the Crying Child.
He's talking to David Murray?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Was your favorite toy the phone? Because we had like the same
Because we had the same phone. Yeah.
We had the same house, you know?
So Corey and Connie's video about Cassidy being the Crying Child, right? That came out before Secret of the Mimic and before we knew David Murray's name.
Yeah.
So I think that I don't necessarily agree with all their conclusions, but I think that's not because they were wrong. It's just because Secret of the Mimic wasn't out yet.
The same as
right, like they said that Mike is the Vengeful Spirit.
CEO.
Yeah, the exact same. So their conclusion that Mike is the Vengeful Spirit, I don't agree with. I think it would be David Murray. But they I
then,
think they put
like-
the evidence together correctly. But it would mean
So okay.
so
Yeah.
all I'll say is that there is no golden duo. So the Golden Freddy receiver in FNAF 3 is David. Oh my god, he's crying child. I'm gonna mess this up a lot.
There is no Easter Bunny, there is no Tooth Fairy, and there is no
Psychic
Golden
friend
Duo.
Fredbear. This would be a retcon question mark, but could be also be David Murray. To sort of associate him with Golden Freddy. And the reason that the names Cassidy is in the Silver Eyes as one of the missing kids is the same reason that Mike is in the Silver Eyes as a missing kid, which is that Scott reused the Afton brothers' names, Mike and Cassidy, to be missing kids in the books because they're not the missing kids in the games.
Listen. If Scott Cawthon created UCN as the like sort of coda, sort of start of his new saga, and then immediately went on to write a story where William Afton post-death is being haunted by a spirit in a hospital, and that kid wasn't at all related to Dave Murray. And he was planning him at the same time. And he was planning doing the Tales of the Pizzaplex, where he would tell this story and then tell it again in the games.
So here's the thing about Andrew, right?
Yeah,
Andrew
he
doesn't.
probably could be a David Byrne.
He
version.
doesn't have an origin story. We don't know
Yeah.
anything about him. He in Into the Pit is depicted. He's probably the sixth MCI kid in Into the Pit, which isn't the MCI. We just call it that because we don't have a better name for it. But obviously they're not missing. They're murdered in front of everyone.
The Pit incident.
So Andrew being, cross continuity, proto David Murray, is very
David, no.
possible.
Scott's crazy if he's got boy crying child in the games named Cassidy, and he's setting up this new character Dave, who we're not supposed to know who he is yet, but he's somehow related to crying child, and then he puts a little girl in the fourth closet and calls her Cassidy after that, and he's like, don't worry, they're not the same person, they just have the same name, but they're not even like remotely similar. Because also in that book, one of the kids who's not named, who we just assume is Gabriel, has a black and white striped shirt.
Yep.
Which is crazy. And it's like, Scott, what are you doing?
Intentionally mix and matching, iconography from across continuities, which he's obviously doing in the movies too. I don't think either of you believe that Vanessa from the games is literally Afton's daughter. So like it's the same level of taking a name, taking a design, and putting it in a different continuity to mean something completely different. Sauce is best and donates $10. Sending money because I feel vindicated. Hope you're doing well to Crying Child's name being revealed. Cassidy and Toyshink is David Murray. Seems to be the setup. I believe this since Cassidy Kazoo was axed. And then Eric, $2. Andrew is a projection.
So this is the
two
weirder
equally
thing,
intelligent
right?
donations.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the weirder thing, right? Is so then the problem I have with the logbook, and always have had with the logbook, is that the entire puzzle is about one character asking another character if they remember a bunch of things. The very first thing is, do you remember your name? And then at the end of the puzzle, we get the name of the person asking the questions. It really bothers me because, and I know you'll say, oh, well, the Foxy Grid tells you the other guy's name, but the Foxy Grid is not, it's not as like clear of a, like it kind of, even to this day that we have that solution, and I think it works mostly, it still doesn't feel like, oh yeah, the whole book is kind of like the my name is all throughout the book. And for that to not be the name of the person that we're specifically asking who their name is really weird. And I know that's probably how the puzzle is. It's just my head has always hurt at that idea. I'm like, why are we not asking the other guy what? Like, why is it not your name? What do you see? Oh, it's me, Cassidy. Like, that should be the answer. But it drives me insane from like a puzzle making perspective, right?
Well, it makes me feel like one of them is having trouble remembering their name, and the other one's not.
Yeah,
like,
so the other one's like, I'm
yes,
Cassidy.
like a preschool show.
Yeah.
What's your name? My name's Cassidy.
But why would David be the one that doesn't remember? That's weird. David Murray,
So
yeah.
we've always been like, oh, the crying child's the one who doesn't remember anything because his brain was bitten. But like,
Yeah.
or because, I will put you back together. And what does that mean? Maybe it means his memories are scattered all throughout FNAF world. But those are sort of two puzzle pieces that we created to answer the question. Also, I think that Shatter Victim's in there somewhere as just things the community invented, lore that was invented out of nothing to put puzzle pieces together. He was squished in the head, so he lost his
The party
memories.
was for you. That's now David Murray's birthday when he was 5.
So that's faded text, right? Asking the question, the party was for you,
Yeah.
and then Altered said it was for me.
Yeah, he says the party was for you, and Altered says it was for me.
The way that we get Cassidy is via altered page numbers, right?
Yes.
So doesn't that seem like...
And Mike helps at the end.
And Mike helps at the end. So doesn't that seem like Altered is Cassidy, which I've always... I have so much to apologize for, Corey and Connie. I've always hated this line of thinking, but that would make it seem like Altered is Cassidy.
Well, but then the faded is the one saying my name that leads to that puzzle. So it's like, that's the question, right? And why does Mike help in the last step? Like, why is it his two numbers? Does he know what's happening?
I feel like this has a lot of holes in it. The David Kez crying child being in the logbook.
So, okay, for 1 second, Just Because says, I think you're assuming most of these are ghosts when they're mostly agony or remnant projections, kind of like tulpas. They aren't actual ghosts. I will try to post a video next month.
Kelsey's a prediction.
So I think that agony spirits sort of work the way that Charlie does in the movie, where it might not be a literal interpretation of a person, because Charlie in the movie is stuck in the last emotion she felt. So she doesn't have the innocence of an 8-year-old child. She has the motivation of an angry spirit.
A vengeful spirit.
Yeah. Sorry, so faded text keeps saying my name, right, and writes my name on the gravestone. And of course, FNAF 6 has the gravestone ending with the obscured gravestone.
With 2 obscured gravestones, yeah.
Yeah, one in the background that we can't see.
The one...
Yeah.
I think the one in the background actually has a better chance of being the Golden Freddy one. I'm not saying that the one in the logbook can't be either of those, but just based on what we know now about David Murray, about Crying Child living in that house, and that hill being the one that Gregory and Glamrock Freddy sit on, and it's in the background like the Golden Freddy mask is in the FNAF 3 image, I think it's supposed to be the Golden Freddy kid, and the one that's covered over is supposed to be like Charlie's or something, because she died earlier. So there's more growing on that side of the screen.
That is exactly what I was about to say. Is that obscured one is Charlie, and far away one would be David Murray. It's also, we keep talking about this, but Charlotte is never name dropped in the games. We only get that from the Silver Eyes and now the movie. I think her name is Charlotte. But it could be that, like, for whatever reason, Scott didn't want to divulge that, which is why it's the one that's covered in the book. Solid Silver, $5. I think GiBi is the vengeful spirit because he can't remember that Andrew is canon to the games. Boo. Boo.
Boo.
Who the freak are you booing, dude? That's Andrew, dude. Show some respect.
All my homies hate Andrew.
Why would Charlie's randomly be covered when the 4th closet came out at the same time? That's why. Because at the end of the 4th closet, which comes out after this, we see Charlie's grave at the bottom of a hill. That's like the way the logbook answers one of the names, the other one answers the other.
So it's almost like we don't want to spoil the 4th closet with... Oh, the 4th closet, it was like a couple days after FNAF 6, right?
Yeah.
It was shortly after, yeah.
So the idea that Charlie has been dead the whole time, that would have been a spoiler, I think. I don't know. No, because I don't know. Because Charlotte is dead in the games.
A spoiler.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a spoiler, but like more so in the same way that we go, well, the logbook came out later and it gave us the answer to the person whose name's obscured. I think even though it's not canon, it's like that could be when you see when you see a grave at the bottom of a hill, it's like, oh, that might be one of the graves at the bottom of the hill that we saw.
Yeah.
You know? So Scott might be going, well, they should know that one's Golden Freddy because it's in the background. And they should know then the other one must be Charlie.
Yeah.
So
all right,
they can figure that out.
So, Theffy, when we're going to finish this discussion and probably go back to playing the Game Boy game, when that happens, we can let you in the chat. So this is my, my evidence and my conclusion, which I know you sort of already agree with because you were already on the David Murray Vengeful Spirit train. And I know that Corey and Connie agree with at least the Cassidy being the crying child's name. I think the Scott talking about the one retcon, if that retcon is that the FNAF 1 newspapers are referring to Charlie as one of the 5 deaths, I don't know if that's something people were talking about at the time for it to be the retcon.
Actually, that would have been post 4, so I guess if maybe from Scott's point of view, if there was no Golden Duo at the time, he was like, well, people know that this kid has to either be Golden Freddy or the puppet, and they're going to realize that it can't be the puppet, so he's got to be the other one. So, like, from his point of view, he's like, nobody's talking about it. When he had that post up, which is just after Sister Location, he's just like, people are going to eventually come around to the idea that she's the 5th one, and Golden Freddy is the kid
That's
that I made a
so
whole game
true.
about.
Yes, oh my god. I have to deprogram myself from 10 years of this. In the games, we only learn about the 5 kids and then FNAF 4 Crying Child. So yes, of course,
true.
if he's Golden Freddy, then the 5th kid is the puppet. Like it's so easy if you just look at it that way. Like, it's just what the games are overtly saying, not the sort of scaffolding of lore that we added on trying to solve
like
the
a
mystery as
mystery
we
kid.
went. Yeah, like just the idea of, oh, the mystery kid Golden Duo. Like, there just isn't one.
So the MCI is the 4 kids and Charlie.
Yeah.
And then the secret Golden Freddy kid is the crying child.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Newt the Gamer. Doesn't the Graves line up with the FNAF 3 good bad ending? So yes, the one in the distance, the one behind all of them, is Golden Freddy. The one at the top of the hill is Cassidy Afton, which is also Golden Freddy, which is also behind the other masks in FNAF 3.
Yeah, so for Scott to say that one retcon wasn't really noticed makes sense at the time when he said that. It wouldn't make sense for him to say that now.
Yeah.
Because he'd be like, well, people think that there's a 5th missing kid and Charlie and the crying child. So, well, then that's obviously not noticed, right? Or it hasn't been noticed, and that's a problem. So, like, but when Sister Location came out, I think people were pretty much on board for the idea that Crying Child was either Golden Freddy or the puppet, but they were confused about how that made sense.
Yeah.
I think,
It was
like,
also,
what did people think?
It was also,
did they think Crying Child was nobody?
It was also pre-Molten MCI, so the idea was that, okay, well, Baby is Elizabeth and Ballora is Mrs. Afton, and now there's 2 to 3 more other dead kids for Foxy, Freddy, and Bon Bon. So, like, people were just all kinds of confused. But MatPat had the big, is the Crying Child the puppet or Golden Freddy thing, and I believe his conclusion was that it was Golden Freddy. Right, T-Dreads? You watched that recently?
Say that one more time for me.
MatPat said that Crying Child is either the puppet or Golden Freddy, and his conclusion was Golden Freddy, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Because he doesn't die outside the building. Is dead.
So then what did MatPat say about the 5th kid? Or did he say anything?
I don't know.
I actually don't think he addresses it. I think he addresses... No, he doesn't address it, if I recall correctly. I really don't think he does. That, like, but wait, shouldn't there be a Golden Freddy kid 2 years later? Like, he literally doesn't say that. I don't think he brings it up.
So we've gained about 100 viewers in the last couple minutes, so I do want to reiterate this. So the reason that Charlie would be a missing kid is because Freddy's literally says that if you die at the restaurant, they will hide your death and file a missing persons report within 90 days. Like, that is said in FNAF 1.
Well, and they literally cover it up in FNAF 2, the movie, not as a missing person incident, but they still cover it up.
Yes, so that's
even
just
though she died in the building.
Fully within their
character. Do you think then, GiBi, that she died in 1983 or whenever, and then years later, other kids died, and that's why it says linked to 3 other disappearances, like they've all been dead for different amounts of time, or the other 4 were killed after her, but she's just kind of lumped in because, well, another kid went missing. So
I think if in the span of 2 years, you have one kid goes missing outside the restaurant, one kid whose father says he ran off to Freddy's in the middle of the night and never came back. That's another link to the restaurant. Then we have a big question mark. and then 2 kids who are in the restaurant on the same day both get lured to an off-camera room by Bonnie. This is now 5 kids who have been linked to Freddy's who have disappeared. Because Charlie was supposed to be at the party. You know, if you asked Henry or any adult, where's Charlie tonight? At Freddy's. But she's just gone. Yeah.
See, it's always been an interesting thing because we've never seen in the games the reaction to Charlie's death. Like, we've never found out what the kind of fallout from that was, but it would make sense if there wasn't a fallout until the other kids died later.
Literally in the movie.
My question would... Well, yeah, but my question would be, if that's the case, like, if the case is that, like, okay, Charlie is one of the MCI, you know, why is Scott going out of his way to reinforce the idea that she died first and then the other 5 kids died later?
I do think that she died first.
Yeah, but like, as in, the 5 other kids died later. Like, they are a different grouping, quote unquote, to her. Like, in the same way we don't lump in like Elizabeth with anybody. We don't lump Charlie in with anyone. So like, other continuities keep doing the same thing. Like, she's not part of that lineup of the MCI, quote unquote.
So, I mean, we kind of talked about it, but in the movie, it would be, there's no crying child, so we need blonde-haired kid. And in the books, Charlie, you know, there's no puppet, so we need the other 5 kids.
I guess what I mean is, if Scott knows about our consensus, right? Like, the kind of current modern consensus is Charlie died in 83. Years later, the MCI, which is 5 different kids, die, and then those are counted as 2 separate events. If Scott knows this, and he doesn't have a crying child kid, but is he intentionally reinforcing false facts? Like, is he maybe not intentionally just leading us astray, but definitely not doing anything to assuage the rumors that, like, Charlie is not counted in that 5? You know, is that him twirling his mustache and going, they'll never figure it out? Or...
I think based on when these stories would have had to have been originally written and conceived, the only one he could possibly have written in reaction to the current fandom consensus is the new movie. Because Into the Pit, I mean, the Silver Eyes was written long before any of this made sense. It was written before FNAF 4. But even Into the Pit, I think, would have been before Golden Duo, because we didn't have Golden Duo until the Stitch Wraith. So the only incarnation of the story that Scott could possibly have used to try to correct the record would be the movies. And the movies are already different. So it would almost be that Golden Freddy, Luke Skywalker, Blonde Kid is the movie's version of David Murray. Like, that would almost have to be...
Yeah.
Because if Garrett is crying child equivalent, then that leaves Blonde Kid to be Andrew David Murray or something.
In support of these ideas, something I think that Scott might be doing with the movie, or might not be, or is it... it's at least seeming to influence him, right? Is, I personally think that the movies are more directly based on the story of just FNAF 1 to 3, at least the first one. And I definitely believe that in FNAF 1 to 3, there was a 5th kid, and that was the Golden Freddy kid. I think the idea of Crying Child came later, and he kind of, like the box, he was leaving up the idea that the Golden Freddy kid could be important and potentially separate. But I do think when he kind of signed his, Avengers credit name, on FNAF 3, and he was like, and the end, the kids move on, they're all happy. The solution is the kid that died, the kid that's Golden Freddy, it was his birthday that they all died at, and it was at the location after the Springlock shut down, and that's why there's all those weird masks in Happiest Day. Those are the weird suits that were present at the location after the Springlocks. The kid that died, it was his birthday, that's why he's important. All the kids have to be there together to move on because they were all there when they died. And that's the story of FNAF 1 to 3.
Yep.
And that's kind of what I think the movie is leaning into. Like, Mike Schmidt is not the killer's son. He's some guy. And he works at Freddy's. And it's not tied in the way the other ones are, which I think now the second movie is Scott being like, oh no, people want the lore from the games. I guess I have to put Michael Afton in it now, you know?
I need to yeet all the
Because
MCI kids out of the story because they were never important.
yeah,
Mike
if
is
in the
coming
next
back.
game we find out there's like a crying child equivalent, or you know, Elizabeth is real in the games, I'm like, or in the movies, I'll have a feeling that Scott started with one idea, as he did with the games, started with one idea and then pivoted in the middle. Because I feel like if Michael Afton was on his mind in FNAF 1, there would have been some sort of setup for that.
FNAF 1, the movie or the game?
The movie.
Yes. I think, like with many movies, the first one is written just to get a movie
As a
made.
standalone.
It's like, this is a standalone. I don't exactly know where it's going. Maybe there's dangling plot threads like Scott likes to leave. Like what,
Yeah.
what happened to Garrett. And then once the second movie is greenlit and he knows that there's almost certainly going to be a third one, now is when things get complicated.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. So you are David
I'm
Murray,
hesitant.
Vengeful Spirit, right? You're David Toyshink?
Right. That's usually more so because I'm God David and I'm Bite Victim Vengeful Spirit.
Holy based.
So the reason for that is because I think UCN gives us enough clues to say that it was Bite Victim that was the Vengeful Spirit for some reason. And which again is more Cassidy erasure, because like the reason we think Cassidy's the Vengeful Spirit is because we don't have anywhere else to put her. Right? Like
Yep.
if Happiest Day happens, then she can't go away with that because that's for Bite Victim. Or if she does, then we can't put Bite Victim. There's always like this extra spirit hanging around. However you think that is probably the Vengeful Spirit. You know, if you think Andrew's an extra victim of the MCI, then he's the one that goes in there. So I think you could argue that Scott also had that problem where he was like, well, now I've got this fifth kid floating around. What do I do with them? Oh, I'm going to make them the Vengeful Spirit. Great. That's how we wrap up the story, is we find out what happened to that last kid I never talked about. Or we did that because we didn't realize that there wasn't another kid. So we said, well, it must be the other Golden Freddy one, because it can't be the other one because we know what happened to him and he wasn't vengeful. But Scott was trying to lead us down that road in UCN, and now because of the God David stuff, he's just doubling down. So if God David is real, then Bite Victim Toyshink and Dave Toyshink would be the same thing, basically.
Yeah, my issue with Crying Child Toyshink is that I think that I always forget if it's Nightmare Freddy or Nightmare Fredbear, but one of them is obviously Crying Child. You know, we know who our friends are, and you are not one of them. And there's a little boy voice in the background. That character is sort of the one who is speaking as Crying Child, and so for him to also be Golden Freddy Vengeful Spirit, I think is unnecessary because we already have a spot for him. I do want to say that Toy Chica's high school years, right? We have 6
Has
scenes.
an extra victim, yeah.
We have 6 scenes plus the Foxy hook that's already in the bag, right? So that's 7. So it could be like Elizabeth crying. No, I don't know. We have 6. It would be 4 MCI kids, Crying Child, Charlie, David Murray. The last Toy Chica the high school years cutscene is, look at that snout. Looks aren't everything. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I'll wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car. David Murray coded?
Maybe. I mean, something else interesting to note is that she is sitting where, in the actual final cutscene, her and her bag are sitting under the same tree that Crying Child's grave would be buried under.
Wait, that's
in UCN,
true.
in FNAF 6, because she's leaning up against the tree.
Yes.
So, and she says, tomorrow is another day. So it's like Fredbear plush, Crying Child, trees buried under. Bear of Vengeance has a brother who's a fox and has a sister who's Mangle, who we see in Elizabeth's room. Like, all this stuff, I think we're supposed to work backwards, right? I think we're supposed to go, why is there all this Bite Victim imagery? He can't be the one you shouldn't have killed. Oh, well, what if he is? Fredbear plush? Question mark? Because this is the last one you see as well before the Golden Freddy cutscene. So the last thing she says makes you think, oh, William Fredbear plush. Fredbear plush talks to Crying Child right before he dies. I will put you back together. Flatline. What if William killed him? What if he pulled the plug or whatever? You know, I think it's a lame way of answering that, because it's like you have to do a lot of work to go backwards and fill in a load of gaps. But I also think I don't know why Scott would make something like Bear of Vengeance if it wasn't to tell us something about the vengeful spirit in that game.
I think it could just be to tell us about Mike. Because remember, vengeful spirit is not an in-universe term. That's a fandom term. It's the one you should not have killed in the games.
No, that's the
Scott said
the
it
one
in
you
the
should have killed
casting
in the games,
call.
and it is
Yeah,
it was the casting call.
but like I've always been against using the Bear of Vengeance name to link it to the vengeful spirit, because that's not the canon name.
It's not the canon name, but it's also like even if it's not the name, Bear of Vengeance, Golden Freddy is the final cutscene. There's a character clearly who is vengeful. Like, we don't have to take it like literally as we usually do with like, oh, vengeful spirit, Bear of Vengeance. But like vengeance being a theme associated with a bear, and then that bear having associations with the Crying Child. It's like that's where it kind of, it's where I start to go like, why why is this how we're structuring this game? And I mean, hey, maybe Scott did have God David planned out in 2018. So he was like,
I think he would.
True.
I think he would have.
In 2014.
You know, I think 2015, God Victim could very well have been intended. And then by UCN, it becomes some version of God David. Like, and here's the new kid I'm going to introduce the entire next saga about, and why he's important. The what? The Kelsey?
What?
A black-haired kid who, looks blonde for some reason. What if I make an entire story about why the vengeful spirit probably has blonde hair, but then I decide to make David Murray have brown hair? What if that's the entire point of the new kid?
One scene from Guardians of the Galaxy 2 where Star-Lord like snaps out of the weird like mind control, whatever.
Yeah.
It is.
You
What? That's me whenever I hear like a Fazbear Frights title in real life. What?
It's finally nice to meet you in the flesh.
Yeah, I met him the week before.
What?
What? Oh dear. Okay.
But
Go fetch.
before that, so Samuel Doherty, 2 pounds or euros, I can't tell the difference. Does the Charlie Jesus imagery tie into Toy Shink? I don't know.
Don't think so.
I don't know if Scott even intended it or cares.
It tied into cinematographer incompetence.
It tied into, this is a cool shot.
What if we made evil Jesus? This is just regular bread.
Evil Jesus be like, I can't swim. I'm sinking in this water.
Evil Jesus be like, help, I'm sinking.
Help.
That's a really big storm.
Okay.
Everyone take cover.
Okay.
So there's also this other interesting thing of Golden Freddy since those games, since like FNAF 4, having been represented as a character which is in some way made up of the other characters, right? Like in Help Wanted 2, you've got to combine all of the Fizzy Faz to get the Fredbear plush to put on the Gray or the Fredbear memory doll or whatever it is, which to me evokes feelings of Happiest Day, because you have to bring the other 4 together before you can get that 5th one. But then I'm like, is that for Crying Child or is that for weird Cassidy character if they exist?
So one of the I have 2 sort of topics to segue to. I was completely anti-Shatter Victim because of how the community told me that Millie's Happiest Day worked in the book. Because I'm like, you don't need to gather all the people. Like, Shatter Victim doesn't need to be true. The only thing you need is a recreation of the event that killed them. to give them closure so they can move on. Now that I think that Millie was literally saved by time travel, it allows room for Shatter Victim to be more true than not, if that makes sense. So that would almost fit the idea that, all these things need to become one thing motif that we see continuing throughout the series.
Well, there's also this very interesting imagery in FNAF 4, which I've been spending years trying to understand, which is as the crying child is dying in the hospital bed, and William is speaking to him about how he's broken and we're still your friends. Do you believe that? One by one, the little plushes of each of the characters disappears.
Oh my god.
Then the Fredbear plush disappears. Then the crying child
disappears.
Oh
my god.
Wait, what are we?
Finish your thought. Finish your thought.
Which I'm like, is that representative of either William killing the kids one by one? He's going you, and then for some reason the crying child is being attached to those, and that's what when William said. Oh, and I have this. Okay, so here's the other thing, right?
Bro, my god.
So here's the other thing, right? Symbolic of them getting murdered.
Yes. Crying child, not to cut you off or steal your thunder. You say it. I don't want to steal your thunder. You say it.
Okay. So there's also something which ties into this, which is everyone's been very curious about why the final speaker's line, the "I will put you back together," is the wrong color. And some people have said it's a different speaker. Some people have said it's because William's not talking through the plush or something. Blah 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 blah.
Or Scott forgot.
But or it's a mistake. Yeah. But if you look at the text color, it's the same as the little girl standing outside Fredbear's, which is the girl with the pigtails. And what does she say? She says, "I hear they come to life at night, and if you die, they hide your body." It's a symbolic showing that when the character says, "I will put you back together," it symbolically is relating it to the story of people having their bodies hidden. And as that's happening, we're seeing the little characters disappear one by one.
Guys, okay. I might be stupid and missing something. Crying child gets bit and is not dead. William kills kids to gather their remnant to potentially literally inject it into crying child to heal him or something equivalent of that.
That's
so
crazy.
As the plushes are disappearing, he's like, I'm going to kill Susie. That didn't work. Okay, but I have to kill Jeremy and experiment with his remnant blood or whatever. That didn't work. The last person...
Oh, wait, I have a truth nuke.
So he basically, crying child doesn't die until he's bit first, on life support, MCI happens, he doesn't die until all the other kids have also died, and William experimented with them to try to heal him, and then he finally flatlines, which is why in Give Gifts, Give Life, he is last.
I have something that might add to this.
Okay.
In Toy Chica, the high school years, it's specifically that Toy Chica is bringing the people back to her house all the time.
Yes.
So if she's getting the remnant from the MCI and bringing it back to her house to give it to the crying child type beat, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And very, what have you brought home? Very Frankenstein-y, right? Like, instead of literally, I'm going to stitch your arm onto a body and then stitch someone else's neck onto it's taking parts of them and putting it all into crying child in some sort of I'm going to try to heal you with their remnant, their life force type thing, which would be why he contains all of them in like a Horcruxy type way. And he dies last, which is why him and the Fredbear plush are the last ones left.
Yeah.
And that's why
Charlie died before that, or she dies at the
she would definitely die first. Whether she dies before or after the bite, I guess, is still a question. But she would definitely die before, because in this telling, he wouldn't die until 1985, right? He would be in this coma for 2 years as the other kids are fading around him. And then they need to recreate, the circumstances of his death to help him. William wants him to come back to life, whereas the other kids help him actually move on. Okay, so wait, then what's FNAF World?
So, okay, if we take it with Cassidy, and we can take it without Cassidy, right? So with Cassidy, I've been working, and T-Drez have been kind of suggested something similar before.
Those who know.
And we were talking about it a lot recently, which is the idea that Cassidy is in some way being used as a manual tool for William to put the Crying Child back together, which is why the Fredbear plush disappears before Crying Child, because the Fredbear plush is still representative of a fifth kid who is the
to specify,
the Golden
you're
Freddy kid.
you're using Cassidy as the unknown additional victim.
Yes.
Right? If Cassidy is Crying
sorry,
Child's
not-
name, we could just say Andrew.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Or
Whoever the
Kelsey or
fifth
whatever.
MCI kid is, right?
Yeah.
Fifth MCI, Cassidy girl, Cassidy. And the whole thing of FNAF World is William as Glitch Bear is interfacing somehow, probably through the Fredbear plush, with Cassidy. And he's like, it's your job to put him back together. Go find his memories, link him up with the other kids, and leave breadcrumbs for him so he can find his way. And that's what Cassidy does. And because of that, Cassidy is separate from that group after the fact, because she's being used basically as a crafting table, as Teacher has said. Like, she's the thing that's putting them all away. So she then is left behind if they do indeed move on, or she's just put somewhere else, and then she comes back at the end because she's attached to William because of all the things that he did. That's with Cassidy. Without Cassidy, I think FNAF World is a lot less literal, or it's, if it is literal anyway, it's probably some aspect of the Crying Child which is in itself working for William to put himself back together. Because in the, I think it's like the source code for something, is it FNAF World? It says he put the pieces together. He put the pieces together. So that could be Crying Child putting himself back together, or who knows. But in that case, it becomes kind of like, okay, what is FNAF World then? Like, who's William interfacing with? Is it Charlie? Are we playing as Charlie in FNAF World? But then will we be Charlie in the Vengeful Spirit role because it's red, whatever?
Who are you? Your Adventure Freddy. It could literally just be Gabriel. Like, we sort of want to assign it a special importance, but it could almost be like, Midnight Motorist Runaway, and I know that you don't agree with this, but let's say Midnight Motorist Runaway is Fritz, Fruity Maze is Susie, FNAF World is Gabriel. Now it's kind of like Jeremy doesn't have a thing to him. But it could be William being... what's the order that the plushies fade in FNAF 4? What is the order?
It's weird. It's not any... I think it's like from right to left. It's not specific. Let me see. FNAF 4 minigame. Yeah, I've already tried lining it up with the kids that you can get in FNAF World, and I was like, do they disappear in the same order as you can achieve them? I don't think it is. It's Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy.
Okay.
So backwards of what you would expect, then Golden Freddy, then...
But that could imply that Gabriel was the last kid killed to do FNAF World, basically.
Maybe. Yeah.
And
so then...
Absol's also pointing out it doesn't need to be that literal. It could just be all of them or any of them.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Cawthon's in the game, so, like, who knows? I think something interesting, though, with the idea of Cassidy being a fifth MCI kid, being a separate character, something I would take from the Jake and Andrew story is that what we are watching in the logbook is essentially what Happiest Day looked like from a more literal perspective, or what FNAF World looked like from a more literal perspective, which is why it takes place during FNAF 3 in the logbook. And it's basically showing us like what it actually meant for leaving breadcrumbs. Like, it wasn't playing mini games, it was like Cassidy talking to the Crying Child and trying to get him to wake up. And what we could even take from the Andrew Jake thing is the idea of somebody using their memory to set the other one free. So in the way that Jake sets Andrew free in his memory of the baseball game, it could be that Scott's trying to be clever and not retcon himself and say, no, the kid at the end of Happiest Day is technically the memory of the fifth MCI kid. So that's why the Happiest Day masks are weird, is because it is representative of the MCI birthday, but it's freeing the crying child because Cassidy's like a sacrificial lamb. It's like we use your memory to set him free, and now you can't be free. Which is why in FNAF World there's a separate memory for the crying child of the three of them watching TV together. And that's the real one he should have had, but he can't have it because of something. So we're gonna use Cassidy's happiest day. We're gonna go, okay, you could get free if your happiest day was in the memory of being at the MCI birthday and all the other kids are there. But instead, we're giving that to Crying Child, and that's what the true horror of William's actions is that he's stolen the happiest day from Cassidy.
In this case, Cassidy is the unnamed, not unnamed,
The other fifth,
the fifth unseen spirit. I just think that it's just less complicated.
Agreed.
And that you have to leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way. We have the clock stuff. Because, I mean, I think the logbook happens right before FNAF 3. Which could sort of be, you know, the logbook is the other side of... It's just another interpretation of FNAF World, like you were saying. You know, trying to help him put his memories back together. To allow Happiest Day to happen where he relives the bad birthday party and then it's all good. I will say, I kind of skipped over this earlier, but Scott saying that there's a Cassidy script that he rejected could literally just be, you know, there's a Crying Child script that he rejected.
Yeah. I think it actually, what he says makes more sense if it is the Crying Child, because he said it spans every era of FNAF, and Cassidy, the Crying Child, the missing children's kid, would not span every decade. She would be in like 1 or 2 stories. Crying Child is very important to Sister Location and to the MCI and to FNAF 3 and to FNAF 4. Like that would be an encyclopedia movie. What are you giggling at, T-Dreads?
Sorry, I'm not you guys. It's something on my end.
Bro.
Okay.
Bro's playing like Marvel Rivals or something.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't realize GiBi was a prophet. How did he know?
What?
I was getting roasted all game for playing a bad character, and then I checked the guy's roasting me stats, and he hit a total of 6% of his shots. Bro was aiming into the abyss. My accuracy, for information, was 60%. I hit over half of them.
10 times better.
You guys know the newer games much better than me. So chat was mentioning the Phas Force figures earlier. Can you explain what those are and how they appear in the game?
Those are in Help Wanted 2. They're collectibles. I can't remember how you collect them. I think you just find them in different levels. And at the end, you put all 6 of them together. And that gives you one of the endings, I'm pretty sure. Phas Force, Help Wanted 2. I don't know Help Wanted 2 that well. There's 6 of them. It's the 4 main characters. And then there's 2 secret friends. And that's Golden Freddy or Fredbear and the Puppet are the other 2 action figures.
True.
They're like Voltron style, you know,
Megazord
combine of figures.
Yeah, it's so weird how the MCI is supposed to be 5 kids, but then like everywhere the Puppet and Golden Freddy are like, they're special.
Because put it this way, either Golden Freddy's special because of this character named Cassidy, who we have absolutely no characterization for other than they're special, or it's just the Crying Child whose name is Cassidy.
What makes you so special?
Well, that's
6,
different.
Which will trigger the first ending, which I'm trying to figure out which that is.
Ending number 7.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2. There's Vanny Crushing Glitch Trap, and then there's You Become Mapbot, right?
Which J-Top just said was like canon or something. So.
Yeah, almost like they both happen or something.
Yeah, guys, Glitch Trap's dead. Very cool arc you had, guys.
I think that what makes you so special thing could be a hint that you're Bonnie Bully or something, and isn't necessarily about.
I was just joking.
Yeah. Phas Force gives you the basic ending in Help Wanted 2. Thank you, Solstice Beston. But that's Mapbot.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out
right?
which one that is.
I believe it's Mapbot.
The
Cassie mask.
Yeah. You become the Mapbot and you give Cassie the masks. Someone was saying something earlier. Okay, Corey/Connie says, don't forget, both the Voltron figures and plushies only have 1 Golden Freddy figure. If Golden Duo was true, why would there only be 1? If Golden Duo was true, it would just be that Crying Child moved on and it's Cassidy or something.
Yeah, that's the thing is there's always an answer. There's always some answer you can give to both, right? But there's only one of them. Oh, but one of them isn't a victim, so one of them would have been not included. It's like, why is Elizabeth not there? Why is there not a Phas Force of Baby? Oh, well, she wasn't killed by William like the others, so she doesn't get included.
So, okay, earlier when we were talking about the FNAF 4 ending and I was having my brain blast, I thought when you said the text color changed to the same as who we believe might be Elizabeth.
The pigtail girl, right.
It could be that, okay, the last thing that William says to him is then foreshadowing of Elizabeth's death.
Oh, right. Well, that could be, working backwards from sister location, yes. Like, if Scott is going, okay, what I meant was it would be the MCI in FNAF 1 to 4, but now that I'm writing sister location, I can have it mean that it was Elizabeth, which is why she also looks like baby. So the fun times are the next step, you know. I take it in the video I'm writing as it's just indicating that whatever William does to put them back together is related to these experiments with either the nightmares or with Elizabeth or with the MCI or all of it together. It's just all being lumped into like they come to life at night and they hide your body if you die. That's not specific to the MCI. That could be about Elizabeth. That could be about anything.
Yes. Corey or Connie points out, in the Help Wanted 2 hub world, they put Golden Freddy's plush next to a staff bot head. In Security Breach, the crying child is represented by a headless staff bot. Yeah, I mean, Golden Freddy being crying child is obvious. It's just, is Golden Freddy sometimes crying child, sometimes Toy Shink? Or is there just not a... we don't have a word for this, for like the character that we thought Cassidy was, but no longer think is, because Cassidy's named the crying child. What is that entity? We don't have a word for that besides maybe Kelsey. But yeah, basically my thesis here would be Scott planned the Murrays much earlier than we expected. Vengeful Spirit, Toy Shink is David Murray. In the movie, there's the interesting detail that the name David is written on one of the sheets of paper. That's the only name on any of those. It's just a little kid, and it says David next to it.
Yeah.
People are talking about Dreadbear.
Very funny if that's just one of the production's kids.
Yeah, which kind of like how in the hacked font, the D has David because that's the guy who named the font's who made the font's name. Okay, Dreadbear. So obviously Frankenstein homage. Obviously, it has a lot of crying child imagery, because they're like trying to mix and match together like Frankenstein with stitched together body parts. I really like this. William killed the MCI kids one after another to experiment with them. You know, he kills kid 1, does some experiments, runs out of his juice, moves on to the next crying child, or oh my god, I need to sleep. Moves on to the next MCI kid, does experiments with them in, you know, the order that they disappear in FNAF 4. And then after the 4th one, crying child dies.
Yes. Well, also in Dreadbear, I will say that the Franken-Freddy, the Dreadbear himself, gets up out of a lake, walks out of a lake, and over to a barn where we find a birthday cake, and it's me. So I would say the last time we saw a crying child connection was it walking into a lake. So that would be a part of the whole bite victim vengeful spirit idea.
In UCN, you mean?
Yeah, because you know, to end that game, you have to walk into the lake as Red Bear, and then we see in Curse of Dreadbear, Fredbear walk out of a lake, which is next to the FNAF 4 house.
But why would crying child be Toy Shink? Unless
because obviously William Afton murdered him, and the entire FNAF 1 neighborhood isn't real and is underground, and it was all set up from the beginning.
It could
it's
be...
literally the Truman Show. Obviously it did.
Boo. It could be something to the effect of... And this would be a very interesting interpretation of FNAF 4 also. That, it's sort of like Loop Victim E. Where Loop Victim isms... So let's sort of view it a little bit like Horcruxes, or putting someone's soul into someone else's body. When William kills Fritz and uses his remnant or life force to try to save Crying Child, and then it doesn't work, so he moves on to Jeremy. Fritz is now inside Crying Child, And so it's sort of like his representation appears in FNAF 4 in the mini games, right? So he wouldn't be there in real life, but he is there now in this loop of the mini games. So when Red Bear is talking to Old Man Consequences, it's almost like it is Crying Child, but it also has the other 4 kids in there, which is why he is so vengeful. It's almost like the Molten, like the inverse of Molten MCI. Molten MCI is all the kids in one robot. This would be all the kids in one human body. Although then why would it be called the one you should not have killed?
Yeah, the one you should not have killed.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to go really, really like artsy fartsy with it, it could be Scott making commentary that there is no one he shouldn't have killed. He shouldn't have killed any of them. So they're the one. They're all together in one spirit.
Yeah.
But then it's like, I have seen him. It's like, and he's got a face. He has to look like somebody.
Can you, okay, can we pull up Candy Cadet's story, the burglar one?
Sure.
Draz is saying, GiBi, this might be too complex. I guarantee, okay, I know that we all have degrees in FNAFology, but, like, Draz, what I'm putting forward
Like
is
the
significantly, no, in FNAF 301, we all have, I don't know, FNAF studies. What I'm putting forth is significantly less complicated than what the community consensus currently is about Cassidy and the extra vengeful spirit.
Now I will tell you a story. A story about a kind man who would visit 5 orphans and bring them toys and gladness.
Okay, so
the man lived alone.
Bring them toys. So in FNAF 4, in this cutscene where they're all vanishing, they're represented by literal toys. Right, the plushes. Continue.
Yes. The man lived alone and lived in fear that someone might break into the house of one of the 5 children. So he adopted all 5 and brought them together in one place in his own home. He promised them to never leave them, and they promised to always come home and never stay out too late. He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
That night,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
still...
with the truth at the door.
I was hoping there'd be a big, like, oh my god moment, but
Hello, guys.
I still think the
Yeah.
toy maker would have to be Henry.
See, I don't get it, though, because then Henry's the one that stitches them together. Nobody stitches together Molten Freddy except for Michael,
Yeah,
technically.
yeah. Or Baby, like, yeah. FNAF 5 sister location entered isms.
But, like, the man lived alone and lived in fear that someone might break into the house of one of the 5 children. Like, is it just very loose parallels to people? They're all just loosely about 5 things becoming one. I know there's arguments about the kitten story, but, like, are they just loosely about that, and they're not about anything in particular? They're not like a story. You know, that's what Mr. Hippo is saying. Sometimes a story is just a story. And it's not that Scott wrote this so cryptically that we're supposed to be like, this is a metaphor for the DCI. But we're just supposed to go, yes, 5 things becoming one. I get it.
So, I think we can all agree that Toy Chica's high school years is about the MCI in some thing, and to some degree. So there's the one about
His
the dog.
victims, anyway, yeah.
Where is it? Where's the dog?
I told her dog was fine at my house. Or
I told him
I told her dog had been hit by a car.
Yeah, I told them someone ran over his dog in front of my house. Once he's there, I'll entice him in with warm cookies, lure him inside, and then I'll have him. We know that William didn't tell Susie that her dog died. She already knew that. And he obviously didn't use cookies. So those details are extraneous to just fit the theming of Toy Chica trying to date
All right, guys,
boys.
I'm going to go work out. See you.
Okay, bye.
Enjoy.
All right, bye.
So, like, those details aren't important. The important detail is the dead dog. So, in Candy Cadet, you know, which details don't matter? Like, what is it really just trying to get across?
Yeah.
5 things
The same thing
became
with the
one
movie.
thing, Molten MCI.
Well, then there's this super weird. Now I will tell you about a story about a young woman who was sealed in a small room. In the room was a furnace and 5 keys. She was told that each of the 5 keys would unlock one of the 5 doors outside her room. Inside each room was a child that she could take with her as she fled the building. But she was only allowed to leave her own room with 1 key, not all 5. Desperate to find a way to save all 5 children, the woman melted the 5 keys together in a furnace to create a single key, hoping it would unlock all 5 doors. Of course, it did not work that way. Now her key opened none of the doors. Rather than leaving there with the key to 1 life, she had taken with her the key to 5 deaths. Like, that seems very strange to be just like, yeah, there's 5 things. Like,
I,
what?
I always read that as Charlie had the ability to save one kid or even have one kid move on. And she was like,
Yes.
no, I need to save everyone. And in doing this, either they all died or it took 30 years for her to finally successfully happiest day.
Yeah.
Which would be 5 kids plus herself, which would mean one of those would have to be Crying Child. Or
Yeah.
David Murray.
Yeah. So, like, see, I find it interesting that it fails. So, to me, if that is something about Happiest Day, that would be Scott being like, in this version of the timeline, it didn't work. Like,
Or that's just not the canon
she
ending.
thought. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I mean. It's not canon to this game. Like, Happiest Day did not happen.
Yeah.
At least, definitely not the way we saw it. Like, the MCI kids are still around. They're in Molten Freddy. But then it's like, okay, so the 5 keys would unlock one of the 5 doors outside her room. She's sealed in a small room. Inside is a furnace.
Yeah,
So, like,
she is the puppet. She's already dead. In the room is
yeah,
haunting an animatronic.
yeah. So she melts the 5 keys together. So whatever it is that she thinks can save one of them each, she puts that together into one thing, and now it's not going to help anybody. It's useless.
Yes.
Because it's interesting because it's kind of a different ending to the 5 bodies, because the knock at the door implies that it worked,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Whereas in this, she puts the 5 things together, and that's a bad thing. And I guess it is a bad thing in the other one because the kids come and kill him. But like, then the kitten one doesn't really say anything about how it works.
I think the kitten
He
one's
says,
just baby.
"Now I will tell you a story about a little boy. He had a red snake that he kept in a metal cage whose hunger could not be satisfied. So again, we've got a thing trapped in some box. One day he found the 5 baby kittens outside his house. He brought them inside and kept them in a shoebox. He knew that the snake might kill them, but could not bring himself to get rid of the snake. He knew that if he chose one kitten to feed to the snake, it might be satisfied, but he could not choose. So he went to bed, leaving the cage open. The snake went to the shoebox, chose a kitten at random, and ate it. After 5 nights had gone by, the boy was full of regret and cut the snake open. He pieced the remains together and put the kitten back into the shoebox." So there's a question here of, did the snake eat a kitten every night at random, or did it only eat one, and then 5 nights later he felt bad and cut it open and put the one kitten back into the shoebox with the other 4 living kittens?
I think it's that. I think it's baby. Red thing in a metal cage kills a kid at random, and then he regrets it.
So he puts the remains back together and puts it back into the shoebox with the other 4.
But of course,
so the other 4 are still alive.
Well, I think it's more to the effect of like putting baby back together, or putting Elizabeth back together. But then we as the outside audience, I don't. Which story is it that says? But of course, it doesn't work that way. Is that the key story?
The key story. Okay. Of course, it did not work that way.
We as the audience hearing the story know that you can't take the kitten out of the snake, stitch it back together, and it be alive again. So I think this is sort of telling us that to William, or possibly to Mike in Sister Location, they're like, oh, we'll put her back together, just like you asked me to. But that doesn't make her alive again.
Well, there's a question on Sister Location what Mike means by she's free now. Does he mean she's free as in she's roaming the sewers as a
Mm-hmm.
monster? Or she's free as in I put her soul to rest, but baby's still, floating around as the agony monster created by Elizabeth's death?
I always thought it was she's physically free out of the bunker. Because otherwise Henry
I
wouldn't
think
call
so
her Elizabeth.
too. That's what I thought as well. I just find it interesting that happiest putting someone back together seems to mean two different things in two different contexts. Like, what does it mean in the
Mhm.
context of Elizabeth? Like making her remember who she is?
I think so, although because FNAF is insane, on Scott's website in the source code, when Baby is
Yeah.
ejected from Ennard, she says, fine, I'll put myself back together. Which could just literally mean
Yeah.
she's going to a scrapyard to get herself a new arm. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how that fits with the other two.
Yeah, what does that mean? But when you say put back together in that context, I thought she was already put back together because Mike says he did. Like, but what did he even do? What did he do? He didn't do anything. What did William tell him to do? Go along with it. She'll lie and think she's tricking you, but really you know it all and you're just gonna fake it. Like, is that the idea that William knew that that's exactly what was going to happen? Was Ennard would become a thing, and that would essentially put Elizabeth back together, but they needed Mike to escape. So he's like, Mike, throw yourself on the fire there and let your sister out.
I mean, I don't think
Put it back together.
I don't think
Just
Mike
like you are.
intended to be scooped.
Well, then what did he do? Is my question.
He took the chip out of Baby's arm.
I don't put as much weight into that as a lot of people do. That chip in her arm. I think the whole like there's something bad inside of me that always remains. You need to make sure they destroy what's bad and help what's good. She's not even in the suit at that point. She's Ennard standing behind the suit. She's already been scooped. So that thing in her arm is nothing to do with Ennard. I think that chip is what she says it is that it's just like a remote communication device. But it's in Helpy, so I don't know. Could be wrong. Could be completely wrong. But like,
And Helpy is
she's
David
already
Murray.
out of the suit. That's the like rug pull that we always talk about at the end of the
Yeah.
FNAF games. Is she says Circus Baby's already been here today, and we know that in the background of that cutscene you can actually see Ennard, like
Yes.
standing there. So, are we to think that she's already out of Ennard, or at that point she is still in the suit, but then it's not until Mike sends her to get scooped that she then gets scooped out of Ennard, added to Ennard, and then she's behind the wall with the mask? Maybe that's what it is, because it doesn't have the mask until after we send Baby to get scooped. Like if you get jump scared,
True.
it doesn't have the mask on. So maybe the mask is the representative of, okay, all of them are now there. Up to that point it was just the MCI. And that's why she's like, Ballora, don't hurt him. He's here to help. And that's no, because then no. Because if you go into the custom night room, Elizabeth is already a part of Ennard at that point, and well, I guess you've already sent Baby to get scooped at that point.
Yes.
So she could still get added.
Yes.
So she like she's on the conveyor belt, wirelessly talking to you through the headset thing, then gets scooped. Ennard runs into the scooping room, picks up all Baby's parts, then runs back out of the room, and goes to find Michael in the security office.
I mean, yeah, we don't see Ennard immediately. Gonk says
Yes.
the 6767 clip lives rent-free in my head. Thank you, Gonk. That's all credit to Impulse 7 for that.
The 6-7 chip, my friend. I don't think molten DCI is a thing. I think the
No.
DCI are so like irrelevant to FNAF 6. It's like Scott wouldn't have put the MCI graves at the end of the game if they weren't somehow relevant to the story that had just occurred. Like they're the good ending. We see them all and we're like, "Oh, good for them. They got to move on. They're happy. It worked." If they've been moved on for like a year at that point, it's kind of weird to put them there if we already assumed they'd moved on. Like that's a way of showing it's not until right now that they're all happy and they're in paradise.
Yeah, I don't think the DCI plays into this at all, either to fulfill, like, oh, one of the missing kids comes from the DCI. I don't think that's a thing. I was going to say, okay, so Golden Freddy being just Crying Child. So, because I don't think that The Week Before is canon, and I think that the movie doesn't really tell us anything, that erases a couple of the it's me's that aren't associated with Crying Child. Right? Because in the movie, Foxy...
Right, yeah, the one's on the door.
It's on the mirror or something, and then in The Week Before, it's on the bathroom stall. So if those aren't canon, that the it's me's are always Golden Freddy, Crying Child isms to Mike.
Yeah.
Plus, in the barn in Curse of Dreadbear is the most recent it's me.
Yeah.
Which could also be
when
similar.
Dreadbear walks into it.
Yes.
Which is Crying Child.
Yeah.
I mean, like, also to be fair, in FNAF world, Golden Freddy's tagline is "It's me," so like that's pretty directly connecting those two things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty directly being like, okay, Golden Freddy's thing is "It's me." It's so important that we made it his catchphrase or whatever you want to call that loading screen tip. Like, you know. I think that's Scott being pretty on the nose about that connection. And Golden Freddy has influence over all the characters anyway, so so it could still be him, even if Foxy did write it on the back of that door.
Yeah, I think the bathroom stall one's a little more... Oh, yes, and then Golden Freddy used the field to pick up a Sharpie marker and color the bathroom door.
I think Foxy used the Sharpie, right? Isn't that
the implication? Yeah. People in the chat are mad about me saying The Week Before is not canon.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we know Tales isn't canon, 0 FNAF books are canon. So for us to say 0 FNAF books are canon, except for The Week Before, I think is quite silly. And the main piece of evidence that to me confirms it 100% is that the author stated on social media that they did their best to make the book fit in with the game's continuity. And if the book was intended to be canon, that wouldn't have been on the author. That would have been something that Scott oversaw. Like, Scott does not see the books as being part of his universe, so he doesn't care. It is a George Lucas expanded universe situation.
I was just thinking about that on the walk earlier. I was like, Scott is like the modern day George Lucas. Like, he's a pretty much independently led creator. Like, I know George had Fox and whatever breathing down his neck with the first one, but all in all, George for a very long time was quite independent in terms of the things he could and could not approve about Star Wars. And Scott, though of not the same maybe success, is that way. Like, he gets to approve. He says like, oh yeah, I approve everything that comes out, doesn't matter what it is. And George definitely used to say that about Star Wars, but it's like everyone knew he never read those books. He said he did for a while, but eventually it was like, George does not read the expanded universe. He doesn't count it at all in his head. That's why Clone Wars is the way it is, even though it was still under Lucasfilm.
Well, because he did care about the Clone War, right? Like, Attack of the Clones overwrote the Thrawn trilogy. He's like, actually, the thing that the Clone Wars was set up in an expanded universe, completely wrong. That didn't happen at all. And then we had
I specifically even mean the cartoon show. Is very much overriding what the EU had done. Like,
yes.
People try and make it fit, but up to that point, there had even been like this huge marketing campaign for the Clone Wars up to episode 3, where there was books and comics and everything coming out about what happened between 2 and 3. And then you go and see 3 in theaters and you go, wow, it all ties in. But the Clone Wars animated 3D animated one is very much like, nope, none of those books, don't worry about it. And that's why it still fits in the Disney canon, because it makes reference to certain things in the EU, but again, that's the author of that, or the writer of that episode being like, ooh, I'll sneak in a reference to the Black Sun Company or whatever.
Or, it's like Scott taking the name Ralph. Okay, so Leon's mad, you're ignoring canon media to fit your narrative. None of the books are canon. 0 of the books are canon. The idea that The Week Before is the only one is incredibly silly. Someone else said, The Week Before says it's canon. No, it doesn't. Within its own universe, The Week Before takes place the week before FNAF 1. That has no bearing on it taking place in the game's continuity. The same way, and Rytoast has the best quote, the Mario movie takes place in the world of Super Mario Bros. Does not mean it's canon to the games. The advertising on the back of the book done by an intern at Scholastic has no say over the FNAF canon. The book is absolutely not canon.
Or like we've been saying is like, those books that the Star Wars old expanded universe. Sorry, everyone who doesn't care about Star Wars, we're back. Classic GiBi Unwithered discussion. But like the whole canon EU includes the movies.
Yes.
But so does the new Disney canon. They both include the movies. In both universes, the movies happen exactly how we see them, but in the books, things vary. It's like, oh, in this universe, blah, 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 blah. That's like why Fazbear Frights. You can have FNAF 6 be the like jumping off point for Fazbear's Fright, or Fazbear Frights, where in one universe you split off and, oh, Andrew does this and Jake does that and the Stitch line happens and the puppet fights the big 20-foot tall trash monster. And in the other one, we go in the direction of Security Breach or Tales games or Tales or whatever. All of them have the games as the main canon, quote unquote. We used to have like tiers of canonicity in Star Wars. So like the movies were considered the most canon thing that you could possibly have. Then there's like stuff that George Lucas approves of and says as himself. And then there's like other things and books and media and toys, and it goes all the way down. So with FNAF, it's like the games are the most perfect canon, right? Like they are the thing that exists. And then with the spin-off books, like the interactive novels or the
movie,
the short story collections. Yeah, the movie's a little different because it's just an entirely separate continuity. But
so is Silver Eyes.
Right. And Silver Eyes, yeah. The two of them are completely different continuities. But then like with Frights or Tales, yeah, the games probably happen pretty much like up to the point of release. The games that we had happen in those stories. But then as soon as we get something in the games that overwrites it, you can just go, okay, well, that's definitely not part of the same canon.
I disagree with Frights. I think that viewing Frights that way goes back to Matt Pat trying to make Into the Pit matter.
Sure.
I don't think there's an MCI in Frights. I think it's just Into the Pit. I think that 5 or 6 kids were just killed in the restaurant in front of people while it was open.
Damn.
And I think that FNAF 3 is just Hudson.
Yeah. Yeah, but that would be the equivalent of the MCI in that game, in that universe.
Yeah, but you can't say that in Jake and Andrew's story, FNAF 1 through 6 happened, because the MCI was completely different, and FNAF 3 was completely different, and etc. We do have a donation from SRF, who says, who is Molten Freddy if not DCI? The MCI. It's called Molten MCI because he's the MCI. The idea is that William took during Follow Me probably, took the remnant from the original classic animatronics and mixed it all together in the scoop and put it in the Fun Times. So the Fun Times are a conglomeration of the MCI's remnant. I have a whole video about this. It's basically community consensus because it's literally what happens in the 4th closet. So when the books directly told us something, we all went, oh, that's what Scott was trying to say.
Yeah. It makes sense. It kind of like it's one of those things that I don't think you'd necessarily reach entirely solidly without the book, because there's obviously big questions of like, when does this happen? Oh, I guess Follow Me makes the most sense because that's kind of what Henry alludes to, but like definitely not what we saw in that minigame. So it's kind of a question of how much of the games is now also expecting you to overwrite things with information from the books. Like you have to assume Follow Me is about Molten MCI in hindsight, even though that's definitely not what it was about back in the day.
And it's not overwriting the games. It's more Scott explaining things that are a little too complicated for the 8-bit minigames to convey. Like we talked about earlier, the toys being Springlock suits was obviously poorly conveyed in that for 10 years we didn't understand it. Him telling us that that's the case in the movies is just him sort of pointing us in the correct direction. And so I think that's what Molten MCI in the 4th closet was.
If that's what he's doing.
He is.
If that's what the toy... I don't know, because like the toys are Springlocks in that universe because they're in the first Freddy's. Because they're in the era of Springlocks. No, I mean, like, they're well after they've been retired.
There's a mystery. There's a mystery about the Endo O2s that no one solved.
Endo O2 is not the toys. I keep saying this, and nobody's listening.
Well, we don't know.
Be the toy Endos.
We don't know.
They can't be the toy
Breeze,
Endos.
Breeze Boy, $2. GiBi, you lost the game. No raise for you. Everyone lost the game.
Damn. But the toys can't be Endo O2. The Wizards are Endo O2.
Because of like toes and stuff. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they don't fit. They don't make no sense. The
This
toys, I think the toys might not even have endoskeletons in the same way. I don't think they're like you put a Toy Freddy casing on a Chica robot and it's fine. I think they're like specially designed. That's why they cost a fortune, because they're not like swappable. They've all got different things going on. Mangle's an Endo 02 because Mangle's from the previous location.
Yeah. Is that what chat's saying?
That someone asked, why is Mangle an Endo 2 then? Because Mangle is not a toy.
Yeah, Mangle's like a weird fun time
You
classic.
are a toy.
Breeze Boy says NA canon over EU canon, so North America canon over Europe canon. It's funny because EU is also extended universe. It's a joke. It's a joke. Ha ha ha. Some people in life really don't like. Some people in the chat really don't like the books aren't canon stuff. But like that's it's a remnant of Scott not telling us about Frights and Tales for 5 years. I think if he'd been more upfront and hadn't let the debate rage on for so long, nobody would think that The Week Before is canon if he had just been clear from the start.
Okay, people keep asking about the logbook.
The logbook is not a novel.
The novels are different because the logbook is like, it's a puzzle basically, like it's an ARG essentially, but in print form.
Or like Scott's website. The logbook is
like
more like
Scott's
the Scott's website.
Yeah. If I think Scott doesn't want to release a book that is in continuity with the games, because in a book you have to go way more in depth about characters and plot and motivation and names and dates and you have to answer a lot of stuff. So it's like he doesn't want to tie anything down that hard, because if he does, then it's like, okay, well then in a future game I can't leave a hint to this or a hint to that, because I'm tied now to this very literal depiction of events. Whereas I think Scott prefers to be very, very aloof with details until they're like super important to a main plot. Mm-hmm. That's why we have so many mini games telling us stories rather than newspaper articles, as we did in the first game. Like, have we gotten any newspaper articles since the original game that actually give us information?
So there's like the lawsuits in FNAF 6. There's obviously newspapers in the movie. FNAF 3 newspapers. Sister Location had the... Okay, so like Scott's teaser for Sister Location that said closed due to leaks, right? Like that's canon.
Yes. Yes.
That's a marketing... That's a marketing image that's also a pun. That's a meta reference.
Yes.
But also is in-universe lore.
Presumably, yeah.
SRF says, how has your opinion of FNAF changed since the 9-hour vid? Lots and lots of ways. I discussed some of them in my 36-hour video. And then also right now. Like, this is kind of the biggest conversation that I've had regarding my overall thoughts on the series, because if Cassidy's the crying child's name, it changes a lot of stuff. PB Sandwich says...
It's gonna make discourse so difficult if we ever do get an answer, because it's going to be like, I mean, Cassidy, the new revealed name of the crying child. Dave is not, it's David Murray. Yep. Someone's like, who's Evan? And you're like, fuck.
PB Sandwich says, I don't necessarily disagree, but it's kind of close to the same logic that saying every game has to be canon. So we could someday get a games canon book, just like a non-canon game. Yeah, so like Into the Pit game is not canon. I think that the reason that we can assume that the books aren't is because Scott has never amended his statement about the Silver Eyes. This was sort of a sticking point, and one of the things that I talked about before we knew that Tales wasn't canon. So when the Silver Eyes came out, Scott said the books aren't canon. When Frights came out, Scott didn't say anything. So you have half of the community saying, oh, Scott said the books aren't canon, and he's never amended that statement, therefore Frights isn't canon. And the other half of the community go, Scott said Silver Eyes isn't canon, and he didn't say that about Frights, therefore Frights is canon. And the first group of people ended up being correct. Frights and Tales aren't canon. So I think we can continue this line of thought into the interactive novels.
Yeah.
No novel will be canon until Scott says it is. Because he said that when the first novel came out, he said these aren't canon. So there you go. Until he amends that statement, I think it's very safe to say that the books aren't canon.
I think, with the interactive novels, we're kind of in a similar situation to where we were with Frights and Tales a while ago, where Scott doesn't necessarily want to answer one way or the other what the question, like what the canonicity is, because he kind of like discourse continues as long as we don't know, right? So if some people assume it is and some people assume it isn't, then you have discussion there, and we've kind of already cut off that limb when it comes to Tales games and Frights games. So now we have a new discussion. So we have interactive games, right? Like, are the interactive novels canon? You can look at stuff like Return to the Pit and say, oh, well, it's the first Into the Pit version that has details which line up with the rest of the games. And then you can also look at, Escape to Pizzaplex and say, what is going on with all this stuff that happens in the middle that doesn't seem to make any sense? Or VIP or whatever. We can look at all these things from different perspectives and get different answers, but that's the point. Is I don't think until it's relevant to like what Scott is building in the games, I don't think we'll get solid answers on stuff like canonicity of these books. Because even like I know you were saying that Scott said they weren't canon. He technically said yes, they are canon, but they're not like they don't fit together like puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
They fill in gaps from the past. Some will be directly tied to the games. What does that mean? What does that mean, Scott? Does that mean that Room in 1280 is supposed to take place after FNAF 6, but not really? Or does that mean, yeah, it's 100%. They're in the same universe? Or, some of these take place in the Silverrise continuity. Like, what are you saying?
But
he won't tell us because it stops people talking.
Gonk says, clearly Return to the Pit Avengers ending is canon. Yep.
Listen.
Well, that's where Oswald dies because he's shot by a U.S. Army veteran.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's canon.
I think from Scott's point of view, it's smarter to also not let these books written by other people be canon. Because if he does that, then he suddenly has a bunch of extra lore that he's going to have to deal with in the future, or he's going to have to contradict later. So it is, from a creator point of view, same with George Lucas, it's smart to say, only what I says really counts, because I don't want to have to make a game in a few years and then somebody says, oh, but this book you said was canon said this, and so you can't do that. And then he either has to directly contradict it or, find some workaround. It's like, it's easier for him to just be at the reins of the canon of the continuity of the games, and everything else is just doesn't matter. Like, you can do whatever you want with those.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think that some of these books, right, because Scott is involved in some degree. The way that Fiona, David, and Edwin were name dropped in the books years before they were in the games means that Scott is telling them some version of the story, but he's telling them a version of the story so that they can tell their own alternate universe tale about those characters. I think Secret of the Mimic has already overwritten any canonicity that the week before had, because I think that both Ralphs are the same person. I think Ralph is the game's canon version of the phone guy, and I think that he worked at Murray's Costume Manor, and that would directly contradict the week before. I think the Ralph in the games is phone guy, and therefore he's incompatible with the week before Ralph.
Well, the question is he, like, do you think it's that incompatible? Or is that a case of like, yeah, when Scott made FNAF 3, he didn't know about the crying child, but, now he did. Now he does. So,
the week before is
like,
still canon because Ralph just forgot about working for Edwin Murray. He just didn't mention it. Like howAnakin doesn't mention Ahsoka in Revenge of the Sith. It just didn't come up.
Yeah, exactly.
He saw her that morning, but it just didn't come up.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's like, or the author, he couldn't tell the author the secret behind the scenes info because he didn't want to spoil it. So he's like, just don't tell him. And as long as it doesn't contradict it, it can still work. I'm providing the devil's advocate. This is what people argue, which is fair.
Or it could be a different Ralph.
I think the other thing that drives the week before people like either assuming it is or wanting it to be canon is because it's good. Like, we want to be able to say, yeah, and Ralph and Capellia and the whole thing there, and like, oh, that was so cool. We know about that. Because otherwise it's just a big gap in our knowledge, and now we have this cool story that we really want to include, and it pretty much fits, but can we look to it for answers? Like, can we look to it for, is William Dave? Ugh, like, do we have to take that into account now with the week before? Is he Dave from Maintenance?
The answer is no. Someone in chat points out, so in the games, Ralph doesn't know what Fredbear's Family Diner is. So working at Murray's Costume Manor and being poached by Fazbear Entertainment does not mean that he would necessarily know about Fredbear's Family Diner, because he would have been poached to go work at a Freddy's location. It's also, he says that in 1987, and he was poached in, 79? So he could know that the restaurant existed. He could have visited there, but he's trying to remember something that happened 10 years ago. And he's like, it was called, Fredbear's Family Diner or something? Like, that's just trying to remember something from 10 years in the past.
Contradictions of the games. The Ralph in the week before is super aware of Fredbear's. He knows all about that thing. He's very, very aware of when it was. Like, he only
corrects
doesn't know
his
when
daughter.
it opened.
Yeah.
Yeah, he corrects his daughter. He knows about the Bite of 83. Da 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 da. Like, he's not. He multiple times through narration is like, it's from that last place, Fredbear's Family Diner. And in FNAF 2, he barely knows the name of it. He's like, I think the place was like Fredbear's Family Diner, something like that. I don't know. So he doesn't seem that close to it. I mean, maybe again you can argue, oh well, because they contact the owner from Fredbear's in FNAF 2, that means by FNAF 1 he does know about Fredbear's. But you can do that around and around. B-Dubs provided a quote from Scott, which I think is a good thing to look at and kind of what we've been discussing, which is this is from Scott. The truth is that after a while, lore becomes so dense that there isn't room for a story anymore. Another truth is that what makes for a good game doesn't necessarily make for a good book. So that's Scott's thoughts on the books. I think is just like, yeah, listen, if I fill my books with lore, I can't tell any stories. If he had to account for every little thing in Frights and Tales and the interactive novels, what's he going to tell us? Like, there's no room there like anymore for. Well, I think there is, but like, you can understand from his perspective, like, okay, I got to come up with a new story and not contradict the 85 other pieces of lore that I've given out, in each of these books.
Yeah, they're all AUs that he can pick and choose. Well, he can give them insight, into characters' names and stuff. And then he can also pick and choose things from them that he might have found to be successful. Which, again, it's just literally
like
what
story.
George Lucas did. It's what Akira Toriyama did. Like, this has precedent in every other piece of media you've ever heard of. Like, this is how this kind of thing works in every other franchise. And FNAF is not special.
Not in FNAF.
It never has been, never will be.
Yeah, I think, again, it's that thing we've talked about where the assumption that comes with a lot of these things is we look at FNAF as very insularly. We look at it as, oh, this only exists to be a puzzle for us to solve, and it's perfectly crafted so that we can solve it, completely without considering either outside influence or even the creator's influence, or the creator's process.
Yeah, or mistakes.
I genuinely can't believe that there are. I don't know why people find it so difficult to agree with the idea that Scott changes things behind the scenes because one time he said he didn't retcon stuff. Because we already know he's told us himself that behind the scenes, whether or not he counts it as a retcon, quote unquote, he does change things. He literally said that the box changed multiple times, meaning that had Scott made FNAF 6 and given us an answer to the box, it would have been different than his intention while making FNAF 4.
Yeah.
Or if tomorrow he gives us an answer to the box, it will be different than his intention when he was making FNAF 4. So to say that, well, Charlie can't be a part of the MCI because in the first game there is no puppet and she's shown later, and, anything can be true at any time until we, have a pretty good consensus and a lot of information to back it up. Which I think people have issue with in a puzzle story, because you want to think that all your information is solid at all times. But we do have to look at the fact that these things change behind the scenes. Like, what did FNAF 4 mean when it came out versus now? What is Scott using the way that we use it as puzzle pieces? What is he using as inspiration for the new direction he takes his story?
Yeah. In my discussion with JJ McCullough, he mentioned that, and I agree with this, he just put it into words better than I could, that the Bite of 87 in FNAF 1 is the trope of the noodle incident, which comes from, it gets its name from Calvin and Hobbes, which is that you just allude to something vaguely that happened in the past that is not supposed to be elaborated on because it sounds funny and because it gives flavor to the world. You know,
Yes.
when Scott wrote that line for FNAF 1, he did not think, well, the Bite of 87 was this event where a guy named Jeremy
Yeah.
was, you know, at a party with a bunch of kids, and then Mangold bit his head and he lost his frontal lobe. No, it was just supposed to be a funny thing that tells you that the animatronics are dangerous, and he definitely meant it to happen with one of the core 4 at the FNAF 1 location. Like,
Yeah.
that was the intention
Yeah,
of
probably,
FNAF 1.
he probably was like, oh yeah, Foxy bit somebody.
Yeah.
Like, the end.
Yes, like that's... the question is that a retcon? Retcon is retroactive continuity. If we ever learn Mrs. Afton's name, that's a retcon because she hasn't had one for 10 years. But that's not how people use the word retcon, and that's also not how Scott uses it because we don't know how Scott uses
the
it.
entirety of FNAF 2, the entirety of FNAF 2 is a retcon technically. I have issue with the use of I think it's probably the structure of the word which is the issue, retroactive continuity, because that means if you ever write a prequel, that is technically a retcon. But like you said, the colloquial use of the term is to contradict. I think how I understand retcon is that it's a contradiction of a established or at least implied bit of information. So something like saying there's actually only 4 MCI victims is going to be a retcon because we've been explicitly told there were 5, right? Like, the newspaper says 5 kids went missing. We don't know who the 5 are. Could be Charlie, could be not. But to say that actually that newspaper only says that there's 4 kids would be a contradiction. So we'd have to go, okay, then we have to take this as new information. You know, we have to take this as the important information. And I think that's how Scott uses it. He doesn't mind in the background being like, I don't know who the hell the puppet is. And then in 4 games later go, I'll make it the daughter of the engineer because we never said that it wasn't that. So why wouldn't it be? Like, sure it can be, even though it was a him, but whatever. That's technically a retcon, right? Like, save him, save her, that's a retcon. Or who knows, maybe now save him means something else in the context of that scene because it can't be about Charlie because she's a girl. So maybe save him is alluding to something else in that minigame.
David Murray.
What would that mean?
Yeah.
David Murray.
Someone in
yeah,
chat.
maybe the crying child's outside.
Someone in chat says that Scott would not say that Luke and Leia being siblings is a retcon.
Yes.
Which is, you know, it's not contradicted by anything. We know out of universe that it is a retcon, because George Lucas has said so himself. Luke and Leia were not siblings until Return of the Jedi, and that he always intended Luke to have a different sister who was then just never introduced. So, like, that is a derivation from the planned story, and thus details from earlier in the story that were building up to it now retroactively mean something different. But it's not a contradiction to anything that we were told.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why people get annoyed at me when I say, oh, I think probably when FNAF 4 came out, the Fredbear plush was the puppet, and that the reason it looks like Fredbear and the crying child looks like the puppet is because they're mirrors of each other, and the sister was supposed to be the puppet. And the Mangle toy is representative of putting things back together. The last thing the sister did was had the toy broken apart on the floor. Then she died, became the puppet, and or became the Fredbear plush, whatever, and then was going to put her brother back together. And that's what the story of FNAF is about. These 3 siblings, the puppet, crying child, and Michael, all reuniting, and that's what the little dream sequence is in FNAF World. It's the 3 of them sitting around a TV, watching it together and being happy.
And they're not the murderer kids.
That image is.
They're not the murderer's kids.
They're not the murderer's kids. No, probably not. So in that sense, I would say, and then he made 5 and was like, no, what if Darth Vader is Luke's dad? So what if William is Michael's dad? And we make Mike from the first game be the guard from this game and from 3 and from blah, 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 and we'll connect them all together. And the crying child then will be like his sad, like his origin story. And then, you know, it'll all be about putting things right. So that's what I wouldn't consider a retcon, because we didn't get told explicitly that the Charlie was ever the sister. So Scott makes 5 and he goes, I did set up that sister thing though. Okay, well there's a new sister. Their name's Elizabeth. And originally it was going to be Charlie, but here we are now. It's Elizabeth. And nobody knew that before, so it's fine.
But it changes the context of the box. But the box was never opened, so it's not a retcon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Gosh, I want to kind of get back to Cassidy, but I'm not sure.
Sure.
Sort of when, like, along those lines, right? So I think we've pretty clearly indicated that at least until FNAF 4, it's very plausible that to Scott, the 5 missing kids were Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, Charlie. That FNAF 4 is in the origin story of Golden Freddy. So we have 6 missing kids and 6 animatronics. Very easy to connect them. Someone in chat asked a very long time ago, and it's something that I'm mulling over because I hate it, but could Charlie have died before Crying Child was even bitten, and thus Charlie 82?
If yes, then she can't be one of the MCI.
Why? Because Freddy's wasn't established till 83?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you're part of the new gang of franchise location, where there was a previous Freddy's to the one that starts in 1983. So
yeah,
there's Fredbear's and Freddy's open simultaneously, and it's a McDonald's situation where they say since 1983, but that's because that's when the franchise started.
Yeah, so chat, we discussed this off stream because that's what we do because we all have no lives. If you guys knew how many hours a day we're talking, in Discord, right, the voice chat will tell you how long a call's been going on for. These chats will last 10 hours every single day with a rotating cast of YouTubers and FNAF theorists that you guys have all heard of who are just talking about FNAF all day, every day. And so one of the conversations we had was, I said incorrectly.
People dare accuse us of not liking this series.
And maybe people are playing Marvel Rivals while they're talking about FNAF, but it is happening.
Yeah, sure.
If you Google McDonald's, it'll say founded in 1965. That is when Mr. Corporate Man came in, bought it, and opened franchise locations. The original first restaurant that was just called McDonald's existed before then. So the Freddy's established 1983 theorists are claiming that 83 is when the first franchise location opened, so the second overall location opened, and that the original could have been earlier than that, which could have allowed Charlie to die at a Freddy's, which is what Ticket to Fun says, and be before 83. So this is a possibility going by McDonald's logic.
Yeah, though I do have something, and I'm just double checking my work here, that might be a contradiction to that.
55, sorry.
And I'm
That's
just
65.
trying to see this. I'm trying to find the log from Secret of the Mimic. Moving on, mail. I love that ticket booth. I can't take it. What's the one where William's like talking to whoever he's trying to poach, and he's like, "We're nearly there." Is it called like "We're Nearly There" or something like that?
Oh, I have no idea.
Staff contacts. Oh yeah, we are almost there. Okay, yeah. So this is kind of contradictory to it. We are almost there. I need the rest of the Murray staff to contact info. The sooner the better. You get that from me, and I can sweeten the deal. How would you like to manage one of the new franchise locations? So in 1979,
At the
Freddy's
latest.
is being considered, at the latest, a new franchise location. So the idea is, I guess, Freddy's is already open by 79, and that's what Fiona was making, and then a franchise location takes another 4 years to start.
Which is crazy. For him, he poached the employees.
Either way, it's crazy.
But then it doesn't open. But yeah, I mean, either it's crazy or we're misunderstanding the Help Wanted coin, or it's like, well, sister location could be a franchise location. It's like a Hardee's Carl's Jr. thing. I don't know if that makes any sense to to a European. It's like it's sister restaurants.
Right.
If Circus Babies is a spin-off of Freddy's, if Freddy's, Fredbear's, and Circus Babies are sort of in the same family, then, like, could there just be another restaurant we've never heard of? Like, is Chica's Chica Land? Is that a possible franchise that he's talking about? Did Foxy's have one called the Jolly Rogers that is occasionally abbreviated as JR's that might be around, the Murray house, possibly,
Yeah.
So, like, what context are we missing now?
Yeah, it's like I was also trying to research this today. Is it possible to have a franchise without starting as a singular thing that you then franchise out? Is that because like
Yeah,
the
I
way
don't
I've
see why
always
not.
assumed it is that like Fazbear just go, all right, new thing. It's a franchisable idea. Take a franchise, and we'll open up multiple ones. Or do you have to be a singular restaurant that then franchises out? Because if that's the case, then it would imply that Freddy's is already open alongside Fredbear's, which is weird. Don't like it.
So, what
Uh,
what typically happens is someone will start a restaurant, and then it becomes
yeah,
successful enough that they begin franchising out. Places have begun as franchises. So
right.
McDonald's had, I believe it was called like Cosmic Cafe or something. And it was kind of like a McDonald's version of a Starbucks, where it's like there's coffee and there's pastries. It's its own building. So it's not a McDonald's, but it's called McDonald's Cosmic Cafe. And they opened with more than
Okay.
one location. They're like, and here's 20 of them all around the country. So that would be a
'Cause
franchise
they're already
that
big enough.
began
Yeah.
as one, yes.
So that would be. So again, that's also ties into the question though of like, what the hell are Fazbear Entertainment doing other than Fredbear's during 1979, or is Fredbear's already a franchise location where there's like several of them, which I have seen suggested,
Boo.
and then they start Freddy's as well. But I'm like, if you already have Fredbear's, why are you also starting Freddy's and not just managing more Fredbear's?
Because a family diner and an arcade restaurant are different enough
Sure,
concepts.
different things.
Yeah.
Sure. So, do you think there's multiple Fredbears, or do you think it's stuff like Chica's Party World and they're all like disparate, and the idea of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is to bring all of them under the one roof, and
Dun,
that's the
dun,
attraction?
dun, dun. Yeah, it's the Avengers.
Yeah, it's the Avengers. Yeah, it's the crossover restaurant. Is that the idea? That kind of works actually in concept because Fredbear and Spring Bonnie were at the first Freddy's anyway. So like the idea of getting them all under one roof, so to speak, is like, okay, we've bought up a bunch of rights to multiple characters. We used to just have Fredbear, but now we've bought Chica, we've bought Foxy, we've bought, Bonnie, or Bonnie was already part of it, but like we're gonna make a new one, which all of them are gonna be at the same thing, and that's the appeal to kids.
Or it's just like one character isn't popular enough to hold a restaurant on their own.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, we're going to turn, there's a Chica over there, a Foxy over there, and a Fred Bear over there. They're all going to be all of them to maximize appeal.
It's weird though because Fredbear's continues until 1983, and then they start. This is the thing, right? It doesn't track for me because I'm like, the clear implication is that Freddy's opens after Fredbear's because it's supposed to be like the failure of Fredbear's launches Freddy's. Like they have to open Freddy's because
The
Fredbear's
TV show.
shits the bed. Yeah, the TV show goes from Fredbear and Friends to Freddy and Friends because you get rid of Fredbear and you put in Freddy.
But what I'm saying is, in the Fredbear and Friends show, Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica are already characters, and that's in '83.
Yes, they're their new characters. They're supposed to be like the Hamburglar and whatever, but it'd be like if Ronald McDonald killed somebody, you'd be like, okay, let's like get the Hamburglar on stage, They're the extended cast who get a new spotlight when things go wrong.
Yes.
They're supposed to be supporting cast, but then they become the main cast.
I can see the franchise stuff happening, but the original Fredbear's Family Diner still remains not unaffiliated, but like it maintains its own name for nostalgia reasons. Like Henry's like, I'm going to keep this one. This is mine. This is the one I started and the one that I'm going to keep working at while we're franchising out Freddy's.
Freddy's is the Goofy movie.
Elaborate.
So, like, Goofy is supposed to be there to be Mickey's friend.
Yes.
Right? Like, he's hanging out with Mickey. So when you give Goofy his own movie, it's any spin-off media, right? You go, well, what do we do when we make them the main character? And then we find out. And that's what Freddy's is, because Freddy Freddy is a supporting cast member to Fredbear until Fredbear becomes like hurt by the limelight. So we're not going to get rid of Fredbear either because, you know, we're not going to kill Mickey Mouse. So we'll push him over to the side and he's still going to be in the background, but like Goofy takes center stage because he's not as like damaged as a brand IP. And it seems to be with Kids in Town that the other Freddy's cast are already more popular anyway. Like kids don't seem to really connect with Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, right? Like they've all got like toys of the toy animatronics, and they're all in the TV show, and the kids are wearing the masks of the other characters,
Yeah,
right?
which Connie just pointed out. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, they were all merchandised. Yeah, I think they were merchandised, but they're clearly not in the room in Fredbear's. Which I'm like, if Freddy's is open, and kids like Freddy's so much that they're kind of only really repping their merch. Why are they at Fredbear's? Go to Freddy's. It's got to be nearby, right?
Freddy's has to be nearby Fredbear's? What do you mean?
Well, they're like all in the one town.
Yeah, and kind of like I said, the appeal of a diner and an arcade are different enough that they can sustain, that they can both be in the same town without being in competition.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, is like, if now we're saying that they're so far ahead, they're planned so far ahead that Fiona's designing them before she dies, that like in 75 they've clearly established themselves as like, or at least they're planning to establish these characters, right? They're going, okay, we need a new band for our franchise location, and then either because of the stuff that happens in Secret of the Mimic or something else we don't yet understand, the Freddy's gang don't get put on stage as robots until 83, or they're in Fall Fest or something.
Okay, so we have the image of Fall Fest, and people always are like, the puppet has tear streaks. Is that a specific year?
Say that again?
There's an image of Fall Fest that shows all the characters.
Oh, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know which year.
Okay. Because the puppet has tear streaks, and people are like, that, Charlie 75.
I'm also not so sold on the idea. I like it, but I'm also not super sold on the puppet only gets the tear streaks after Charlie dies. I know that's what we see in that minigame, but I'm also so many levels of abstraction away from reality that I'm going, maybe Scott just didn't draw them on. I don't know. I can't take it for granted that those definitely only appear because Charlie dies.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about Security Puppet is that you play it by using the Security Puppet from FNAF 6, which has Funtime face plates and is obviously not the real puppet. So that's then another layer of abstraction.
Well, that's the question, is also like, we call it a security puppet, but that's because that's the name of that's the name of the thing we play the minigame on. It's obviously doing some form of helping Charlie, but is it a I guess, yeah, Ticket of Fun calls it a security bracelet, but like, it's just, I don't know. I think it's weird if the idea is Charlie 87, because then it's like, okay, so we do have our new toys system, which is a security system, but it's also got this separate other thing of these wristbands, which we never talk about and only find out about years later. Like, I think it makes more sense for the puppet to be like an old version of the security system that clearly didn't work, and so they make the toys better, quote unquote, as a result.
So Gonk says, it's entirely possible that after Proto Freddy's, so we're talking after Secret of the Mimic, they made a real one, but then didn't have more than one location until 83. And the reason that William sort of referred to it as if there was more than one is because the first Freddy's is in addition to Fredbear's, so that's why it's a new location. But there won't be a franchise for another 4 years, so there won't be a second Freddy's, third Fazbear.
Whoever he's luring in that email, he says, how would you like to manage one of the new franchise locations? So it's clearly that they're planning to do multiple openings at the same time, like the McDonald's cafe thing.
Yeah.
Like, he's not promising, oh, the building we're making right now, you have that one. It's like one of these new ones. Like, oh, you can get a hold of that when we open it. I just think it's weird that there's 4 years between that and this email. It's the question is, did Secret of the Mimic set them back? Is that the idea?
That because Proto Freddy's
like,
was never finished, it set them back?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they put all this money into it, and it didn't work out.
Yep. Someone in chat asked if I like The Amazing Digital Circus. Yes, I do. One of the things I was trying to say about... I've been thinking a lot about Secret of the Mimic as far as the toys being spring locks, which, sorry, that you're going to be the one person who rages out for all of eternity because every other big YouTuber is just going to repeat it.
I know.
It's the... What is it? Improved or new Fazbear designs and also the puppet are on Edwin's computer. Right?
Yes.
What are those Fazbear designs called?
Alt Fazbear designs.
Alt.
So you think they're the puppet? Or sorry, you think they're the toys?
Yes, because he makes Springlock suits. So alt designs and puppet.
I'm on board with them being the toys. And if that ties into that log that Edwin has where he's like, why can't we just keep using the Springlocks? It makes sense why they approve all the Fiona designs and then go, never mind, don't use them anymore. That they would be toys when she designs them, or they would be Springlocks when she designs them, then they can them, keep them in storage, and then spend a fortune putting all the new technology into those old designs.
Yeah, so it would almost be like, because Edwin fails, they stick with the classics. After the MCI, the classics rot away because there's bodies inside them. And so then they're like, oh, what about these designs that like Edwin made almost 10 years ago? Let's just use those.
Yeah.
But we'll spend a fortune outfitting them with facial recognition technology. But like, why would Scott have made them Springlocks in FNAF 2?
Well, he wouldn't have.
But he claims that it was intended.
He'd be making them now. He'd be making it now. Because there's nothing even in FNAF 3 that makes sense to say that they're Springlocks, because they only have 2 specifically designed suits that double as both animatronic and suits. That's supposed to be Fredbear and Spring Bonnie.
We don't know when that tape was recorded.
Well, we know it's in a Freddy's, so it's post 83 at least.
It could have been pre-MCI, therefore pre-toys.
So it is pre-MCI.
Yeah.
Well, okay. You say we don't know, but we don't know in the sense of, like, we don't know technically that Mike is Foxy Bro. Like, they've never said that, right?
What I mean more is the date gap between Phone Guy going, we have 2 animatronic suits, animatronics and suit. You pull the crank and you put them on. And then another tape where he goes, the animatronics, the Springlocks are being retired because of an incident at the sister location. Well, that could be years later.
What he says is the classic suits are being retired, meaning the 2 from Fredbear's. That's again why I think Freddy's is after Fredbear's, because why would they have 2 Springlock suits from a previous, like, that are considered classic if they're not from somewhere else? You know, like if they're not from the previous place, they're the classic suits. So we put them in the new restaurant because the other one closed down, and we're just like trying to move around our tech. If the idea is that first thing with only 2 suits is true, and then later the toys are built in between those 2 messages, then we're back to MCI 87 because those tapes are clearly alluding to the fact that the MCI happens at some point between them being retired and the final call. Please don't lead customers into these rooms. The Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved, you know.
Mm-hmm. So could it be that it's not that all... I'm trying to work through this. Not every Springlock suit ever was decommissioned, just Spring Bonnie and Fredbear because they're old. They're the classic suits.
Due to an unfortunate incident at the sister location, the classic suits are being retired. Well, looked at it. Yeah, the Springlocks are not to be activated or worn or whatever. Let me see. I got the
Secret of the Mimic. So because people keep yelling at me about my interpretation of Midnight Motorist, Secret of the Mimic and now the movie have both shown Springlock suits that aren't susceptible to water. So the idea could be that the water... I do think that Scott was sort of saying, The Spring Bonnie failed and made Springtrap because it was old, not just because it is a Springlock suit. And so I think that he is now sort of expanding that with Secret of the Mimic and the movie.
Well, okay, so let's go what he says. Hello, hello, hello. There's been a slight change of company policy concerning the use of the suits. Don't. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous springlock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees. Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location while being looked at by our technicians. Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected. I repeat, the classic suits are not to be touched, activated, or worn. That being said, we are free reliability, do as you wish. And then in the next thing he says, the safe room is reserved for equipment and other properties not currently being used. It's not a break room. Under no circumstance should a customer ever be taken into this room. Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved and would like to remind employees that this costume is not safe to wear under any circumstances.
So the costumes that are questionably appropriate, are we thinking, oh, we've reverted back to full cloth costumes? Or could these be Springlock suits that are just not Fredbear and Bonnie? Fredbear and Spring Bonnie.
Well, expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. I think that's like, yeah, we're back to cloth suits. And they're found on very short notice. I think now what Scott's saying is these are the mediocre melodies from Secret of the Mimic. These are the cloth suits.
Like the elephant and the...
They're from Costume Manor. Yeah, exactly.
Hedgehog.
So, yeah. So, like, all of those are not the Springlock versions. The classic suits are not to be... And that's why it's, like, relevance should be deflected. Even though it seems like Monty and Bob were already planned to be at Freddy's as Springlocks, which is weird. Again, I take it that those safer Springlocks get taken down in the Murray's thing. Although, okay, weird idea. Let me just find this. This is an interesting concept. Test journal entry. I got the change order from Hen last night. None of this makes sense. I'm almost done. Why change it now? It would be so much easier to keep using the Springlocks. Just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do. Is there any way that the Springlock failure that we hear about is somehow...
What? No.
Simultaneous? No, it can't be. I can't. No. I already debunked myself. I was gonna say, could this be at sister location in 1970 whatever? Because it can't be, because he's making the stuff for Freddy's, which isn't open yet. So it can't be that Freddy's is open and using Springlock suits, and now they're telling him to change things, because Freddy's doesn't exist yet. So they tell Hen not to use Springlocks years before Springlocks stop being used.
Tell them to stop using the Springlocks years before they stop being used?
Yeah. They don't get stopped being used until like 1985, for example. But Correct. He says, why change it now? It would be much easier to keep using the Springlocks.
Edwin says that.
But this is them. Edwin says that. So this is him in 1978 or something working on the Fazbear stuff for Freddy's, and they're already planning on retiring Springlocks as like their main concept.
Gonk says... The FNAF 2 location is described as a return of a classic location. What if in 87 we see a return of the location that closed in 82 when Charlie died? And so it could also...
I would think that was Fredbear's, but yeah.
Well, no, Charlie died at a Freddy's according to Tickets to Fun. Which questionably canon in and of itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe the use of the toys is a a retro callback in itself.
I mean, people have said like, oh, it would just explain all those toys in FNAF 4 because now the toy characters exist and they're on the Fall Fest carousel which burns down. But I'm like, is that actually what the carousel looked like in 75, or is that just a representation of the fire? Is that a real incident that occurred with that carousel in 85 or in 75, or is that, you know, weird storytelling?
One of the
And
things.
Help Wanted 2, the
Yeah.
carousel has the toys on them.
But Help Wanted 2 is being made in the 2020s, you know, when Security
Yeah,
Breach comes out.
exactly.
So is that anachronistic in universe, or is it telling us something? Can you check your DMs real quick?
Yes.
One of the thing. Okay, so like also the design for the toys, kind of like how we always assumed with FNAF 4, could be that like they existed as concepts before they were animatronics. Which could also sort of play into like, well, when were they invented? Could they have been on a carousel? Yes, because they were characters first.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the question is like, do they have to be robots first? And I think the answer is no. I think they can be in-universe, like, characters. Like, kids know who... It's like the Hamburglar. Just because Hamburglar is not at your local McDonald's doesn't mean that you don't know what that is. You know? You can have characters in the extended Fazbear Entertainment canon without it being a literal robot. So the toys may have been like an in-universe like thing, like an advertisement or a TV show or whatever, like kind of how I did it with the reboot. The best, most infuriating question is how early is Sea Bears operating? Has to be at least during or before 85. Was Will experimenting before the big bite? I think if the FNAF 3 calls are about the MCI, then sister location Sea Bear, oh no, not Entertainment and Rentals, Party World has to be during 85. Sea Bears has to open after a Freddy's closes. So unless that's the original Freddy's, but why would it be after the great success of this one building that we never talked about until we made more of them?
Yeah, after the great success but unfortunate clothing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Did the whole chain shut down? Or when Henry Unit says that, he's only talking about the one in their hometown? Like, that in and of itself, to me, implies that there's not a bunch of Freddy's.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
You'd think so.
Yep. All right, we're going to transition to a different group chat. So, Unwithered, I'm going to call you from the one I just made, and we're going to go over to that. So we'll be right back, folks. Or he'll be right back. And I don't know how Discord works, but it's fine. It's all good. You guys can still hear me, right? Yes, you can. All right. So, Theffy, when you join, you're going to be live. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Theffy, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
So, I have to go. I have to go let my dogs outside. So I'm going to let you two hold down the fort for a couple of minutes while I walk my dogs.
Sounds good.
Yay.
Sweet.
All right. I'll
Hello,
be back.
Theffy.
I'll be back,
Nice to meet
guys.
you.
Love you.
Hello, Unwithered Truth. It's nice to meet you too.
Can I just say you had your line for Thor had a big impact on me and my family when we saw it in the cinema back in the day. So thank you for that.
Stop it.
I think that's a crazy impact to have. It's so cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I don't know what to say. Like I was talking about this with GiBi of like GiBi goes to me, "Oh my god, I'm such a big fan of your work," and I'm like, "I'm such a big fan of your work. What do you mean?" Hi, GiBi's chat. Hello. I have been sitting here for the past 2 hours because originally it was 6 a.m. my time. I was meant to be on here with Circle and GiBi, but then that didn't end up happening. So I'm
you've been
good
listening
here
in
now. Yep.
Okay, amazing.
I've been listening in. One thing I wanted to get your opinion on regarding Secret of the Mimic and that stuff is, so you know, obviously the alt Fazbear designs and like the puppet stuff, stuff, but you know, on the computer,
Yes.
and how like puppet is obviously you can't click it. I don't think that is referencing the puppet. And my main point of evidence is in like no form of like official media except for like I don't even remember which one it is, but in every like official FNAF media, right? The puppet, even like GiBi was talking about before the second movie came out in the interviews, the puppet is always referred to officially as the marionette. It is only like one,
Oh
even like
yeah.
in FNAF world, it's called the toy marionette, called adventure marionette. It's called the and like Night Marion is short for Night Marionette.
Yeah.
I
If that's not the
and
puppet, I'll flip it.
well, we fight actual puppets in Secret of the Mimic, and we know that
Security puppet. Security puppet.
yeah, security puppet. That's the only one where it's referred to. That was what I was thinking of. Sorry, I'm sick as well.
That's
Which
okay.
but
I hope you feel better soon.
but like it's thank you, but it works out because I was meant to go to a Five Nights at Freddy's themed rave last night, but I couldn't because I was
What?
sick.
Oh no.
But then I was able to do this.
Okay.
So that's
Every cloud
pretty
has a
neat.
silver lining.
Yep. No,
So
I'm used to stuff like that, but yeah.
what I would say, oh yeah, do they call it a puppet in the logbook? I think they might. Let me find out. I have the logbook here. I'll look that up now. But to go with that idea or that question, I think it would be insane I always go at things from the point of view of like who's making them and why are they saying these things? Why is this information being presented to us at all? And there's obviously an element of, especially now that we have so many creators working on the story, that things are either miscommunicated or they are not being seen by the one vision. So like we can't necessarily say the same name means the same thing to everybody. Maybe it's Scott who's like, I only ever want to call her the marionette. Or maybe it's Scott who's like, oh yeah, you can call her the puppet. And then it's like a marketing thing of like, only ever call it the marionette in the movie. But I look at the puppet, like the word puppet coming up in the computer at the end of Secret of the Mimic, and I go, if it's not the puppet, like if it's not the marionette that they're referencing with that log, it is going to be treated as a twist rather than we're supposed to go, oh, it's not the puppet, right? Like in the same way that if David Murray is revealed to have been a victim of Afton, for example, that's going to be a twist because the game is trying to tell you one thing and then you get the rug pulled out from you with a twist. So I think the puppet designs being on that computer is the creator, whether it's true or not, pointing at us and going, "Look, it's the marionette. Look, they're making her. Edwin designed her, or something."
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
My argument: why not call it marionette in the marionette designs?
They
Why?
might want that reaction to just be. I mean, either it's whoever was the one writing that in and wrote that down was like either not as precious about marionette or puppet as like words that describe that character. I mean, Ralph refers to it as the puppet. Yeah, thank you, Cara Violet. I never liked that puppet thing.
Yeah. My counterpoint to
Phantom
that,
puppet.
my counterpoint to because someone else I remember bringing that up about the puppet thing. That's not him calling it the puppet. That's him calling it that puppet thing. That's like going and
Yes.
calling Freddy that bear thing. That's like saying that Freddy's
Sure,
name is
yeah.
canonically that bear thing.
Well,
That's my
you could
argument.
okay. Well, then to go with that idea, if you were to call it bear thing, the idea might be that the title marionette is not yet decided upon, but it would be like if that thing said alt bear design or bear blueprints or whatever. Like we would infer, oh, that's Freddy, or oh, that's Fredbear, or what we'd have to figure out from there. So if it says puppet, it might not be that in universe that's her name. It might be in universe they've yet to decide upon a name for that reason. Um, I I think I go back and forth on the alt Fazbear designs, right? Because some people think, and we've been discussing it a bit here, some people think alt Fazbear designs are the designs which Fiona made, which were later rejected, and Edwin keeps on his computer listed as alt or alt Fazbear designs. I think it's equally as likely that alt Fazbear designs are the ones which Edwin received from Henry. So when he says, I got the change order, why would they want to use these? They already approved all of Fiona's designs. The alt ones on that computer are the ones that he was sent, not the ones that Fiona made. So it having the puppet in there could be that Henry designed the puppet or the alt Fazbear designs and sent them all over together. So we could still maintain the idea that Henry still built the puppet, but we just don't know if that's still in play or if Edwin made it or Fiona made it. We don't know. I mean, there's all the connections with Jackie as well, which is weird.
True.
Like,
Okay.
what if, question
I
mark,
think you've convinced me.
Okay.
I
Like,
don't,
what
I
if
don't
in
want
this
it to be true,
scenario,
but you've convinced me.
like if in this scenario where we're going with the ones on that computer are actually the ones that we don't get to see, then Fiona designs the classics, the FNAF 1 characters, right? And when Edwin says, "Oh my God, why this, why that?" when it comes to the changing of the designs, the alt ones he's talking about that are creepier are the wizards or the unwizards, right? That's the idea. Is Scott's going, that's where the unwizards come from. That's why they look creepy, is because they didn't have Edwin designing them. And after the unwizards, they go back and start using those Fiona designs that they never used before. Question mark.
Sorry, my brain's just dead. But nah. Also, just randomly, like as you were talking, Opera, because I use Opera, just decided, hey, let's just die. So I just spent the last little half of that just fixing that up, and I felt rude, going, hey, stop talking
No,
at the
no.
thing.
That's okay. So basically what I'm suggesting is that the alt Fazbear designs that Edwin calls creepier are the Unwithereds and not the toys or Rockstars or whatever. It's like the ones that we don't see are the Unwithereds, and that's Scott telling us where the classics came from and where the Unwithereds came from.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I also wanted to ask as well, staying on Secret of the Mimic, when I was on ABCD, we had a truth nuke. Are you aware of Ralph Teen Theory?
Yes, that Ralph is a teenager during the time of the game. Yes, I watched that
Yes.
video.
Peak, the goat. That's
Peak.
why you're the unwithered goat. Don't you know that I will care about you?
Exactly. It was so funny. I could have sworn he said "will care" in the movie, but that was purely a false memory when we went back.
I will care.
Yeah. I saw it the day after I saw it the first time, and I could have sworn going after that scene, I was like, I can't wait for him to say "will care" again, but he didn't. He just says, "I care about you."
No, every copy of the FNAF 2 movie is personalized. It was only in that.
Of course.
It was only in that one showing that you went
You're right.
to.
You're right. That would be the greatest gaslight of all time. Is this only on opening day does it say "will care," and then every other showing it doesn't?
Only on the first ever show, like in South Korea, does it confirm Andrew is the vengeful spirit.
Yes, exactly. And then everyone else is like, "You're lying. It's not real." Sparky the dog actually was in FNAF 1, but it was just that one guy.
Bub. Although
Bub.
that is the thing of like, yeah, so there's Sparky's diner, but then the dog animatronic in the first movie, is that
It's real.
Bub or Sparky? Because I'm pretty sure
I
it's called
think
Bub.
I thought it was called Bub as well. Apparently, it doesn't actually say anything on the name tag. It looks like Bub a little bit. I think for legal reasons, Scott referenced Sparky as the diner rather than the robot because then he would be canonizing a fan thing, which is I don't think what Scott wants to do. Although, in fairness, Popgoes and Candies are in the... I guess they're a part of the Fazbear initiative or whatever, so that doesn't... It's not the same thing. But
I can't believe they nearly recreated like 100% the FNAF 2 location in the movie. That was crazy.
that was awesome. I loved when they did that.
Yeah, my favorite part of the like FNAF 2 map is the river thing. That's my favorite part.
That's my
In
favorite part
playing
too. I love
FNAF
that part
2,
in the
that
game
when
you can
I
see it
see
on the
Balloon
cameras.
Boy.
My
Bro,
favorite characters in all the games are those tiny little puppet things, the puppets.
the puppet
Those are great.
piranhas. The puppet
Yes,
piranha.
they're in one scene.
So I saw it earlier because Australia usually gets it
Oh yes, I remember.
earlier, and then I then did like an hour-long discussion with Maury Mortimer, like right after they had
Nice.
seen it. And that was wild. And I remember going to GiBi after I had seen it, and GiBi's like, "Don't tell me anything," and I'm like, "Okay, I won't," but it's peak. And then I found out you all hated it, and I'm like, "No, no." See, what GiBi said something like a couple streams ago, or it was months ago, but it was about FNAF songs, and GiBi said that like inherently the idea of a FNAF fan song is funny to me, so like I
Mhm.
can't take it seriously, and I don't want it to be like I don't want it to take itself seriously. That's how I feel about the movies, and I know I've watched your discussion thing, and I know you feel different about it. But the idea of a Five Nights at Freddy's movie is funny to me, so I I enjoy it being dumb and terrible. Like
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't want it
I
to
look at
be.
it. I'm like, oh, the potential, because it's so good. Like it could be so good. Like I know people as a part of the fandom, we all poke fun and we say like, oh, Scott's the greatest writer on earth, haha. But I genuinely think there's great stuff in FNAF that like with the right adaptation could hook anybody from anywhere. I think you could get like Joe Blogs down the road. He'd be on board for it. He'd be like, oh, okay, cool. Ghost robots, got it. You know. Um but I get I get why people enjoy the spectacle and stuff like that. Oh, Gibby's back. I see us moving around on the screen.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut in until we were done complaining about the movie.
No, we weren't complaining. We were saying it was peak. Everyone
sure,
in chat agrees.
I don't want it to turn into a movie thing. I kind of want to get back
Oh, sorry.
to
Sorry.
no, it's fine.
Cassidy.
I kind of want to get back to Cassidy. Oh no, there is no Cassidy. So throughout all of this discussion, Unwithered, you've definitely it seems like your vengeful spirit is still crying child conclusion.
So
How does
yeah,
that
okay.
square
Sorry, go ahead.
with? So, like, okay, did William kill Crying Child? Why would he be the one that you should not have killed? Why is he greeting from the fire? Why
So
any of that?
there's a few questions, right, like that do arise with that. My immediate answer would be he killed him because he knew that to fix him, he couldn't have him, in a coma, right? Like he had to be able to work with his remnant and work with the spirit world and stuff like that. He can't fix him while he's alive because he's halfway, like he's useless to him as a vegetable, right? Like so he's like, okay, I'll kill him, I'll spring lock him, and then I can work with that, because I do ghost magic. So that would be my argument. And I'd also argue that Crying Child, because of the way Andrew is characterized, may not even remember the full circumstances surrounding, and also just the Crying Child's problem with memory in general, potentially doesn't know enough about the situation regarding William's involvement. He just knows that, like, I could have lived. That's why he's the one you shouldn't have killed, because he could have survived. Like, maybe, question mark, or you shouldn't have killed me because I'm your son, question mark. I think, like, again, I'm not saying that it is so well supported story-wise that like, oh, I prefer it this way. I mean, I do sort of prefer it from the point of view of if he started everything, it kind of works that he ends everything. That's kind of a nice book-ending moment, right? It's not his like eighth victim by that point. It's the first kid that dies is the one that ends the story with William. I kind of like that idea. And it's his two sons which finish William's torment. You know, it's not just Michael, it's Crying Child gets his lick in. But I look at it more so from the point of view of like, why does Scott connect all these things from the games, from Crying Child to UCN, if he's got nothing to do with anything in that game and he's already moved on and he's not important? And FNAF World, why are we bringing that in? That seemed to be all about Crying Child. Now is it about Cassidy? If Cassidy's the crafting table, maybe? Question mark. That might be the thing, but I don't know. I guess as well, like Cassidy doesn't have actual supporting evidence. Cassidy is just what you get when you try and interpret Golden Freddy being there and it's not Crying Child, right? Like that's what you end up with, because you end up being like, well, why is Golden Freddy in the final cutscene? I guess Golden Freddy is the vengeful spirit. How is Golden Freddy the vengeful spirit if Crying Child is the one in there? Okay, I guess it's the other kid. And that's why, like, that's where all of the characterization of Cassidy comes from. Is from the fact that we don't know who the vengeful spirit is, so we just kind of go, well, she's there. I guess she could do it.
Yes.
Cassidy is real because I say so, and it's easier.
Is it easier, though? Like, someone in chat said that the thing we're talking about is confusing. I think that Golden Duo is much more confusing. It's just what everyone understands right now. And so
Yeah.
it almost seems like for us to say, okay, well, actually, Cassidy's the Crying Child and blah, blah, blah. If there's any questions like, well, why would the Crying Child be vengeful? Then it's like, well, it's not worth considering that because it has holes. Whereas the thing that we currently believe has no holes because we've, holed them out over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
We designed a
Like,
theory to have no holes versus...
Yes.
Finding something.
Like if the story had gone in a different direction, or say Frights never came out, and the community consensus eventually shifted to this idea of bite victim toy shink over the last few years, and then I came in today and I was like, guys, what if there was a fifth kid, and that kid is the vengeful spirit? Everyone would be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Why would there be a new kid? It's like we take these kind of assumptions as we go along, and then they build up again and again and again over the years until now you've got an entire like stack of theories which are resting on this one wobbly piece of evidence, and if you take that out, the whole thing falls down. So it's easier to say, well, that kind of contrived thing here works, and it doesn't ruin the rest of my theories. Whereas if I change the name of the bite victim and I get rid of the fifth missing kid, suddenly I've got this cascade of questions that I have to answer, rather than just being like, yeah, it's probably just this other kid, and that's fine.
Yeah, and
Also,
those cascades of questions, like, the only people who've been working on answering them have been Corey and Connie for the last year.
The goats.
Yeah, who... Again, I disagree with Mike Vengeful Spirit, which is sort of why I reject the theory, or rejected the theory, and also Secret of the Mimic hadn't come out. But I think that no matter the theory, the more people who consider it, because I always say, like, if you ask me if I believe anything in FNAF, it's like, I believe 3 different versions at once and then go down that path when required. But I just think more people thinking about it could come and answer those holes.
Yes. Yeah, I remember when I saw the dual process video, and I've spoken about it on streams before, that like it was part of the inspiration for me even starting YouTube, because I was like, man, you can have an out there idea and make a video, and it can like actually get traction and provide a new perspective. And not that I was like, I got to be contrarian, just more so like, oh, this isn't as set in stone as I maybe had thought it was up to that point. And I know with that theory, I definitely considered it a lot at the time, but found particular holes in it that weren't satisfying to me. But I think the overall question of is Cassidy... I mean, I literally did a stream about this like a few months ago, like, is Cassidy real? Because I come to the same, like, okay, if she is real, why have we got no supporting evidence for a fifth victim? Or why have we never seen two Golden Freddies alongside each other? I guess except for Chica's Secret Party. But, like, why have we never had those two characters, like, interact outside of the logbook? If that is the interaction that's going on there. There's so many questions, like, about the logic that builds up the theory of Golden Duo that, yeah, it's just because we have so many other assumptions built on top of it that it becomes hard to dig at, because then you have to kind of take out all the other theories that are built on it.
Well, one of the things that I always found sort of interesting as like something people will say like against bite victim toy shink is they're like, no, the bite victim isn't vengeful, the bite victim wouldn't act like that. And it's like, we don't know that. In fact, the
Yeah, we don't
only
know that.
reason we think in fact the only reason we think that, you know, oh, bite victims this way and he wouldn't be vengeful is because on with the Stitch Wraith, which people used as a Golden Duo analog, they're like, okay, Cassidy is the Andrew parallel, so therefore Jake's a good kid, so therefore his parallel is the crying child. So they imprint Jake's personality onto the crying child, assuming Golden Duo's canon and the Stitch Wraith is a Golden Duo analog, which that's a lot of assumptions to get to. No, that's dumb. How could Bite Victim do that?
Yeah, it's like
it's the same thing as like Bite Victim Runaway, where people go, Bite Victim wouldn't do that, he wouldn't break out the window. And I'm like, we know this kid from 1 week in his life. Like, we don't know. I know in stories we can usually make broader assumptions about characters based on their actions over a short time span, but like, we don't know the full story, so we can't say for sure that, like, oh, when you die you get angrier, or when you die you, like in the movie, you get locked into your final emotion. So maybe Crying Child did get locked into being angry at his brother for killing him or whatever.
Yeah. Like, I was kind of going to say two of those things, which is that the, Crying Child could be crying all the time, and what makes him vengeful is that he's locked into that last emotion. Because I don't think any of us would call Charlotte the little girl who was so desperate to save this boy that she asked a bunch of adults for help and then went and did it herself. We wouldn't say, oh yes, she's the most angry, vengeful 9-year-old child of all time. It's like, no, she's obviously loving and caring and wants to help people and puts her own life at risk. She then just becomes that way in death. And then the other thing was that when I was talking about Lonely Freddy, so many people will read that story and go, oh, Alec is just like Mike. But no, it's just that the community's assumption of Mike's personality traits come from people reading Lonely Freddy and going, I bet that Alec is a Mike stand-in, therefore I'm going to characterize Mike to be like Alex. Therefore, when people read the story, they go, oh my god, this kid is so Mike. It's like this the circle, the snake that eats its own tail.
It's it's the Ouroboros.
Yeah.
If Cassidy is a character, I actually would imagine that she's more like Jake, given that we see Jake helping people with their like traumas and stuff in Frights, and the only time we've ever gotten Cassidy's name is in a book where she's helping someone else deal with their traumas. So like, I know it's that thing of like, we've had this discussion when we've been on the other side of the fence where we're going, oh, what, she can't be nice to kids and mean to William? Like, we can't have that. And it's not that, it's just that we don't have a reason to believe that the kid in UCN is Cassidy beyond the Golden Freddy thing. And so if we look at her only confirmed characterization, we can say, well, she's nice. Which isn't a debunk to the theory, but it's like, if she's anybody in that story, she could be Jake. She could be the nicer kid, who, and also Jake had a very different life as well to the bite victim. So it's like,
they both died in hospital. They're the same.
Yes, I was just about to say, did he? Crying Child in bed for 3 years. Jake had cancer and was in bed for 3 years. Crying Child bit in 83, doesn't die until 86 post-MCI. Like, maybe.
Or 87, and that's why all the God victim stuff happens in 87.
Someone in chat said that the only thing we know about Crying Child is that he cries all the time. He never, pranks back Mike. But if you interpret Bear Vengeance as being about their relationship, then he does. He absolutely fights back. And even before I thought this, I definitely thought Bear Vengeance was about Crying Child and Mike.
Yeah. Like, so if we take as well, so I've been thinking about this for the last few days when I'm writing my Golden Freddy script, and something that I almost like convinced myself of Loop Victim instead of God Victim is I was researching frontal lobe victims, sorry, people who have damaged their frontal lobe, and what it does, and how it harms people and their ability to live, and how that experience is. And basically, one of the things which I came across, which is support of God Victim, but is probably better support for Memory Victim, is the idea that the frontal lobe, if it's damaged, can actually damage your ability to organize and place events in chronological order. So what can happen is somebody who is trying to recall an event may not be able to understand which happened first or last. So if the idea is Loop Victim and the crying child has lost his frontal lobe, then we have a situation where he's going through the loop and he's seeing stuff from other dates. He's hearing about the MCI before it happens. He's watching the Toy Chica toy without its beak because he's remembering something that happened. And he's putting them all in the wrong order. That's not exactly the same thing, and that's why I think it is still probably better support for God Victim and how we were discussing it in relation to the field. But like, the idea that Crying Child's week is entirely literal and we can't take, like, we're supposed to understand that this is Crying Child's entire life since he was born up to this point is odd, considering we also know that there's something that he's misunderstood in the shadows and he's being bullied every day. Maybe Bear of Vengeance is what life was like before he saw something and he misunderstood it. Maybe Mike's only turned up the aggression recently because he's become such a baby. We don't know. Bite Victim Runaway could be Scott trying to tell us again, no, you don't get it, the Bite Victim is this way. And because we're set in our mind of saying, well, we know how Bite Victim is, so this can't be the Bite Victim. You go from trying to search for evidence that supports your theory to shooting down evidence that doesn't support your theory because you have locked in your mind something you think is consensus.
Yes, you need to re-examine. In my, I forget which video it is, but I have this graphic of a bunch of boxes entering into this chute, and it's like, the boxes are different sizes compared to like what quality the evidence is. And the fact is that if you look at all the boxes and you fall 60% in one direction, 40% the other, then your 60% that direction turns into a 100% believe that thing. And so then when new contradictory evidence comes in, you go, oh, that's only 5%. My 100% beats that. Oh, that's only another 5%. My 100% beats that. Whereas a new person walks in, and now they're like, oh, both sides are equal because this new 10% of evidence has been added to the other side. So, we really do need to go back and examine everything once a new idea like this has come up with. Someone in chat said something to the effect of, there's no reason to assume you have to make up a story to get Crying Child's body into Golden Freddy, but Fifth Victim does not need a made-up story to get in there. And that is as opposite as I think it's possible to be. Like, the games tell us Crying Child is Golden Freddy. We have invented a headcanon, a fanfiction of well, what if there was another kid, and they filled in all the gaps that we have? What if this Cassidy person is just all the characters that we don't know anything about, and we roll them into one being, and that answers all the questions and plugs all the holes? Like, that's the made-up-of-nothing person.
I understand what they mean, because in FNAF 1, we have 5 characters and 5 missing children. And if you go with the idea that Scott is maybe not retconning things left and right, but maybe he's trying his best to stick to not changing what evidence means later because he knows that might be confusing when you go backwards. Like, if he's trying his best to stick to the story that he set up early, then the idea would be, well, 5 kids, 5 suits, we make the connection, oh, the 5th kid is the 5th suit. So that's what they mean when they say, oh, we don't have to invent something new for the 5th kid. It's like, we have to go, well, how exactly does Bite Victim possess Golden Freddy? Because he doesn't die in the suit, he dies in the hospital, so maybe William Spring locks him. So we have to kind of come up with these reasons for him to be the one you shouldn't have killed, whereas if it is Cassidy, this, like, 5th kid, then we just go, yeah, they were put in the suit, and then they're mad. Like that's the leap we have to make, which is fair. But then the question becomes, why are we even talking about Bite Victim? Like, who's he if he's not? Like, you know?
Yeah, it's like he's the main character of FNAF 4, and he's Golden Freddy, and therefore is important in the other games. You know, Happiest Day Receiver plus the most powerful person in FNAF 1. You know,
Yeah.
he's obviously important.
Or is he nothing? He's just the causation for everything. He's not Fredbear. He's not, you know, anything. He's just a spirit who causes all this stuff. But then why is Happiest Day like that?
Yeah.
Why do we put Happiest Day together by
Ha-
helping the other kids?
Yeah. So someone in
Have
chat,
we considered?
you
Oh,
go first.
sorry, you go, Gibby.
Someone in chat just said plot convenience isn't proof, which is 100% correct. Like the idea that we can just
Yes.
say, "Oh, we have found the one person
Especially
who
not in
plugs all
FNAF.
the holes," therefore that's evidence that it's real because I've plugged the holes with one made-up character. Like that's not
Yeah.
proof. That's just satisfying.
Have we considered Mike Victim?
No.
No, we have not.
It seems like we have a lot of
Uh,
new viewers because people keep asking how Charlie
Yes.
could be missing, so they were just not here earlier when we talked about this. So Freddy's has explicitly said that if someone dies in the restaurant, then they will cover up the death and within 90 days file a missing persons report. So Charlie's death would be a missing persons report because she died at Freddy's. That's how she's the fifth missing kid. Duel, or Connie or Corey, whoever you are, you just missed us glazing you and talking about how Cassidy is not real.
I think they might have seen it. They said we were nice in the
Yeah.
community.
They said we disappeared. People didn't miss anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's so weird because I mean, you can also talk about like MCI 83 this way, you know, where yeah, it's simpler to just say the same answer from the movies and the books is the same answer as the games, but like, is that really better supported, or is it like, oh, Freddy's exists at the same time and is an 83 and da 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 da, you know? Um, it's just, I mean, it's the same with
I don't-
DCI, right? Like, it's not simple if you try and work it to be anything other than it's a bunch of kids who died gets confusing. But the bunch of kids who died are not relevant, so then it's like, well, what happened to them? Are they not important? Why are they not important? And then you have all these other questions you have to answer.
I don't think we can use any dates that are presented in the movies because of how skewed the movie's timeline is with
Yes.
later events like William Springlocking and like when FNAF 1 takes place. And I know that's a big debate, Gibby, of when FNAF 1 takes place. I'm sorry, but I refuse to believe that FNAF 1 is in the early 2000s. So
No.
I don't think we can use like
92 for
82.
life. Yeah.
I don't think we can use the 82 date because it's skewed.
Yeah. So with that said, someone in
Yeah.
chat just asked, well, Charlie's not just a random missing kid, it's Henry's daughter. In the movie, she's Henry's daughter, and he still believes the Fazbear cover-up. Like, he's William's partner,
Yeah.
he's associated with Freddy's, his kid dies there, and Freddy's, the organization, covers it up, and he falls for the cover-up for a couple years until the MCI happens. So while the movie isn't proof, it is showing us that within Scott's writing, that is just a thing that would happen. Fazbear's cover-up would include lying to Henry.
Fazbear is just that good.
Yeah, which again is something we're explicitly told in FNAF 1. To disregard that characterization is silly. Kind of like T-Dreads keep saying, and I don't know if you agree with this or not, Unwithered, but T-Dreads keep saying that it's bad writing in the movie that none of the kids help Charlie. And I disagree. I just think that FNAF is a dark, satirical, absurd universe, and that saying that, well, the parents didn't help
Charlie, I mean.
Yeah, the adults don't help Charlie when she's trying to save the boy who gets kidnapped. Like, saying that that's bad writing is like saying that it's bad writing in a Lemony Snicket book when the adults don't help the kids. It's like, no, that is just the universe that's been established since the first game.
I was thinking, I know we said we didn't want to harp on like the movies too much, but one thing that sort of I came up with, I haven't put too much thought into this, but is it possible that within the universe of Freddy's, right, a similar thing to like dairy in the It books, where like there's like a curse or like an energy that makes it so the parents and adults are very apathetic. Could we use like the field for that? Um,
Maybe.
obviously we
Okay,
can
so
just be like adults can be shitty adults, but like yeah.
I think Tidra's issue with them not helping is not the fact that the parents don't help. And there's kind of two questions wrapped up into it, like about tone and about presentation. I think the issue with that scene from a movie perspective is you I don't get the sense when I watch it that this is like a stylistic thing because other characters in this universe are presented as quite like normal people, right? We're not like in a we're not in a
Well,
Dr. Seussian world where everyone's like this big dramatic version of a human, and we're supposed to sort of like go along with this kind of world.
the
If it
science
is that, I
teacher,
feel like it's
though,
purely the science. But again, it's like is that like cartoonish because it's like trying to set up this? I guess it could be like you could
the
say
cab driver.
the movie's tone is that it's a cartoonish world. And so when people act cartoonishly, it's not bad writing, it's just something you don't like. I would argue that the even in a world where things are so messed up or skewed, that it needs to do a better job of establishing either the tone or the reason that these parents don't help. Because when you watch it as a just like a regular person and you're not so aware of the kind of like morality tale style of FNAF storytelling, it really does come across as like, okay, but she's screaming about a boy being kidnapped and not being helped. Like she's clearly distressed. The way it's played off is like, get out of here, kid. I don't want to talk to you. And it feels very
Adults
forced.
are talking.
Yep. So
Yeah. It feels very on the nose, and it's not. It doesn't feel like it feels like it's for the purpose of getting Charlie angry at them. It's not a commentary on the world itself.
it's hard for us to think of viewing the movie that way simply because we're all in the FNAF fandom. But like
Yeah.
that was I watched the Nostalgia Critics like right after the movie takeaways.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, it's a dark satirical universe where, I thought it was very funny. It's a dark comedy. So as someone who didn't know the games, he did take away sort of what I think Scott was going for.
Right. Okay.
So like we can maybe guess
I mean,
what someone who doesn't know would think, but there's at least one person who doesn't know the games.
I mean, I know, like, I had friends who saw it who reacted in that way. Like, what? Nobody wants to help. Like, we can argue about taste in those kind of things or being aware of that sort of style of movie. Because again, it's also a case of most people go into movies and expect them to be some sort of like somewhat realistic, and if it's not really on the nose, like The Grinch or, Cat in the Hat, it's like people find a little bit like I had this. I'm speaking from experience because for my graduation film in college, I kind of wrote like a dark comedy satire thing where the adults were extremely negligent and do overlook murders and are very much this way. And like I definitely had that feedback of like, oh, I don't know, it doesn't seem realistic, and it's like it's not supposed to. So I know that intention, and it definitely could be that way. I think it's the rest of the movie goes back and forth. It's a tonal thing of like, am I supposed to take this seriously and be scared for the characters and be invested in their personal dramas, or am I supposed to sort of gloss over the more human aspects because it's in this like very heightened world?
We have Aunt Jane who's like, you should kill my nephew for money.
Evil. Yeah.
We have,
I would kill my nephew, but I don't want to.
every adult character, because every character besides Mike and Abby is just completely insane. Like every single character that we meet is just completely absurd. And
Jeremiah is pretty normal.
Jeremiah is pretty normal.
Is Mike normal though? Is Mike normal?
We sort of gloss over that, like, oh, well, there's no telltale indicators that this is supposed to be an absurd world because it doesn't look like the Grinch. It's like, okay, but there's robot animatronics possessed by
The
children
taxi
who are
scene. That's
killing
all I
you.
need to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, but usually with films there comes an an expectation of the what's the word when you something your disbelief, you extend your disbelief.
Suspension, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
suspension of disbelief. Yeah, you kind of go, okay, yes, it's like a sci-fi world, but you know, just because it's sci-fi doesn't mean it can't feel grounded in its storytelling. I think usually in the satirical methods, it's I don't know, stuff like Mike and Abby's relationship feels a lot more like we're supposed to treat it like a drama than something else. Just the way it's comes across. I will concede that it is more prevalent than maybe we give it credit for. Maybe it's just the fact that I look at it as like a weird tone. Dual Process kept being like, parents do this bad thing in the 80s. I know they're not like parents in the 80s were not safety, crazy. They were very much the opposite. But it's one thing to be like not safety crazy. It's another thing for some child to like run to you screaming and being like, please help me. It's a child in danger. There's the levels to it.
I also had a thought of like, how like another justification for like the obviously not all adults would be aware of this quote unquote representation. I'm just spitballing here. But obviously like Charlie in the movie has no friends and like just I'm a loner. I just want to wait for the puppet. So is it possible that like the whole town is aware of Charlie's representation as the quiet kid and therefore is like disregarding
If
anything she has to say? She's like, no, I
if
know what
that's the idea, that should be in the movie. That should be the
I know what you're like, weird daughter of the founder girl. I'm not listening to what you're saying. You just go
then
along and wait for your
someone
puppet,
should have said that, or we should have seen her
weird kid.
play like if it's Boy Who Cried Wolf, if that's the idea we're going with, then we should establish that, somewhere that she tells a fib and then later on no one believes her. Like that's the kind of the more classic sense of setting that up. But anyway, we're talking about the movie now.
Yeah.
We're back to the movie.
It's just
So,
that,
okay.
Cassidy, yes. Cassidy.
So no Cassidy then. Let's present the timeline with no Cassidy. Like how does that fit in if we're going so you think then that Cassidy is the name of the crying child?
Yes. So to my biggest, deepest regret, while the movie has now killed anti-Will Care forever and Will Care is now canon, and anyone who doesn't believe that is coping, this requires him to have killed David Murray. So Will Grief is probably not the direction Scott was going. It's not that William was a normal guy and then his son died and he turned crazy. It's more that he's a narcissist, and then the reason he's trying to bring back the crying child and Elizabeth is more of the it's called Will Trophy. So Will Trophy is he cares about his kids to the extent that they're an extension of himself and they reflect on him, so he wants to keep them alive because he enjoys possessing them. Whereas Will Grief is he's a normal adult who turns crazy because his kid died. So with this interpretation, Will Grief is out and Will Trophy is in. Either way, both Will Care. I was right, suck it, Withered. But I do prefer Will Grief, and this would unfortunately be Will Trophy. So it would have to be he kills David Murray for reasons that we don't understand yet because the story is not being told. Plush Fredbear is a mimicism somehow, right? Because like what else would that, like either it's Mycelium Man technology or Fate Fiona isms or David Murray isms, like it's something like that.
Well, it could still be William, right? Like he could still be the Plush watching his child saying, I will put you back together. And then like storytelling wise, if we go into that scene knowing the bad guy is sitting right there talking to the character and he says, I'll put you back together, and he pulls the plug. This is something that actually I think is supporting of this even being the idea back in FNAF 4, is that we know bite victims plural, like anyone that loses their frontal lobe, can survive. That's the first thing we're told about people who lose their frontal lobe. So the fact that Crying Child doesn't survive, obviously, logically, you can say, well, he's a child. He had his entire head crushed by a big robot. Obviously, he's going to die. But if Scott thought we were going to go, oh, he lost his frontal lobe, that means he should live. Therefore, the fact that he dies is suspicious. What's the last thing that said to him? I will put you back together. What's this creepy thing? Oh, it's maybe it's the bad guy. You know.
Yes. Also, so kind of like with the glass in Midnight Motorist, the idea of a character dying during a flatline is not accurate, right? If you're hooked up to a heart monitor and you die, it does not flatline. It flatlines if it's unplugged. But a lot of people don't know that. But, so the question is, does Scott...
It's also a storytelling device.
Does Scott know that, or is that a hint that William just unplugged him?
I would say that to use a flatline to indicate anything other than death in a fictional setting would be, without clarification, would be kind of not irresponsible. Obviously, it's an extreme word, but you know what I mean in terms of flatlines mean something in storytelling. They might not mean the same thing in real life, but like they've become shorthand for meaning, you know, this thing is dead. This character has died.
I got a comment the other day, and I'm sure we're all tired of addressing this, where someone was like, there's no glass on the outside of Midnight Motorist, therefore the window is broken into. Yeah. I'm like, no, if you break a window, the glass ends up on the side that you are, because that's how Newton's third law works. If you're hitting the glass with like a baseball bat, the glass hits back at the bat and shatters inward. So there being no glass on the outside means the window is broken out of. The question is, does Scott know that?
Or the question is, does Scott think it's important enough to put glass on the floor, even if he does think that? Yeah. Or does he just think, oh, he says he runs away and the footprints are going from the window, so he ran away. he broke his own window. Like, you know, is Scott saying that? You know, is Scott going to think about putting the 3 pixels of glass on the floor? And we can't say yes or no one way or the other, so we can't use that as supporting or contradictory evidence. Like, I don't think if I was part of the Crying Child runaway thing, or if I was part of the kidnapping thing, I couldn't say, well, there isn't any glass on the floor, so that means X or Y, because I'm going to go, well, maybe it means that, but it's not really it's not worth talking about because we don't know. It's the same as the movie. Oh, I don't know if Scott means for us to think that 82 is important, but not the fact that the toys were there. So I can't use either piece of evidence because neither of them are transferable in any way that's clear.
Yeah, and the glass thing is just something MatPat said years ago that people can't let go
of. Dual process theory. It's funny you mentioned that because I was just about to bring that up. So dual process theory said, a while back I did notice that one of the FNAF 4 Easter eggs is a pill bottle, the others, Flowers IV, are said to be Crying Child's, so the pill bottle is also his, which would imply that he was awake long enough to eat meds. What I was going to say was, how literal do you think, you know, we see the flowers, the IV, and the meds, how literal do you think those are, or are they just meant to symbolize hospital imagery? Like, do you think Crying Child actually had meds? Because if not, I was going to say that it also could be Michael's meds, like Michael has antidepressants or something, I don't know. But, because, you know, they're both the players of FNAF 4, but, yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think the hospital imagery is literal? Do you think there is literally a bottle of pills at Thingo's, at Crying Child's bedside, or do you think it's just meant to invoke hospital imagery?
I mean, we can even go as far as to say, is it so literal that Crying Child was in a bed at home with an IV drip? Like, he got him home from the hospital.
Yeah, are we supposed to implant, you know, the
he
IV,
has a
the
digital
pill
alarm
bottle?
clock, so he's gotta be in a hospital. As someone who's goes to hospital all the time, I can confirm that they don't have digital alarm clocks. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your service. Someone tell MatPat. Yeah, I was going to say, are we supposed to see the IV bag and go, oh, this is, you know, Mike saw this in the hospital, and now he's sort of projecting it into his bedroom? Or was Crying Child brought home, he Kelsey'd it into the room? Or was Crying Child brought home and he died in the house in his bed? You know, if he's on not hospice, but, he's being in a vegetable state for 3 years, you'd think that they would have taken him home at some point.
Well, it's like I saw somebody the other day being like, because I was researching didophobia, and somebody brought up the fact that the living room is described in the same way as Michael's room with the TV and like the sun clock and the two things on either side and the lamp. And somebody said, "Oh, is this implying that Michael, like the sister location parts where we're watching the TV, is in the experiment chambers?" And I'm like, no, that could equally be saying that William designed the chambers based on his real house that Michael lives at. Like, the chambers are still fake, but William based them all off of the real house, which does exist, and Michael lives in by the time of sister location. So, like, is that Scott telling us Michael was in the experiment chambers during sister location, or is that Scott telling us the house that the nightmares are based on is the same as Mike's house?
Bro.
Yeah, it hurt. All these words, they mean nothing. None of them are in the Bible.
Famously, David, not in the Bible.
Michael, yeah.
And Michael, yeah.
Yeah.
God,
What if Mike was on IV due to dying of a broken heart? He's lost the will to live. The
For
will
reasons I can't
to live,
explain,
the will
we're losing
care.
him.
He will care about living.
He will care.
Okay, let's
So,
timeline. We're talking about the timeline. We got a little sidetracked on
Yeah.
step 2. Step 1 was he kills David Murray. Step 2 is plush can be many things, including literally William with a walkie-talkie. I just reject that the thing in sister location's a walkie-talkie. I think it's a camera operator.
I think, yeah, it's got 16 buttons, which is the same number of screens in FNAF 4.
Yes. And also, it just doesn't look like a walkie-talkie. It looks like a camera operator.
Oh, we actually, I found this the other day. Someone was uploading old clips of Scott's animations, and like I'm almost certain the exact same model of that little controller is in one of his animations, and it's being used as like a way of activating machines from across the room. It's got the little red like
a remote
receiver on it.
Yeah. So William, they take over Murray Co. or whatever. They poach all the employees. Fredbear's, Fazbear, they're doing all this stuff. They're being successful businessmen. William's loving his life for some reason. His wife leaves, because I still like my interpretation of the storybook at the end of Secret of the Mimic, where one of the original founders leaves before anything else happens. And I think it makes the most sense to be his wife. So his wife leaves him.
who we all know is Fiona Murray.
No, not Will Cuck. We all... or Ed Cuck, whatever.
Baby isn't fine.
Wife leaves. He's raising the kids. Mike bullies Crying Child because he is maladjusted because his parents are divorced and it's the 80s and his father's a narcissist. So he bullies Crying Child, puts him in Fredbear's head. Fredbear bites off his frontal lobe. He goes to the hospital, then gets sent home. And William's like, I will save you, my child, and I will save you by killing other children and experimenting with remnant life force in order to, bring you back somehow. And so then he proceeds to do that. That's the MCI. It takes place over the course of multiple years. He starts with Charlie because it's Henry's daughter, and so there's, like, revenge there. I might think that I still think he might just kill Charlie in revenge, and once he notices the puppet is possessed, that's sort of what gives him the inspiration to try to use that to save Crying Child. Because she's not one of those plushes by his bedside. So William does not take out her remnant and inject it into Crying Child, because she's not represented with those plushes. So Charlie is still a murder of anger, but then he sees that the puppet's possessed, so he starts killing the other kids, trying to revive Crying Child, injecting him with their life force, so he becomes Horcrux Child. His name is Cassidy. And then he finally dies. William pulls the plug to go and put him in Golden Freddy, because he's like, well, I can get the animatronic suits to be possessed, but I don't know how I'm doing it. And it's because he's not doing it, Charlie's doing it. So I'm going to go shove you into Golden Freddy. So he goes and he shoves him into Golden Freddy. And then... question mark. Like, my thing was always that William spring-locked who we used to call Cassidy, which is why she was able to possess the suit without the puppet's help. So I guess maybe because Fredbear bit him, that would be enough for it to not have any puppet involvement?
Yeah. My question is, do we even need the springlock thing? Because the springlock idea comes from UCN, comes from the end of UCN, where the Golden Freddy suit is twitching. Do we need it, or can Crying Child? Because I've held the belief for years now that the Golden Freddy suit, at least after FNAF 2, isn't real. That it's just a projection from the ghost, because that's why it looks different wherever it goes. It looks like the Wizards when it's with the Wizards. Looks like the Classics when it's with the Classics. It looks like Yendo when it's with the Fun Times. It's always going where the others are going, and it's looking like them. You know, it's looking like it fits into their band. But it may not be a physical suit anymore. So we don't necessarily need him to take the old suit and springlock him and da-da-da-da-da and do all that. Because it could just be that suit's out of order. Because we never hear about the Golden Freddy suit during the FNAF 3 calls. Like, he says the Spring Bonnie suit's been moved, but you'd think if a kid had been springlocked in it, he'd be like, also, the fucking Fredbear suit's bleeding all over the place. I don't know if somebody got into it or something, but, you know, that thing's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's possible
Or is that why they seal up the rooms?
Is it possible that Crying Child didn't die/be possessed until 87? Which is sort of... So, like, Fazent believes Charlie 87. I do not, but there's obviously some compelling evidence. Could it be that it's Crying Child who doesn't die till 87?
Yes, I said something to that effect earlier, and that's why you would have so much of the god victimisms happening, because happening in FNAF 2 is because it's at the, like, it's the location where he dies, and that's what they used, a spare in the back, a yellow one. That's what he means, is that William went there and springlocked his son, and then his son starts freaking out and going crazy and controlling all the toys to kill everyone.
And, like, teleporting around and save them.
Yeah.
And then, so why does it take until then for the Bite of 87 to happen? Because he's just become Golden Freddy, and so God Victim isms are now starting. Where is David in all this? Because we never see a tiger or anything. Unless, like, David is...
we see the owl in FNAF World.
When does Secret of the Mimic take place?
79.
So I believe Follow Me is after 2 but before 1. If it's 89, then David Murray could be Rory.
What?
10 years, right? Like, William kidnaps David Murray and experiments on him?
He kidnapped Rory and had him in the bunker all before any of the other games?
He kidnaps David Murray in 79. No, wait, when's he kidnap him? It's a couple years before then, right? What year is he kidnapping?
It's 75.
He kidnaps him in 75, and then experiments on him for 10 years, Rory style, until 85. And then, where does he go? Tiger... No, because he needs to be in the Mimic by 79. So he has to, he has to just kill him. He can't kidnap him.
I was saying that as a joke, but just as a consensus, do we genuinely believe that the metal owl with the heterochromia in FNAF World is Representative David?
No, I think it's a Terminator reference.
Yeah. Because I said it as a joke, but I want to know, wait, do people actually believe that?
It has one red eye and it's metal. I think it's Terminator.
No, does it have red eyes? I thought it was blue and green. I thought that was the whole
No, it's green-red.
thing.
It's got it's got heterochromia, but not the same as David Murray. So I think that would be sloppy imagery. It would have to be obviously backporting. I think if there's any Davidisms in this, it would just be, because you want David to be the you want him to be in the logbook, so he and Cassidy have to
Yes.
have some sort of connection.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we don't know what the Mimic's up to between Secret of the Mimic and Ruin, so it could be anything. Question mark.
Yeah, so post 79 until FNAF 3, something has to happen that gets him in the logbook and makes him the vengeful spirit. M2 is quite vengeful. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, like all the mediocre melodies, he speaks through those because those are the ones that his mother designed. Like, there's a lot of stuff in there. All the FNAF World stuff, then you can tie back to him. There's plenty of things which are linking David and Crying Child. So the question becomes like, like, what's up with that? Why are we doing that? Is it because they're the same person? Are they, one is being made into the other? We are writing fan fiction and headcanons at this point. Yes, that's every
That is what FNAF is.
Yeah, I just
FNAF
typed
it.
So is saying that Cassidy is the fifth kid who gets put into a suit and spring locked and joins the Crying Child in the post, death, and he's also in there for some reason, and she's got to put him back. Like, all that is also fan fiction. It's just fan fiction that maybe sounds more plausible if you like say it in a straight line, but yeah, as GiBi says, all theories are fan fiction backed up by textual evidence.
They mean you're making too many assumptions. Okay, that's kind of what, and it's a little frustrating, but like, this sounds like it's a lot of assumptions because everyone is so used to the community consensus. The community consensus is built on toothpicks and bubblegum and has absolutely nothing backing it up other than 10 years of people going, it makes perfect sense that there's two spirits in Golden Freddy because the Stitch Wraith. It's like, that's not real evidence. That's almost nothing.
You know what? You're not real evidence.
FNAF story is a collective hallucination.
Yeah, I mean, like, also, if we were taking the Stitch Wraith into account, then we would have to also, like, if we're trying to use that as a way of showing us what Golden Freddy is, then we have to ignore the fact that both of them came from separate objects which were possessed first and then put into the Stitch Wraith. So then we'd have to say, okay, well, Crying Child had to possess something first, and then Cassidy also had to possess something else, and then both of them were combined and put into the Stitch Wraith via remnant experiments, which that's also fan fiction, or we just ignore that and we just say, no, it's just showing us that two people can possess the one thing. That's all. And it doesn't matter how they got there. Because we don't ever see, correct me if I'm wrong, a natural dual possession in the sense of like two people die because of the same thing and then they just naturally, it's always like things have to be combined
together forever,
like Molten Freddy.
Which together again, that's when the two girls are spring locked by the pig.
Shop.
Yeah.
Oh, they both die because of it and they both possess it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's Fazbear Fright, so it doesn't count.
Okay, well, that's something at least. I personally think that the logbook is Charlie trying to put C. Cassidy back together, with her as faded and him as altered.
But Dave is in the book.
Well, okay. Let's look at Dave, right, as a solution.
Boo.
No, I'm serious. Like, okay, let's look at Dave as the solution. We take 2 of the questions and 2 of the answers. 4 of the questions and 4 of the answers. 2 of which are pretty direct. 2 of which kind of aren't. And if we put it in, we get the reversed version of Avad. And because of the mirror on a different page, which is across from the word search, we flip Avad into Dave and we get the name Dave. The flipping thing, I'm like, maybe that makes sense because it's said a few times, but I'm also like, the mirror is placed across from the word search for a reason. Like, I don't see why that would be the case if the answer that we needed to flip was on the other page with the Foxy. Like, really, if the answer is to flip Evad
Well-
backwards, the mirror should be across from the Foxy grid.
Faded says, "What do you see?" when
Yes.
next to the mirror. So yes, if it was the word search that gave us Evad, it would be more tight. But I still think that
Yeah.
The other that altered answering backwards still makes sense because they're still saying what they see in the mirror.
But there's no connection between the mirror and, like, is it what do you see I can't see? That's the connection? Because then because that's one of the answers, right? That's like, I can't see is one of the answers that we have to use for the Foxy grid. If that's the connection, then we have to say, okay, so he can't see, so he can't be seeing something in the mirror. So the reflection thing becomes skewed then again.
So what do you see I can't see is used to get one of the Evad letters?
I would imagine it would be, because it's one of the more solid answers, right? So I guess that would be the connection is, oh, what do you see is your first clue to go look for the answer I can't see, and that's E, maybe. Well, we'd actually let's see what letters line up with which
Yeah.
reversals. Because if it's the first letter of VAD, I might be on board.
Are you going to pull up the original Evan post? Because otherwise I'm
going to pull up the... Oh, actually, the Evan
Hyperdroid?
post might be a bit better.
Yeah. Because the Evan post is correct up until the last letter.
Yeah. Let me see.
Have we
Evan...
considered that the crying child's name is Eva?
A lot of people have considered that, yes.
Eva?
Oh, that's sad.
Because Evan, they're like, well, we just made up the last letter. It's like, what if his name is Eva? Which to me is like, that's just 3 letters that happens to be a name. I don't find that particularly compelling. The reason I find Evad so compelling is because it is Dave exactly backwards. If it's a coincidence...
I would also then question why it's Dave and not David.
Because maybe he just goes by Dave.
Maybe, but we never hear the name.
Why is it Mike,
like a lot of
but
people
not
go,
Mike?
oh, well,
that's
Dave
how we can tell.
Afton.
That's how we can tell that Edwin's kid and Afton's kid are 2 different people. One's called David and one's called Dave. That's how they're different.
If it is a coincidence, if this is not actually in the book and we made it up out of nothing, then discovering it within months of Secret of the Mimic having a character named David is insane, and Scott is probably very angry.
Yes. Okay. I can't find this.
I'm gonna try to find Hyperdroids.
Anyone knows how to find this post easily? I can find Hyperdroid's video. I'll just go to that.
Reddit post, FNAF.
Did we solve the crying child's name? I solved the logbook mystery. Okay, cool. Okay.
Where is Hyperdroid, by the way?
I don't know. You can go walk to him, knock on his door, and ask him.
No, I don't know where. I know he lives in my country. I don't know where he lives. Not all Australians know each other, GiBi. Damn.
Australia's 10 people and some kangaroos. I'm sure you know him.
How dare you?
That's my go-to insult. It's like, you're from Canada? There's no one in Canada. There's 10 people and some elk. You're from Ireland? There's 10 people and some leprechauns. Like...
Let me see.
You're from America? That's like 10 people and some guns.
10 people and some hamburgers. Yeah, I can't find the Reddit post either.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Australia is a big place, yes, but it's a low-densely populated place.
Low densely.
Low densely. What's the population of Australia?
Hang on, I don't know exactly. I know
Okay,
what do
I
you
found
call
it. I found the Reddit post.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I'll post it in chat.
Well, my city, the population's 5 million.
Oh, jeezums.
Whoa, that's more than my country. Jesus,
Okay,
that's
so
sad.
page 59, what do you see? Talk to I can't see. Okay, the first one is I can hear sound, which is responding to 75, which is does he still talk to you? One trend is to notice all 4 pages have a piece of blood on them. The next is it was for me, which is responding to the party was for you. The next is I can't see responding to what you can see. So it's got to be EVA. So the what do you see I can't see gets you the letter A.
So the what do you see is the third letter.
Yes.
See, again, if this was the first letter, I'd be like, okay, so we're starting. So, like, we figure out the Cassidy. Now we're looking at what do you see? We have to go on the hunt. But instead, it's the third letter in the question rather than the first, which would be like, it's not for or against, I suppose, because it's just maybe poor puzzle design.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, again, I just don't get why that mirror is across from the word search, because that's like, who are you? What is your name? On the opposite page, what do you see? The word search is filled with "it's me" and then the name Cassidy. So, what do you see? It's me, Cassidy. Or, who are you? What is your name? Cassidy. What do you see? It's me. You know, there's more connection between that mirror and the word search than there is that mirror and the Foxy.
Oh
grid.
god, I'm just scrolling through the comment section and it's just filled with like 2019, 2020 memes. Oh, this hurts.
Under the name Evan. Yep.
Under the Reddit thread you linked.
Yeah, I as far as the mirror is concerned, having flipped through the logbook more times than is healthy, it's the only page that diegetically means nothing. It's just a big mirror.
Well, there is that page with the toys drawn on it by Faded.
But even here,
That is just
I'll get
empty
my
otherwise.
logbook. That's supposed. I think like you're supposed to draw something there.
Oh, I guess that's a continuation of the reflection on your dreams.
Yeah.
Also, isn't like the
There we
main
go.
going back to Cassidy, isn't like one of the main evidence points for Cassidy being real is that oh, Cassidy translates to curly hair, but then like the only depiction we have of Cassidy, she's got like straight hair.
Straight
Well,
black hair, yeah.
you see, and the
Andrew
new
has curly
kid,
black hair.
Andrew, curly black hair.
Also, I thought of something earlier while this was before I hopped on. It was about the new kid, but then I immediately was like, no, we can disprove that. But I was like, you know how like in the new kid the twist is, oh my god, their hair color's different inside of Golden Freddy. It's not blonde, it's like black. What if it was just like blonde but like old blood stained and black? But then it's like, no, they would have said that. Like they would have
said that, and it's curly as well, which is it's specifically supposed to make you go, "That's not Kelsey." Like that's the point of that passage. So it's supposed to make you go, "Who is the kid inside of Golden Freddy?"
That's why I'm like,
So-
oh, I didn't bring it up because I'm like, oh, I thought of it. Oh, never mind.
So, logbook page. We have studies show that you forget half of what your dreams are the first 5 minutes after waking. Use this page and the next page to sketch and write notes about your recent dreams. Reflect on the meaning of your dreams. On the left page,
so
there's
that-
almost a water spill that blanks out the page number. And on the right page, there's a blood stain that blocks out the page number. And this is where Mike draws Nightmare. And it's where Faded says, do you have dreams? The next page, which is the one with all the toys drawn on it, it lacks a
left for
border.
drawing on.
No, so it
yeah.
says on this page and the next page. So that's only those 2 pages. So when you flip to the next page, this is now no longer part of that activity. It lacks a border, and it's just these drawings. And the pages go 42 and then 15, and then we continue on with 44. So the page 15 is like in the wrong spot. And this is the
42
one
and
that
15?
says, yeah, the pages with the does he still talk to you, Jack in the Box, dolly, bike, security guard, phone. Do any of these toys
Look
familiar to you? Does he still
or belong to you
yeah.
is the second page.
something? Yeah. Do any of these belong to you? That's 42 and 15.
That's so interesting. In my copy of the logbook, 15 is cut off. I can't see it.
Really?
As in my scan of it, which
Oh,
I think is the
okay.
scan most people work from.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we were unironically going to be every copy of the logbook is
Yeah.
personalized.
No, it definitely says 15.
Right, so the next one is 15. But where does it say my name on that page?
It doesn't. It has the... Do you recognize these?
But aren't the only altered pages the ones that give Cassidy clues?
Are they? Oh, no, yeah, it says my name at the top of page 15. It does say my name, yes.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
It's just very hard to see. Fazent correctly says there's 2 versions of the logbook. Denari has a good video about this. It's frustrating because it's impossible to know if the second edition is the more correct version or if it's a mistake. Like, Scott designed the first one flawlessly, and then a couple years later, someone at Scholastic was like, why are these pages out of order? Let me fix that before we do the next printing. So, like, we don't know which is the correct one.
That feels likely to me. I don't know why. It just feels right. Because you can imagine someone going through and they're about to send it to print and they go, oh my god, this is a big error people missed in the first copy. But at that stage, it's already been talked about, so it's fine.
Unrelated, but have you guys seen, like, the, like, updated secret, like, Tales from the Pizzaplex graphic novel, like, images that have just come out?
With the wrong mimic on it?
No, so that was the original one, and then it got delayed, and now Scholastic has actually given the artist time, and it looks peak.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where can I find this?
Give me 2 secs, I'll send it in chat. Yeah, give me 2 secs, I'll send it in chat.
All right. And anyway, just to sort of segue back, the timeline would sort of continue as normal until the logbook, which is now David Murray and Cassidy Afton interacting and helping him remember things. But, like, how would Scott... I guess to Scott, you know, the blending of these 2 eras is more seamless than it is to us, which, again, I think is the fault of COVID and Security Breach being delayed 7 times. Yeah. So to him, it's like, yeah, the logbook is Cassidy Afton and new character who you'll meet soon. And it's just taken so long.
My only issue with that is so you would have Cassidy being altered, not faded. So Cassidy is still the one that needs to go back together, but Dave is doing it?
Yes.
So David Murray is the one putting the crying child back together.
Well, okay, we're saying putting the crying child back together, but it's more just asking, like, who are you? What's going on? Asking questions. I think why does the tiger have heterochromia? I'm literally hitting my head. I'm like, why?
Someone sorry. Someone tweeted out a picture of the thumbnail of this video and said, you got 2 FNAF theory sections. One that's going hard on using the movie for lore, and the other that's creating this industry plant-ass narrative. Come on. Really?
I mean, the thumbnail is supposed to be attention grabbing. Yeah, the whole point of this conversation was for me to walk through my thoughts and for us to maybe come to a conclusion. I'm not sold on anything at all. But, like, the tiger plush having heterochromia. Having heterochromia is usually an indication that, like, you know, it's a split, it's a twin, it's a dual, there's a dualism to it. You know, Tom has talked a couple times about how he'd love to talk about the colors in Security Breach and Ruin, like that era where there's like, oh, there's a purple and a green. What do they mean? You know, there's definitely a duality thing going on. And the idea that the tiger is, you know, let's equate just the tiger and the logbook to each other for a second. It's like there's 2 things in one thing, which is why it has different colored eyes. Okay, So we see that there's two things in one thing, but then how do they relate? How are we supposed to, besides backwards engineering, how are we supposed to come to this conclusion? How does David Murray get in the logbook?
God Davidisms?
God David. And obviously, one of the answers could just be he doesn't, and we're barking up the wrong tree, so we have to rewind and then ask a different question. I feel like some people who would watch this kind of stream would hear me say that and then go, GiBi, you're completely wrong. That's not it. It's like, I know, we're tugging on a thread. That's just how we come up with our crazy theories. What tiger?
If it was
tiger,
that, then I'd
tiger?
say that the FNAF world player is David Murray, and where somehow William gets a hold of M2 and uses it or David's spirit to try and help his son. Like when he says, "I'll put you back together," now in the context of knowing that William inherits the house and the costume manor and stuff, he finds out about M2, knows about Remnant and all that kind of stuff way earlier in the timeline. And so when his son dies, he's like, I know, I'll use that mimic thing, and I'll put the mimic to work, and he'll help the crying child.
Someone in chat said, doesn't David have heterochromia? I do not believe so.
I don't think so either. That image that goes around of the thing like brightened up and color adjusted and everything, and you can kind of maybe tell that it's like slightly more blue in one eye. Again, if that's what they were going for, it's very difficult to figure out. Like, there's definitely clearer ways of them indicating that, and I've tried messing with that image myself, and I just can't get it to look like that.
Okay.
I've just sent the two comparisons in chat.
All right.
I saw these. These are cool.
I'm going to add Connie to the call. She has to accept my friend request on Discord first.
Ouch.
Oh.
Unless, Unwithered, I don't know if you can add her to the chat.
Oh, good question.
Well-
Connie.
well-
No, birds are blooming.
No, Connie is the other one.
Oh, I did. I can add them. Yeah,
Okay.
there we go.
Yay.
Yay! Yippee!
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hold
Mm.
on. I need to connect my earbuds. Hi. Also, hi.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so yeah, hi. One second time with a GiBi stream, I have gone, oh man, this is really cool. Wish I wasn't at work. I'm gonna miss it. And then I get home from work and we're all still yapping. I say that with love. We're all chronic yappers here. But okay, so right now we're talking about Logbook.
Yeah.
Yes.
And because the thing is, I'm not 100% against David being in there. I think that's a really interesting narrative, especially with the Dave answer. I just personally think it's Charlie, just because we've seen her in FNAF 3 being the one to try and help crying child move on. And I do kind of follow Raito's theory that FNAF World is also her trying to put these pieces together. But again, it's not impossible that it's David Murray. Especially since other than the Foxy grid, there's not a ton of indications as to who Fated is.
Do you reject the name Dave as being the solution to the Foxy grid?
I think it could be. I just don't think it's the crying child's name.
Yeah, no, if Cassidy is the crying child's name.
Yeah, I think Dave could be. And again, no, if anyone thinks this is shade on Hyperdroid, absolutely not. He's the coolest person and we love him.
Yeah.
I just think it's just kind of with Cassidy specifically, Cassidy crying child specifically. It's eventually it gets down to as much as we joke greatest writer on earth or whatever, it is just kind of if you look at FNAF 4 and you say, what was Scott trying to tell us if this kid is not the only kid in Golden Freddy? If Like, what is he trying to tell us with this that was supposed to tie all 4 games together? And I think what it was supposed to be was, we realized Foxy Bro is the guard, and he's been trying to help all the kids, and Golden Freddy has been saying it's me to him because it's the brother. And I like, maybe even the murderer being the dad was planned, because they definitely have a lot of connections to Freddy's. Like, it's a whole thing, but really it's just kind of like, if Crying Child isn't, let's say, the missing kid number 5, like, because I know you guys are arguing Charlie, and I'm a Charlie last, so I'm not going to argue that with you guys right now, because we have a whole other discussion going on. But let's just say missing kid number 5 for simplicity. Like, if this kid isn't missing kid number 5, what was FNAF 4 supposed to be telling us, like, at all? And that's just kind of like, the narrative becomes way cleaner when it becomes way cleaner when it's these 4 missing kids and Crying Child and Charlie. And Crying Child is the one with the name we find in the logbook. And yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of, it does seem simpler to me. And like, again, it doesn't feel simpler because it took so long to get to this conclusion that people made up a girl.
Yeah. My only issue with BV Fifth, and that's where I start to get into the territory of like, are we stretching? Is we have to go from Crying Child getting the plug pulled on him, or in secret being put into Freddy or Fredbear, and we go from that to being like, okay, we somehow have to get this kid killed in a way he can be linked to 4 other deaths that all occur at a Freddy's where a luring takes place. So we then have to go, okay, he didn't die in the same way as the others, but the police seem to think he did. So why do they think he did? If he was a vegetable like that got bit, like, you know, a few years ago, why? How has he been, like, in terms of the people that live in this world, what do they think happened to the Crying Child that went from him lying in bed with a frontal lobe injury to having been lured to Freddy's and killed? And why do they think that happened?
Well, I will say there is that old theory that the Crying Child dies in hospital, gets brought back as a robot, and then dies in the MCI.
Oh my God,
there is
no. I refuse any version of BB Fifth that has him being resurrected from death and then killed a second time.
William brings him back just to kill him again.
And like, yeah, I do acknowledge that, like, BV Fifth does have a lot of, like, I'd say, like, not holes, more like narrative jumps of, like, yeah, and then Scott assumed we would figure out that he then becomes the 5th missing child. Like, it's just that, like, see, because GiBi believe, like, I do believe, like, Afton Midnight Motorist, which GiBi doesn't. So again, like, just from my perspective, I just think that I think the mound is where Crying Child's buried, and my assumption was just that Crying Child went missing that night, and they were just like, okay, we're linking this is like linked to it, because I don't know, they probably saw Spring Bonnie on the camera, like, bringing this comatose kid in or whatever, or not comatose, just, you know. But like, it's again like that, and that whole again goes into BV Fifth, and right now, GiBi, you're going into Charlie Fifth, right? Or
Yes.
Charlie first.
I am definitely against BV Fifth, because I don't think he goes missing, and thus the newspaper would not be worded that way.
Yeah, in our timeline, we assumed that he went missing because Afton tries to get him into Golden Freddy. He gets kind of spring locked there, and then Afton's like, oh, yeah, there's no way anyone's gonna believe that this kid, like, died in his sleep of his injuries, so he just hides the body. But again, I do acknowledge that's a bit of a narrative jump, but also it's Five Nights at Freddy's. But like, if you go like BV, let's say BV6, are we talking like, or like, you know, but with Charlie as one of the MCI, I think that does really work with her going missing, especially since you didn't mention, I did like, I almost forgot that whole yeah, we're gonna if you go missing on the premises, we will cover it up.
Yeah.
Like
I oh sorry, you go, Connie.
it's all right, but I just did also want to say when in 87 when he says there was a spare suit in the back of yellow one, someone moved it and now none of them are acting right, like that could be a Cassidy in the Golden Freddy spirit, but I also do want to say, like, Phone Guy isn't the most reliable narrator. It could have been that it just moved on its own, and he's like, well, someone must have moved it.
That's
Like-
what I've had
Yeah.
that kind of thought for a while, is like, yeah, they don't know if the MCI has already happened and there's precedent for this kind of behavior in terms of using a spring lock suit, and then one of them moves, you're probably going to be like, oh no, he did it again. You know, but we don't know. One thing I will bring up from the logbook. Sorry, you go ahead there. If you were going to say something.
Oh, I was gonna say, okay, guys. So hear me out. Here's how we can say that Bite Victim went missing and relate it to the MCI. So Bite Victim's in hospital for however many years until 86 or whenever the MCI happens. So William takes his body without telling anyone. So he's therefore goes missing from the hospital. Then when people question it, William goes, no, that guy that's been kidnapping kids at Freddy's, he broke into this hospital room and he took my son. That's where he is.
Entirely possible, but I remember because me and Corey also did some research on frontal lobe loss, and I remember seeing like stories from people who have had family members with frontal lobe loss, and quite a few of them said that usually the doctors recommend taking them home as soon as possible to like try and help jog their memory with familiar things. So it is possible that like Bite Victim was like at home for a couple years, but and then like William's just like, okay, taking my son to Freddy's. Hope I left no traces. So
midnight motoring.
Because we also figured like if like we had this whole time because this is the reason we had to do a 2-hour timeline is we had it tied into everything is we also think that Henry was framed for the MCI, and like if they caught a springlock suit on camera they're like, well, it's either William or Henry, and they also probably both know where each other's kids are at all times, like, so whatever. Like, but
here's the craziest thing. Here's the craziest idea of all time. Midnight Motorist is indeed showing us the Afton house. It is indeed showing us that the Bite Victim was taken away. However, Yellow Guy is not William, but he is driving William's car because he's taking care of his children.
Babysitter care.
But William kidnapped the crying child from his own room, and that's what the footprints are. It's William kidnapping his own kid.
Scott
Didn't
approved.
someone have a theory that Midnight Motorist was William killed his own kid and then got so drunk he forgot about it?
Oh my god,
yeah,
it's
that
Emmett
would
Tucker.
be crazy.
It's Emmett Tucker.
Emmett Tucker.
I have something interesting to bring up about the logbook, which I haven't kind of taken note of before. What we see in the logbook on page 31 is the following. It says, reflect on the happiest day of your life. Write about one specific memory from that day that makes you feel better about finding yourself facing new difficulties. Mike crosses out new difficulties and says certain death. At the bottom of the page, Mike has drawn 2 sets of 5 tallies and 1 sets of 4. There's the picture of the puppet handing a cake to a little girl. And then the question on the page in faded text says, do you remember your name? All of the images from the book itself, the printed images, are presumably diegetic elements which Mike can see that aren't probably like affected by the ghosts, except for maybe the chalkboard, right?
A graphic designer put those in the book before it was published, diegetically, yes.
Except for maybe the maths on the board in the Foxy comic, because that is used for the Cassidy code.
Which page is this?
Sorry, I just realized the tally marks late number 14 on this page.
Yes, they do.
What page is this?
So, this is 31. Okay. So what if the idea? So it says reflect on the happiest day, right? We know happiest day. There's an image of the puppet handing a cake to a kid, and people took this as Cassidy. What if it's just random kid? It's just the bookmaker in universe is just showing the puppet. Some kid's happiest day was the puppet giving them a cake because it's promotional for Fazbear.
Yep.
The fact
think
that the
either-
question on that page is "Do you remember your name?" could be a hint that this is the puppet asking this question, and
Yeah,
it's
you get it.
representative at the bottom. And the 4 is very interesting as well, because if we have the number 4 there, we could be looking at
Sorry,
like
I'll be okay.
an incomplete set, right? Like all the other tally marks in the whole book are 5, and this is the only 4 in the entire book. So is that sort of representative of missing this 5th child that we have to kind of account for? And also 14.
Oh, but yeah, that works too. Also, just for the record, if this isn't just like a random kid, because it is the only like human kid drawn in the book, I think it very well could be Charlie, especially since she tends to be depicted with pigtails.
Could be. I think
But again, it could be a random kid. Like,
yeah, it could
just,
just
like,
be
look
like
at-
in
look at how
universe
nice
the
the
book
puppet
is
is.
showing you a kid. Yeah.
look at how nice
It's
our
a different
marionette
cake
is.
anyway, and the kid's not crying. The kid's very happy. It's like it's clearly not the same
Not
thing.
wearing a golden Freddy
And we
mask.
do know that in universe on the next page, not the next page, the second page after that, we have take a bite out of fun on your next birthday, and the third coupon is called Happiest Day, which says reserved party room, 3-tier birthday cake, received a gift from the puppet. So the idea of a happiest day being an actual in-universe marketing term could tie into the fact that the puppet being on this page is an indicator of when they write reflect on the happiest day of your life, they're like subtly saying,
Yeah.
oh, well, it must have been at a Freddy's because that's what our happiest day is when you get a gift from the puppet. Haha,
Yeah.
you know.
Who, guys, who was it in our like friend group who made that video on like was it Flipside who did the happiest day video on
Everyone's. I feel like there's a lot of happiest day videos.
well,
Which,
it was
is there a
it was
specific-
specifically on bringing that up, that happiest day is name dropped in the book, and that like the FNAF
Yeah.
3 party is just straight up a happiest day.
In the logbook or the Silver Eyes book? Because they do.
Logbook.
Okay.
It is dropped in the Silver Eyes too.
Yes, unfortunately.
But that's like a different context.
Yeah, it's William saying that their happiest day was being put in the suits, which is crazy.
He's so nuts in those books.
supporting evidence for. So this is also something I find interesting: is these coupons being potentially like an order of events. We have take your family out for a night of fun at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzas, the very first coupon page, and it's got it's then like after that is the take a bite out of fun next to the happiest day. So take your family out to me reads like Charlie, right? Or Elizabeth, I guess. Take your family out, like kill them. But it's at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, so I'd imagine that would be Charlie. Because one of the later ones is very much like a... it's the grand reopening. It's the... they slice up some fun, so that would presumably be the MCI. And then grand reopening, join us for the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, would be FNAF 2.
So then, does that imply that that's the death order of Elizabeth, Charlie, Fight Victim, and MCI? If it's like listed that way.
Yeah, it would be, or it would either be Elizabeth or Charlie.
Or take your family out could just be bites happening here. Like took his brother and got a bit.
Yeah, but the issue
And
is
why
that
would
each
bite
of them,
be a separate
the
thing?
next one is bite related. It says take a bite out of fun, and it's the same coupon page as Happiest Day. So presumably that would be the crying child.
Take your family out to David Murray. Got it.
So yeah, I guess
Take your
slice up
family out. He
coupon.
did take David
There's also a
outside.
weird thing with the coupons where all of them are increasing value except for the very first one, which starts on an 8 and then goes to 5 and 6. All the other ones have increasing increments of value.
Hello,
The first page is
Coda.
8,
My
5,
dog
6,
is-
which I
Doggy.
don't
Hello,
understand.
Coda. Wow.
Kitty?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Cat?
My sister's cat has escaped her room, and we're not sure where she is. Oh, never mind. Found her.
Take Your Family Out, Perfect Pizza Pack, Freddy's Fun Time, Foxy's Pirate Palooza are the coupons on the Take Your Family Out page.
Sorry, say again?
The Take Your Family Out page, right? The coupons, but they say are... I lost the page. Perfect Pizza Pack, Freddy's Fun Time, Foxy's Pirate Palooza. It's on
You know,
page
it's
17.
interesting. The one that's $8, which is the out of place one, emphasizes the number 2 twice. It says 2 medium pizzas with your choice of 2 toppings each. Which I'm like, Elizabeth and Charlie? Take Your Family Out? 2 kids die? I don't know.
Sammy?
That's why it's...
Did they die on the same day?
Sammy.
Wait,
It's Golden Duo.
Actual brain blast. Actual brain blast. That's why it's 856, because it's worth double what it should be worth. It should be worth 456, but it's worth 8 because it's 2 times.
Hi, Yankee. Go home.
So what does that mean?
Go home.
Sammy.
Charlie and
Beautiful
Elizabeth
Irish
die.
boy, you're a genius.
Perfect Pizza Pack 2. Oh, weird.
What page are we on again?
Sammy is real.
17.
This one is page 17.
Dude, Sammy. I hope Sammy is real because it would be really funny.
2 medium
So what does that
pizzas
mean?
with the choice of 2
Two?
toppings.
Because 2 toppings is a weird number. You get 2 toppings?
Yeah.
Like, not... Like...
No, sorry, I put my cat back in my sister's room, and now she's just sitting at the door screaming because my sister is not in there.
One thing I did take note of with these coupon things is the idea that they're all listed to not be valid when combined with other offers, which could mean nothing, but it could be interesting if we take that idea of the keys
Which
not
could mean
working.
nothing.
Which could mean nothing. Me with everything in FNAF. What is the 2 about? What's that about? Take your family out for a night of fun at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
It means Golden Duo is what it means, but, like, not really. It could also literally just be nothing. It could really just be absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it could just be like we have to emphasize 2 because otherwise they might think it's just 1 or something.
Right, it goes back to the
this
Toy
is-
Chica's high school years and the Candy Cadet, right? Is this book just giving us the names Dave and Cassidy, or is it giving us 30 other mysteries?
Also,
Yeah,
for
'cause
the
the
record,
difference
if anything,
between
Elizabeth,
the
it's the
take a
one
bite out
titled
of fun
Freddy's
is
Fun
2.
Time.
468. What's the difference between the other 2? Is 456. Yeah, so Slice Up Some Fun at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is the correct number. It's 456.
Take a Bite Out is 468.
Yeah, all the other ones have 2 additional 2 large pizzas with an additional topping. The number 2 is not emphasized in any of the other things.
We have a chat from Mr. E141. 5 sets of questions across the Foxy grid. 5-letter name. Sing with Circus Baby, I hear sounds. All night in the dark, I can't see. Puppet gift, party was for me. Outrun Foxy, I'm scared. Only 1 letter remains. Has anyone tried to solve it that way?
Sorry, 5
Bro,
sets of question across the Foxy
If
grid.
it's a
5
5-letter
names.
name,
Sing
then
with
David
Circus
is
Baby.
not out of the question.
Ain't no way bro paid $10 for that and didn't get the letters. Please enlighten us.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
So
Hold
Sing
on.
with Circus
Hold on, I'm
Baby.
explaining to Corey. Okay,
So I can't
we're
hear,
talking
right?
about if it's possible the logbook is David Murray talking to Cassidy,
After.
and
The longer it's gone on, the more of a possibility.
and if Scott had plans for the vengeful spirit to be
I don't know about
Dave,
I don't know about Vengeful Spirit Days, but the idea that Scott had plans for Steel Bowl era in this.
well, yeah, because
Not only were they already working on the VR game, but if you look at the maze,
if you look at the maze,
you see
you
Mike
see
drawing,
Mike drawing
the animatronics in
the animatronics and Halloween costumes
implies
outside
a
the maze,
Halloween-themed maze,
which implies a
which will be
Halloween-themed
the next
maze, which showed up in the next day. Well, yeah, because Corey, Ultimate Custom Night and Help Wanted were like less than a year apart.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I would not be surprised. That and he was finishing off. I would not be surprised if the fourth closet was like that is because he realized he was taking his idea in a better direction already and went, oh, I just need to end this. He was sitting there writing this.
He's sitting there writing the fourth closet, like none of this matters anymore.
I just need to get through this so I can write the mimic. I just need to get through this so I can write the mimic.
He's like, look, Scholastic, like, honestly, I would not be surprised if, like, or Silver Eyes was supposed to be one book and, like, Scholastic, like, ordered 3 or something. That would explain a lot about it.
Okay, so Unwithered, were you able to look for any of this? Like, what page?
The Circus Baby Sing page
Do you want
is
to bring the cat
across
here? I want her to
from.
speak to the audience.
If Corey
is
wants to come
across-
on,
I don't know why we're linking it there. So, okay, one thing I have noticed, I think the questions are definitely asked to Dave, or to Crying Child, sorry, because on page 83, there's a picture of Bonnie playing a guitar next to musical notes, which is the same image from the TV in FNAF 4, which is where we get the 83 date. And on that page it says, is this song familiar to you? I don't know why he's linking it then to the across from that page, which is Circus Baby singing. So I'd imagine it would be that page. Is the song familiar to you? I can hear sounds, right? But why 5 sets of questions? What does that mean?
5 letters. So
why do we know it's 5 letters?
because there's 5 questions.
Are there 5 questions?
Would
So,
you
okay,
rather-
there's 5 questions and we only get 4 answers.
So the one we don't have an answer to is try to outrun the puppet or try to outrun Foxy, right? So one of the answers is I can hear sounds. One of them is I'm scared. One of them is I can't see. One of them is it was for me, right?
But are we just picking random things in the book and saying that might be the answer?
Well, so those are the only 4 answers we have, right?
Yeah.
Where's the Outrun Foxy page?
So I'm on page 94. It's across from the Foxy grid. So it's the same page, as the Foxy grid. It's page 94, and it's asking you 5 questions. Would you rather dance with Ballora or sing with Circus Baby?
Okay. Sorry. I understand. I understand.
So that would correlate with I can hear sounds. Would you rather spend all night in a Springlock suit or spend all night alone in the dark? Might correlate with I'm scared. Or I can't see. Would you rather perform maintenance on Funtime Freddy or try to fix Mangle? I don't know. Gift from the puppet or win a prize from the prize counter? It was for me. The party was for me. Outrun the puppet, outrun Foxy. I don't know.
I don't know. It could be a stretch, but again, knowing Five Nights at Freddy's, it might not be.
So how do we solve it then? Do we go 94 and then just do the different answers? It's all on
Like the
like
page.
how do we plug that in? Because they're all the same page, so they'd have to all be on the same row or something.
So it would have to be the page where you get... It's literally just plugging in the page where we find the Crying Child's responses, which I don't think would get you anything. If that got you something, we would have discovered that a million years ago.
And then we have to make up an answer for the last one.
Yeah.
Again, if I could ask Scott Cawthon one lore-related question, it would be,
Kelsey.
is the Foxy Grid meant to be solvable? I think that, like, he doesn't even have to tell me what it is, just was it supposed to be?
I mean, the letters,
like
the faded letters, A through D or whatever, are there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I found the is this song familiar to you? It does. It is on the same page as the Bonnie. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's page 83. No, sorry, I was misunderstanding what they were saying. I didn't realize that the 5 set of questions were across from the Foxy Grid, which says Dance with Ballora or Sing with Circus Baby. Spend all night in the Springlock suit, spend all night in the
Corey
dark,
has, like,
perform
a-
maintenance on Funtime Freddy.
Yeah, or fix
Corey has
Mangle.
it's we don't have really much like substantial evidence, but Corey likes the idea that maybe Mrs. Acton was the one who wrote the songs, and that's like, and so is this song familiar to you with like a Bonnie singing? Might be kind of cute, just from that perspective.
Wait, what songs
that song.
are you talking about?
Just the general Freddy songs, because Phone Guy says that they've been singing the same songs for 20 years. And the idea is that
Mhm.
she wrote some songs and then left, and they were like, "Well, we got a couple songs. We'll just put these on repeat."
Well, even before the movie, I always was under the interpretation that they're just singing whatever the summer hits are.
Yeah, entirely possible. But again, it's the first game where he says it's been the same songs for 20 years,
True. Yeah.
and like the Showtime was supposed to have an original Freddy song, but that got cut because I don't know, Steel Wool are cowards.
No, it got cut because Scott's like, I don't want this to be Freddy's canonical voice. I don't want to set. That's the reason Showtime got cut, was because he's like, oh, I don't
Boo.
want this to be Freddy's canon voice.
We're not allowed to hear Bonnie speak, actually.
Mhm.
Bonnie
Someone,
canonically
between
does not have a
perform-
voice.
yeah, someone in chat asks, why would Cassidy be a girl in the Silver Eyes? So if they're Bonnie's
I
supposed
don't know,
to be
why
a
is
boy.
Michael Brooks not in Afton?
But like if Silver Eyes Cassidy is Bonnie, why wouldn't it just be a male Cassidy, which would then also line up with the games and Bonnie?
My guess is because first book already established 3 boys, 2 girls.
Okay, that's a good point. I was unaware of that.
Yeah,
Mr.
they
says,
say that in the first book and don't name anyone because for some reason Scott took like so long to just name these kids.
"Do your best, or I'll send ye to Davy Jones's locker," is a line from that's UCN, right? And so Mr. E141 is saying Davy as in Davy. So the Y is the missing letter. It's the 39th coordinate, which you get from adding up all the tally marks.
Davey, and it's on the Foxy Grid.
David
God.
Jones.
Okay, if
Afton.
T-Dreads was here, he would have just lost his mind and been like, "That's accurate. Davy Jones. It's a
But
god
Davey
David."
is not spelled Dave Y. It's
God David.
Davey without the E.
Well, if it's, I think it's they're saying if it's a 5th letter, it's Davey, but then if it's backward, I don't remember. I'm not smart enough
No.
for this.
I agree with that idea, but that's not how you spell Davy, though. Like Davy Jones, like so it'd be wrong.
True. That specifically. Oh, that also reminds
Yes.
me. When someone asked about Cassidy being a girl, just to clear up, because I saw some people asking in chat, Cassidy is a gender-neutral name. It's
Yes.
mostly feminine in America, but it is it's a gender-neutral name. So,
Yes.
a lot of people apparently didn't know that.
So is Charlie. I think Charlie's
So is
more
Charlie.
a boy's name, but obviously the Charlie in the series is a girl.
Yeah. Well, although, because I thought, like, again, not to get into, like, movie discussion, but I kind of liked in the movie, if you notice, no one calls her Charlie in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's just Charlotte, which kind of does a good way to put a line between her and Charlie Bot as, like, separate characters and separate individuals. Seems like one of them
Also,
prefers a
they
nickname and one of
refuse
them
to
doesn't.
reveal the last name.
Yeah. No. Someone said that Emily was in the newspaper.
I think it was,
Charlotte
yeah.
Emily's in the
Because
newspaper.
Hyperdroid.
Yeah,
Hyperdroid
that was
found it.
Rip,
Ah.
rip Charlie Cheese,
Which-
for real.
Rip Charlie Chase. But although, for the record, if now that her name's Charlotte Emily, I'm just going to assume her middle name is Anne because that's the other Bronte sister.
Mm-hmm. Draz says, "I watch SpongeBob. I'm a Davy Jones expert." Yeah, if anyone saw the new SpongeBob movie that came out yesterday, they literally go to Bikini
Yes,
Bottom
I did
High,
hear that, Corey.
and they go into Davy Jones's locker. Ha ha ha.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, it was not a good movie. I saw 3 movies yesterday. I went straight from Avatar to SpongeBob to Housemaid. 3 movies in a row, and one of them was
Damn.
Avatar 3.
I saw your
Dude,
tweet that's like,
I'm
"Congrats."
assuming all of those were awful.
Avatar 3
I
was
saw your
not
tweet,
bad.
GiBi.
I didn't even realize Housemaid was in theaters. I thought that was like going to be like a Netflix movie or something.
No, it was in theaters, and it was
I
bad.
saw your tweet, GiBi, where you're like,
Yeah.
"Congratulations, James Cameron, you made one good Avatar movie."
Took 3 tries, and you finally did it.
Yeah.
Good for him.
You know what's interesting?
Yeah, Housemaid,
Something
I am not a Freedom McFadden fan.
It's not good.
Something I've always wondered about the Foxy Grid is why, if the answer is, for example, Dave, it only takes up like one tiny corner of the Foxy Grid. Like, why give us this huge grid that goes all the way out to 45 if we only have to? And I know this is not like concrete evidence that it's not right, but like, I've always wanted a Foxy Grid answer that gives us something which at least requires it to be somewhat near this big, right? Like it's a huge
Yeah.
grid for no reason if we are supposed to just kind of use just like one little corner of it. And someone did make the good point of if you do add up all the tally marks, it is 39, which would be on the further end of that spectrum, if we were to use that somehow. And I kind of like using it. Obviously, the Foxy grid is, contentious, regardless of how you look at it. But like Foxy being Mike, being the tallies, it does make sense to use it. And the rules of the Cassidy questions break down at the end. So the idea that like, well, this puzzle has to be perfect and can't have any sort of divergence from whatever other method we're supposed to be using kind of makes sense, because like, the Cassidy questions stop making sense once you stop using my name and you start using red letters or red numbers instead of faded numbers, or like all the method to them all changes.
Well, it's all like altered numbers basically, but yeah, it's again, that's why, because I would ask if it's meant to be solvable, because it is possible it was just a red herring to direct us to the word search, but it seems like it's supposed to be a puzzle, and I would just like concrete information. Is this solvable? You don't even have to tell me what the answer is or if anyone solved it. Just, is this supposed to be solvable? Like,
yeah. Do we know
that would be nice.
what are the different pages that have the I hear sound? Like, what are all the Dave pages? What are their numbers?
I don't. Give me a sec, because those are all on the like end of night like checklists, which is why people didn't notice them at first, because they're supposed to be repetitive, and then towards the end you start getting altered text.
Also, I probably should have mentioned this, but I don't have a copy of the logbook.
That's fair. It took me a while to find one.
I just have a scan.
Okay, yes, because it's like at the end it'll be like feelings about tonight's shift and like questions or whatever, and then towards the end it's the text starts changing, and that's the altered text. Yeah, because okay, so I can hear sounds, and it was for me are both on 89.
Huh.
So 89 is the other one, right?
And then I can't see and I'm scared are both on 109.
I can't see.
Yeah, he probably would have a British accent.
I was just doing an impression of GiBi.
Yeah.
GiBi's Ewan McGregor.
I can't see. I can hear sounds.
I can't see. I can't. Please let me out.
Please let me out. Please.
Also, I know it's like, haha, Snake Oil Salesman, Hannibal Lecter, whatever, but I really wish PJ Haywood would have kept his natural accent just so we could have William be Australian.
Very different.
Hey, Henry, how are ya? How are you, Henry? I killed your daughter. I killed your daughter.
Stuff you into this bloody Springlock suit, you little shit.
William holding like a... I can't do an Australian accent, but someone animate like William holding a mini Rena and doing like one of those like Steve Irwin, like, look at this little fella right here.
Yeah. Just a beautiful little creature. He's just lovely, isn't he? Oh, fuck, he bit me.
Henry's just like, William, that's disgusting.
I feel like William would be like, all his actions would be understandable if he was Australian. Like, he could just get away. That's how he gets away with all his stuff. He's just Australian. Like, he's just Australian. He just has that charm.
Okay.
Why is the last hint by not page numbers? I don't get it. Scott.
Mm. I mean, the last hint in the other one being something Mike wrote is nonsense.
Well, yeah. Again, as I think Cassidy's the name of the crying child, I saw that as Faded's trying to help him remember his name, and then Mike helps with the last bit, because obviously he knows his name. So Mike comes in, adds assistance. And obviously, like
I feel like
in universe,
we-
I don't know if like again, this is getting into like, is Logbook all in universe? Is all of it meta? Is some of it meta? It's just like, yeah, in universe, like maybe this is just supposed to represent like someone helping Cassidy figure out his name, and Mike helped. Like,
I believe in logbook fiction.
yeah, you
Well,
never know.
Yes,
with
logbook fiction,
Mr.
but
Coffin.
not the edits. If you said faded, altered logbook fiction, I'd slap you.
That's what I was
Altered
meaning.
logbook
That's what I was meaning. It's all fake. It's all not real.
God, the Scrap Chica art is so good. Like, what was this
What does it
supposed to be
mean?
for?
What does it mean?
Yeah, what even is that?
I mean, I guess
Why is it in this book?
She was the first. She has seen everything.
But
Maybe
it's
it
not
was
like that.
meant to.
Mm.
Maybe it was meant to clue us in that the spirit is actually Susie.
Yeah,
'cause, yeah,
maybe.
another reason I'm like Charlie last. I feel like it's like Bite, and then Susie,
Boo.
rest of the MCI, CC Charlie, but you know, again,
'Cause
that's
you would think that broken down Chica at the end would mean something for the whole puzzle of the book. It's like,
maybe it was supposed to
you
be
know,
like for UCN or for Help Wanted.
but that was after those games came out, or Help Wanted was still coming out, but Help UCN was already out.
Well, no. Maybe it was a.
I think this came out in between FNAF 6 and UCN. I think this was like right after FNAF 6.
Mhm.
Maybe it was like a tease for the repair mini games in Help Wanted. Like, obviously,
Extra
Chica
stuff like
doesn't
that.
look like that in Help Wanted, but like, you know, the like it's scary.
If Scott had plans for the Murrays from 2019, it is also possible this was going to be like some sort of tease to Fiona that just never materialized because production took so long.
You know what I think is interesting?
Hmm.
Is that these I can't see and I'm scared things, right? You'd think, given it's a 1 to 10 scale, that you'd have to pick a number on the scale and get a code out of that, right? Like the fact it's right next to a bunch of numbers would be part of the code. I can't see is a 5 or whatever, and I'm scared is a 7. You know, like how does I'm just, why is that not part of it? Like, I feel like that would be kind of the obvious like puzzle thing, right? Is there?
And
have we
what's
ever
really
tried
funny
anything like
is we're sitting here like trying to solve like what all of these are, and you know, like what happened is Scott Cawthon was sitting there and he was like, and then I'm just gonna put some text here. This will be fun. Anyway.
Yeah, it'll just be scary. Yeah.
Like that, like again, I like to say like we're sitting here like trying to debate like what is Scott's choice in like making the curtains blue or whatever, and then we cut to Scott Cawthon and he's like, it'd be really, really funny if I added like a whole arcade game into this that meant absolutely nothing. Anyway, like.
Anyway, yeah.
Why can't Scott Cawthon be Alex Hirsch?
How many times
Oh,
does
man.
Mike draw the tally marks? Do we know that?
Dude, no one's ever figured out the tally marks. I wish we could figure out the tally marks. Give me a sec. I'm gonna flip through the book and find tally mark.
4. That's already more than 4, so that kind of goes my theory out the window. I was gonna say like,
Okay,
if he
so
only
hold on.
writes
There
it-
are. Oh, thank you.
Draz asks, have you discussed why the spirits would be talking in the logbook if they could just talk to each other in the spirit world? I think that the changes in the logbook are a reflection or an echo of what conversation they would be having in the spirit world. It's sort of like it's a representation of that conversation manifesting in the real world. Like in FNAF 6, in the alleyway poster with Lefty, there's a screaming puppet poster. I think that that's just how the puppet being angry manifests in the real world, as opposed to the puppet trapped inside of Lefty, then in the spirit world painted this picture and put it over there. It's like, no, it's just how the emotions echo out into reality.
Also, GiBi, why are
Then
you so
Mike
big?
can read it. Mike can read it, apparently, because he's helping out.
Yeah, which is
GiBi,
so
why are you
Can
so
interesting.
Mike
big?
read theory?
Colossal Titan GiBi.
See, it's also like...
Your name is now Biggie. Bad
No.
idea, good idea, Biggie.
Biggie.
Then there's just one set of the numbers which is just red numbers, but it's clearly not Mike making them red. It's altered because Mike can't make printed text red. It's not like he's drawn over the numbers or anything. It's like, no, they're just red in the book.
What do you mean? Remnant can do that. He has a remnant in his thing.
You're so right.
That he can turn his blood into red ink.
See, I'm just thinking like we never see a tally mark more than 10. Or more, yeah. So like, unless you count the 14 page as all one tally mark, but I count that as 5 and
545 or 59.
Okay,
Or
sorry,
14.
I got a
5,
notebook,
9.
so now I can write tally mark stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the first tally marks I found are on page 9.
I've written all
On
this
page
down so many
19,
times
there are
over the
10.
years, I can't even find them.
I love how you all are all like got your heads in the logbook, and I'm just sitting there like I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, the logbook.
You can find it online.
The logbook is an endless rabbit hole.
Yeah. Hey.
I don't know where to look. I'm scared.
Secret. There might be someone on archive.org that has all of the FNAF books, but you didn't hear that from me.
Connie is underwater.
Ah.
Please help! I am under the water.
So wait, is it available on archive.org? Is that the conclusion here?
It
oh,
is,
she's
yeah.
gone. Okay.
Oh, they silence Connie.
Okay.
There's one person who is actually not, like, truthfully not me. I don't know how this person managed to do all of this.
Connie, Scholastic silenced you.
You got too close.
Fright's the story drowning is about Connie right now.
Okay, so the next
Your Draz,
are unhappy. So 1931 has 14, 2, 5, and 4.
I think I wrote them down. So it's it's
I
5
have
on page 9,
obtained it.
10 on page 19, 545 on 31, 5 on page 36, and 5 on page 100. Total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Be 6, so we'd have two more questions that we wouldn't have answers to. How many questions does the fated ask?
Oh, they're faded at.
Like, unironically, 6 or 7. Like, way more than there are answers for.
Like, I'm wondering,
Oh!
are there
Hold on.
questions that can be answered with what's already written there?
Guys, evidence for Cassidy being Golden Freddy. They did ask, do you miss them on the page where the book asks if you were to die in a grisly work accident, for instance, being stuffed inside an animatronic suit, who are the people you would miss the most? And then they did ask, do you miss them?
Yeah.
I would miss Connie, who's clearly dying in an avalanche right now. Eric says, I solved the grid, and it says, loop victim is true. And the thing about that is that Golden Duo 2, because it's always Cassidy. Markiplier knew, and if you need more proof, there's a Cassidy kazoo.
Oh. Of course.
Of course.
Let me open up these 2 pages. I'm also always curious. I always forget to check this. What things Bite Victim overwrites when he's changing the name? Fulfillment becomes I can't see, and purpose becomes I'm scared. Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is true. Like maybe
Nightmares.
William's like, your purpose is to be scared. You're fulfilled by being blind or whatever.
Health is I can hear sounds, and existential dread is it was for me.
Ooh, that's a good. That's sick as hell. Existential dread. It was for me. Okay, there's
The only
5
one,
tally marks.
fulfillment being I can't see is a little bit weird, but like, I
Yeah.
guess you're not fulfilled because you're just in a void or whatever.
The thing, okay, we're all sort of like, oh well, we don't like the answer Dave because of the methodology. We also don't like the methodology for getting Cassidy.
I don't like the
But
answer,
like
Dave.
if the answer isn't supposed to be Dave, and David Murray's name is David, then that's like genuine. Have you ever heard of like, this guy won in like a video game or whatever, but the chances of it happening are more than the length of the universe, so it probably didn't happen even though it's possible. That's kind of what I'm feeling with this. It's like the chances of it being Dave and then that being the name of the main character in the next series is like so insane that I just think that
a lot of people are named David.
yeah, well.
Okay, wait, real quick. Unrelated. You said the pages with tally marks. Did you get? I got 9, 19, 31, and 100.
And 36, I think, has it as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 36.
Let me check.
Apparently, I had this written down a long time ago.
Oh, there is. Oh, sick.
Are you like rolling around in a beanbag chair, Connie? Like what?
I'm flipping through pages.
Okay. What kind of mic do you have?
What's your mic doing? Is your mic currently engaged in a wrestling match, or what's?
Right now, I'm just talking on the phone. It's entirely possible that Discord is connecting to my earbuds mic again.
That because you were doing much better like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, sometimes it just defaults to that. Give me unmute myself a sec, see what I can do.
Connie's in the middle of a hurricane. Connie's dying in an avalanche.
Hurricane Utah? Hurricane Utah?
Connie's got
It's Connie the Crying Child. That's what CC stands for.
Connie
it's Corey and Connie.
spring-locked.
Golden Duo? Process Duo?
Thank you, Connie.
Duo.
You're better than unwithered.
Golden Dual Process Theory. I think it's funny that the people who least believe in Golden Duo are the one channel that has the word dual in their name.
Yeah. Is Connie being spring locked?
Yeah.
Okay. Mystery continues. Okay, so the 9 plus 5 tally equals 14 Golden Freddy. 19 plus 10 is 29 Cassidy number. 13 plus 13 equals 44, which is 2 4s. And 36 plus 5 is 41, which is 14 backward. 100 plus 5 is 105, i.e. 15 Afton, also burning in FNAF 6. That was incoherent. If you'd like to use more characters to explain what those mean, please feel free to do so, and I will keep an eye out in the chat. Yeah, what?
Cassidy. What does that mean?
Scares me. All I just see is math, and that scares me.
The 9
2 4s over grave.
2 4s over grave. So wait, the 9 plus 5 tally. I know that one. Okay, so it's 14. So Golden Freddy, because 14 theory. I'm following you. The next one, 19 plus 10. I'm not sure where we're getting 19 or 10 from, or what 29 has to do with Cassidy.
Well, you're just not big brain enough, GiBi.
29
Clearly true. GiBi, have you seen my hour-long comment on your 36-hour video? It's very possible that was held for review for being too long, because I do not believe I recall seeing it. That was about as comprehensible as Connie's mic.
Oh, okay. So these are the pages, right? Okay, so these are the pages with the tallies on them.
Okay.
So page 9 plays 19 plus 10 is 29. Cassidy, I don't know why that's Cassidy.
So it's the amount of tallies and the page that it's on, is what we're doing here?
Yeah, so page 9 has 5 tallies, that's 14. Page 19 plus 10 is 29. Page 31, then, let me see, that's 31 plus Well, it should be 31 plus 14, because there's 14 on that page.
Hmm.
So that'd be 45, which I don't know what 2 4s over grave means.
Yeah, feel free to elaborate with another comment, and we'll read it.
What was the name of the person that said they left an hour-long comment? The boy you loved. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking for
With
it
no E.
on your thing.
I'm looking through my
Yeah.
held comments because I don't always go through them.
I think half of this is a joke because it's like 14 theory, but I am also curious what 2 4s over grave means.
2 4s over
Scholastic
graves.
has kidnapped Connie again.
Yeah, she's just gone.
Okay, do I still sound like an avalanche?
Yes.
I'll be back in a
Oh god, worse.
No.
No, the more sound you make, the worse the avalanche gets, Connie. No.
Because it sounds like something in a pocket or something like again rubbing against clothes or something. But
Is it possible that because you mentioned that your phone, you're like on your phone, but it could be connecting to your earpods. Is it possible that when you're holding your phone to your head, it's connecting to the earpods and it's like the rustling of your clothes?
Demonic cephalopods.
I think that is it. Yeah.
That is-
Connie, microphone theory going crazy right now.
I have
Turning
a
over.
solution. Destroy your earpods.
Destroy them.
Demonic cephalopod says, "What if the answer has to do with the pages that have Foxy on them?"
I've thought of this. There's a lot of pages, but let's see. That'd be page 3, page 4, page 6, page 15, page 25, page 26.
This is a lot.
Page 30.
And they'd have to be coordinates, right? Like they'd have to be double
Page
digits at
45.
least. So,
Page 47.
are you
Page
writing this down? Because
48.
I'm not.
I'm not. Page 4. I think there's too many.
Yeah.
And we have 2 Foxies on page 60, another 2 on page 61.
That means double them, yeah.
Yeah, page 65, page 67, page 68, page 60, page 70, page... There's a lot. There's too many, I think.
Oh. FNAFology, we solved the lore with Connie's mic. She's in Hurricane, Utah. That's the problem.
Very good. Oh, crying child, why? Why would you say you're scared? Why would you say you can't see?
Because he's scared and he can't see.
Connie linked us to like a how-to guide for fixing a microphone's quality on Discord, but she can't open it, so she wants us to open it. My PC can also not open it, so I think it's Reddit's fault.
I've opened it. It's loading.
Yeah, no, mine's
It's
loading.
Loading, but
I
can't
think it's the
open it.
web page. Yeah.
Plot twist, Connie just sent us a virus.
I've hacked your
You
systems.
can you can change your mic input, I'm pretty sure, on Discord, right? It's at the bottom of the page.
I have no idea. I glitch trapped everyone. Yeah, she stole all of our stuff.
Actually, I like name Mal here.
I can only go for another 13 minutes anyway.
13.
13. You have to go at
Boo.
6:30 my time. I'm bad at math.
Okay.
17 minutes. 16 minutes now. I'm really bad at math, guys. Do we have anything we want to finish off on for the next 10 or so minutes? Okay, Connie said that she'll dip out. Yes, next time, Connie, because we'll have many more discussions, I'm sure. I'm glad you were here. When I conceptualized having this as a stream, I'm like, I really hope Connie drops in right when I tell Unwithered that I think Cassidy is the crying child's name.
Yeah,
Ah, dear.
this was a lot of fun. Thank you for having me,
Yeah, of course.
and it was good meeting you, Connie and Withered. Connie and Unwithered, sorry.
That's all good.
Yes, there will be many more streams.
Peak. Yeah, I can't find that long comment on your video.
Yeah, I don't know. It was probably deleted by YouTube for being like spam or something. Okay, let's review. Oh no, there is no Cassidy. Kind of a misrepresentation of the actual belief. The actual belief is that there's no character. The character the community calls Cassidy is not a real entity, and that it's just crying. There's no golden duo. It's just crying child, and some David Murray-isms because Scott had that planned out when UCN came out. I think that's ultimately where I ended up with the theory. I don't know if I believe it, but it seems more correct. It seems like fewer assumptions.
Fewer
Checks
assumptions with bigger questions about. I think the difference is that Golden Duo provides some sense of security that even if the story is complicated, it is intentional and like solvable. Like you have to make a couple of leaps, but then once you solve it, it makes perfect sense. Whereas I think either BV Fifth or Cassidy Fifth or whatever has less questions to get there. It's more direct, it's more simple, but it leaves maybe bigger holes that you kind of go, yeah, but then why this? And what about that? And how about this thing? Like, why does that work this way? And I think that's the reason people are quite, worried about accepting it whole cloth, because you have to kind of there seems like there's less answers to questions, even if the Cassidy one is quite complicated. It seems at least that like, oh, once you figured it out, though, it makes sense, right? Like, oh, this person is fifth and there's two spirits, and that's why they have the story in Fazbear Frights and yada yada yada. What would, and I suppose we'll turn the, you've asked this question to some people on ABCD before, so like, what for you would be the nail in the coffin, either of Cassidy the character or the crying child, aside, like being Golden Freddy, aside from literally their name just like being said in a game with a picture of them on screen, in the most FNAF way possible? Is there anything that you're really stuck on in terms of the question of their either existence or setup?
I just think that the way the narrative is going, I think that we're all hoping that there's going to be another connection terminated speech at some point in the Steel Wool era that explains what's been going on. And I think that will give us information about Toy Shink, as well as the, David Murray, did William kill him? What happened with that? God David-isms. Like, the thing about this theory is that it makes God David and Fate Fiona both null and void, because we no longer need to sort of tie, like, a lot of evidence for them comes from the kids both being named David. There's still sort of the another David evidence, because boy in striped shirt sitting on hill, like, it goes to more like there are parallels and echoes than it does to these children are literally the same because they have the same name. But like because I think that will have an answer to it, I think it'll answer this. So I don't think Scott will drop a little hint one day, because I think it's the answer to the entire saga will be the answer to this question. Someone in chat just asked what Toy Shink means, and if you've been sitting here for 6 hours and you don't know what Toy Shink means, I feel so sorry for you. Toy Shink is the acronym for the one you should not have killed. In UCN, a bunch of people will kill the player and they'll go, "Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed. I have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed."
PB Sandwich said, "Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt, Cassidy. I know how vengeful you've been ever since your father pulled the plug." That's the exact moment. If I don't get that word for word, I'm dropping out of FNAF. I'm deleting my channel.
Ever since your father, my lover and business partner, William After.
I have some old equipment. Oh no. Yeah, that's fair. I think
Oh god, that killed me.
if I do want any sort of like solid answer one way or the other, it needs to be like, I don't even need there to be like a name, or I mean, I think you're right that all this like David stuff will probably tie it up, but also we've been misled before as to our assumptions as to what is and not isn't important in these stories. I want a newspaper that shows exactly like the MCI. Like, I want it in some way depicted in a modern game, the MCI in some form of like newspaper or grouping or image or something that we can go, yes, 5 kids died together on the one night, for example, right? And if they do that, then I'm going to be like, okay, Cassidy must be some way real, or we got a complete wrong end of the stick when it comes to Bite Victim. Like, his memories are completely false or something. Or we need something to do with Bite Victim or Charlie or something. Because if Charlie is definitely not the 5th kid, that's another thing. If Charlie is definitely first or definitely in 87 or definitely whatever, that's going to put a big question mark around Charlie 5th or put an X through it, you know. There's stuff we didn't even talk about, like the picture of the kid with the black hair in the FNAF 4 bed from Security Breach.
Security Breach, yeah. The
That's a
girl.
Yeah. The girl with black hair, and there's a big X over it, and there's also a slash through it. But that's like, is that Scott being like, no, Cassidy's not the crying child? Or is that being like, because that wasn't even a theory when that game came out, so I don't know what that means. But that's also in the room training the endos for mimics and Davidism, so who knows?
Do you have any final thoughts, Steffi?
I feel like that, like I said, I only just got my hand on the logbook like 5 minutes before we were wrapping up, so I was just kind of along for the ride. But I feel like the joke I said earlier of like, oh, Cassidy is real because it's easier. Even though, yes, it isn't easier to add Cassidy, I'm just like, I guess until, like, it's said that, like, no, the Vengeful Spirit is Andrew or Bite Victim, like, straight up, I'll just continue to sort of go, like, Cassidy's the Vengeful Spirit just because. But I'm open to, more stuff around BV because I'm lenient towards Bite Victim, but I'm not as educated enough to be like if someone was to debate me, like if we were to do an ABCD, I'm not as educated on BV as I am Cassidy. Toy Shink. So I feel like I just need to learn more and then also just get flat out confirmation because I don't know what. I'm just kind of here.
You can check out my Secret of the Mimic video for answers on VV to a Shink if you want. That's like my
Well,
take.
funny you say that. I actually have. I watched that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of your stuff. I have watched it. I just didn't retain I didn't retain stuff from it because I was on holiday when I did, so I'd probably need to rewatch it.
Yep.
But I have.
And you have a Golden Freddy video coming out, right? That will sort of synthesize some of this stuff.
That is coming up. That is, that's like mainly God Victim, but I'm also then including like, okay, if Cassidy is real, is this a potential interpretation of the character? Which we didn't really speak about today because I'm not so sure in it that I want to go proposing it here.
Yes. I have heard, so you and T-Dreads came up with this idea, and I do know what it is, and so we don't want to really spoil the concept. And it's a God David-ism related thing. Has this made you question any of that?
In so much as it's good to hear the things that I've already thought about Cassidy, where I'm like, but the thing that I'm saying is like so much inference. Like you really have to work to go like, okay, so the reason that the logbook is written this way is because secretly what sister location is saying is that blah, 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 blah. And there's like so many more inferences than like I don't know, there's just not another 5th kid, or I don't know, there's someone else. It's like there's a lot that you have to do behind the scenes to make it work. But I think as much as you can make anything work in FNAF, you can make this theory kind of... It has legs. It's not completely baseless.
Yeah. The last 3 comments are all incredibly important. We have Draz saying everyone needs to like the video right now for good dreams, which is true. You all do right this second. We have Canceled Due to Leaks, who says, I took a 2-year break from the fandom and I'm regretting it severely. I feel like you guys are speaking a different language. That is legitimately a problem. Like, it is incomprehensible. And sometimes when I'm making a video, it's like these things are so second nature to me that I don't even register that I'm saying nonsense. I sort of learned most of these terms from watching Impulse Evan videos. Because I binge watched a bunch of those like 3 years ago, and he would use the terms enough in a coherent enough way for me to have learned them. But yeah, I have no idea what someone entering right now thinks about what we're saying. And then Travis Plush Productions says that, one of the issues with this theory is that in a bunch of other mediums, the MCI kids are all, the 4 mains and then Golden Freddy. We addressed that like 5 hours ago. But it basically comes down to it's different in the Silver Eyes because there is no puppet, and it's different in the movies because there's no crying child. And so that's sort of...
As far as we know.
Yeah, or Garrett is the crying child somehow. But, like, the reason that they're like that is because Scott has simplified the story in different continuities. PB Sandwich says, you got to make an acronym term video at some point. I'm making an acronym term video for memes so that people understand what Kelsey as a projection 14 means, but not for the real fandom terms.
That will be an ordeal.
Yeah.
I guess my problem with like FNAF lore and stuff is that like I watch everyone's stuff. Like I'm a big, like I watch everyone's stuff, but I watch so much stuff that I can like sometimes barely retain it. So when I'm like doing something, I have to have it like fresh on the brain. But yeah, I'm excited for your guys' videos coming up.
Yep. We're everyone right now go to Unwithered's channel and subscribe if you're not already, and go to Theffy's channel. Can you DM it to me so I can post a link to your channel in the chat right now?
Yep.
Awesome.
2 seconds.
And then the moment this stream is over, everyone go to Narrow Raven's channel and watch his stream that I believe is still going.
Yeah, I think it's still going.
I think it's going to be going like all weekend. Yes, it is. Narrow Raven's channel for One More Night Against Cancer, or for Christmas, whatever the acronym is now. Can I send this? No, I can't. Why can't I send this?
Link spam bad.
Links, yes. Go to Narrow Raven's channel. Go give Narrow Raven views. And then
Tell
also,
them GiBi sent you.
Yes, everyone be like, GiBi sent me. Also, this one I'm about to post is Theffy. Go and subscribe to Theffy. All right. Thank you all for being here. We will definitely do more discussions and ABCDs and icebergs and playing the FNAF Game Boy game in the future. I'm trying to get a certain person onto ABCD. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, thank you for being here, and go watch Raven's stream. Thank you, Wither Turkle, for saying that. Everyone go watch Raven's stream. Good.